In 1842, in his poem Ulysses, Alfred Lord Tennyson wrote, "I mete and dole unequal laws unto a savage race that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me. I cannot rest from travel. I am a part of all that I have met. Yet all experience is an arch, where through gleams that untraveled world, whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. This gray spirit yearns in desire to follow knowledge like a sinking star beyond the utmost bound of human thought. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon climbs. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world." All experience is an arch, where through gleams that untraveled world, whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. You know, if there were no other reason to live than to glimpse that untraveled world through the arch of our experience, it would be wonderfully worthwhile. But add to that the fact that no two of us sees the untraveled world, the future, and what it holds in the same way. We cannot, because no two of us is alike. In fact, there never have been two people who are exactly alike in all the millions of years of man's development, nor will there ever be, excluding single-egg twins, which are in effect one person in two bodies. In his excellent book, The Social Contract, Robert Ardrey gives us the reason that no two of us can be exactly alike. The principle is that of recombination. In the act of conception, two parents with different combinations of paired genes contribute half of the resources of each to what becomes a new genetic proposal. The fertilized egg, this randomly determined recombination of parental possibilities, is an accident of staggering possibilities. Theodosius Dobzhansky, an inheritor of Morgan's fruit flies and today, philosophically, the most equalitarian of geneticists, has described the theoretical Mendelian consequences this way. If the parents have 5 pairs of genes, then there are 32 possible recombinations. If they have 20 pairs, then the possibilities amount to 1,048,576. If they have 32 pairs, then over 2 billion new opportunities confront the offspring. Yet the simplest of animals has genes in the hundreds, and the human being has far over 10,000. We have no comprehensible mathematics to describe the chance against recombination producing 2 identical human beings. It's a job even our most advanced new generation computers would just sit and short circuit over. Even in the case of brothers and sisters, the chance is 1 in a trillion that any 2 siblings will be genetically alike, even though they have the same parents. The accident, which determines in such large part what you or I will be, prohibits identicality. Every month a new egg slips into the womb of the female of the species, and no 2 eggs are alike. Male sperm is produced in amounts beyond counting, yet no 2 are alike. And in the first trial of natural selection, there is no determination as to which sperm will have the superior luck or vigor to win the race to the egg and fertilize it. The magnitude of the competition is such that although only 1 human being will be the normal consequence of the achievement, still a single teaspoonful of male sperm would be sufficient to father every person alive on the earth today, and all would be different. Every human being conceived by sexual recombination is a genetic accident. Every individual being is thus a pioneer, a biological adventure, a brand new first-time person on earth. No one like you can exist in your species. Common heredity may provide a common disposition among contemporaries or a limited likeness between ancestor and descendant. But the strategy of sex denies the prison of identicality. If you were not created equal, and here we must ask equal to what or to whom, you were yet created free. So we stand, you and I, in the arch of our experience and face the untraveled world of tomorrow. Here it's good to remember the quotation from the book, The Nature of Man. Man tends to achieve his being inasmuch as he develops love and reason. Now, with these obviously great goals before us, the development of love and reason, and the awareness of the world of opportunity that lies before us, well, things can get much better and a whole lot more interesting. But, as Pierre Berthaud writes in The Future of Man, what is man and who is man? Whom and what do we mean exactly when we say that word? In this context, we normally mean the Western white civilized male adult, who is in fact only a very small percentage of the human race. Even if we consider, perhaps rightly, that this sort of human being outweighs in importance the rest of humanity. But if we take another index, for instance, a statistical one, we would mean and consider as typical for mankind the largest race, age, and sex group. That is, young Chinese females. I like that quotation because, like a bucket of ice water in our face, it straightens us up, opens our eyes, and makes us see humanity from the standpoint of love and reason in an entirely new light. Our rewards will be in proportion to our service. We are here to serve other human beings. We will grow through the arch of our experience into the opportunities of tomorrow to the extent that we develop love and reason. Now let's look at our opportunities for what they really are, not local or regional or national or continental, but global, universal. How can what we do help human beings everywhere on Earth, serve human beings everywhere on Earth, and do it from the standpoint of our originality as persons? It gives a whole new dimension to the word opportunity, doesn't it? But why then do we seem to move so tentatively, so fearfully, through the arch of our experience into the unknown? Russell has written that our instinctive emotions are those that we have inherited from a much more dangerous world, and contain, therefore, a larger portion of fear than they should. We mentioned the geneticist Theodosius Dobzhansky. In his book, Man Evolving, he writes, "By changing what he knows about the world, man changes the world he knows. And by changing the world in which he lives, man changes himself." And Dr. Frederick L. Pollack, in his book, The Future of Man, writes, "Through his images of the future, we come to know man, who he is, and how he wishes to be, what his thoughts are, what he values most highly, what he thinks is worth striving for, and whether he thinks it's attainable. Certain types of men hold certain types of visions, subject to their temper and spirit. Tell me what your vision of the future is, and I'll tell you what you are." Well, what's your vision of the future? Your future and the future of man? Do you believe that Harvey Cox, in his book The Feast of Fools, that man is a transient eczema on a small planet in a third-rate galaxy? Or with Arthur Kessler in The Ghost in the Machine, that evolution has been compared to a labyrinth of blind alleys, and there's nothing very strange or improbable in the assumption that man's native equipment, though superior to that of any other living species, nevertheless contains a deficiency which predisposes him towards self-destruction? Both could be right. Lauren Isley, in his book The Unexpected Universe, writes, "The evolutionists, piercing beneath the show of momentary stability, discovered, hidden in rudimentary organs, the discarded rubbish of the past. They detected the reptile under the lifted feathers of the bird, the lost terrestrial limbs dwindling beneath the blubber of the giant cetaceans. They saw life rushing outward from an unknown center, just as today the astronomer senses the galaxies fleeing into the infinity of darkness. As the spinning galactic clouds hurl stars and worlds across the night, so life, equally impelled by the centrifugal powers lurking in the germ cell, scatters the splintered radiance of consciousness and sends it prowling and contending through the thickets of the world. We know that we become what we think about most of the time. Well, what do you think about most of the time?" Repeating Dr. Pollack's quote, "Through his images of the future, we come to know man, who he is, and how he wishes to be, what his thoughts are, what he values most highly, what he thinks is worth striving for, and whether he thinks it's attainable. Certain types of men hold certain types of visions, subject to their temper and spirit. Tell me what your vision of the future is, and I will tell you what you are." You can tell what you value most highly by assessing your past decisions, by seeing what you have, in fact, achieved, what you possess, what you place importance upon, what you felt has been worth striving for, what you wish to be, what you value most highly. When we look at ourselves in the light of our originality and realize we still cling to vestigial fears no longer needed, as useless as the disappearing limbs of the whale, as we stand in the arch of our experience and see the untraveled world before us, despite the nagging doubts that must plague us from time to time, I think we have to agree with Tennyson's Ulysses and say, "Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world." I got my inspiration from this piece when I reread one of the Markets of Change series, which appeared in 1970 in Kaiser News, published by Kaiser Aluminum and Chemical Corporation and edited by Don Faben. That was one of the finest series of publications I've ever had the joy of reading, and I feel genuinely sorry for any person who did not have the opportunity to read and own them. The artwork and the typography were as great as the original and scholarly writing, and I've often wondered if Mr. Faben and his friends went on to found a publication of their own once the series ended. In the one from which I took the quotation from Tennyson and some of the other quotes, which was on ecology, number 1 of the Markets of Change series, 1970, it begins, "Once upon a time there evolved upon this planet an organism that was ill-suited for survival. It could not run fast enough to escape its enemies. If caught, its teeth and claws were small protection. It was too big to hide under a leaf and too weak to burrow deeply into the ground. To survive, it took refuge in caves where a fire at the entrance kept predators at bay. If the fire ran out of fuel, this creature could hurl rocks and thus drive all but the most determined enemies away. Its security was measured by the amount of firewood it could accumulate and the number of rocks it could gather and store in the cave against the terrors of the night. Now you see, this was a very important sort of thing. All other creatures grew bigger teeth or learned to run faster. Alone among all the creatures on Earth, the one we're describing turned to things for its survival. This was, in the end, to make all the difference. After a while, this creature learned to cultivate some edible plants to supplement the food it could get by gathering and hunting. Growing food was at best uncertain and in any event depended on the seasons, which could not be controlled, and the creature began to store its surplus foods. His security against the vagaries of nature was measured by how much he could grow and how much he could store. His feelings for being at least partly in control of his destiny was based on the gathering of things. Well-being was measured quantitatively. The more, the better. From the very beginning, he was motivated by fear of pain, fear of death, fear that there wouldn't be enough. In time, this creature's activities produced so much that it became more convenient to represent the accumulation of things by other things, smaller and easier to carry or to exchange. These symbols, although intrinsically of no value, assumed the same value as things, and men, or at least most men, became engaged in the acquisition and accumulation of the symbols of things. They did this even when they no longer had any need for them. The symbols were the surrogates for the rocks piled in the cave against the coming of the night. Now think of this system as being reinforced over and over through hundreds of generations and thousands of years through social approval, ritualization, and acculturation. That there was something basically wrong with this way of life may be exemplified by the fact that those who refused to subscribe to the accumulation and storage of things, Christ, Muhammad, Buddha, became the founders of the world's great religions. Well, the idea is not to stop collecting our rocks entirely, especially if we have families to think about, now and in the future. The idea is to collect our rocks wisely, or in these days, just collect a few. I attended a conference in Palo Alto, California recently, sponsored by the College of Financial Planners, of which I'm a regent, and where one of the excellent speakers, Mr. Philip L. Ramsdell, pointed out that 96% of the American people fail to achieve financial independence. The reasons for the virtual total state of impecuniousness rampant in the world's richest country are four. One, the high cost of living, that is, price and wage spirals, inflation. Two, the high cost of living high. Consumerism and the credit card society and philosophy, where people in the millions are searching frantically for things to buy instead of putting the same money to work in income-producing property or investments. Three, high taxes and multiple taxes and taxes on top of taxes, taxes which make our real take-home income look like a sheared sheepdog. A family finds it's earning $20,000 a year, according to the latest raise in pay. The man and his wife are ecstatic. What they fail to realize is that the raise in pay has only kept pace with the rising cost of living. But at the same time, the raise in pay has placed them in a new tax bracket. They're now paying more taxes on money, which does not constitute a raise in real pay at all. But they don't realize that, and they move to a larger house, basing their choice of home on the old funny multiple of 4 times annual income. But they think their annual income is $20,000 a year, when in actuality, it's more like $12,000. And they start living on $20,000 a year and trying to pay for it with $12,000. And it's then they find themselves getting behind what's known as the power curve, according to Mr. J. Chandler Peterson from Atlanta, an expert on financial planning. They find themselves borrowing money this year to pay last year's income taxes, then find that they have to pay this year's taxes, plus the amount they borrowed, plus the amount it takes to live on their new higher standard, which is based on the amount of money they're not really earning anyway. Add to this the higher cost of living, everything from schools and lawn tools to eggs and gasoline. Our new young executive with his Brooks Brothers suit and Sears Roebuck underwear finds that he's developed an entirely new capacity for sweating and lying with his eyes wide open in the dark. So number one is the high cost of living. Number 2 is the high cost of living high. Number 3 is high taxes. And number 4, according to the very knowledgeable Philip L. Ramsdell, president of Combined Financial Corporation, headquartered in San Jose, California, number 4 is the high cost of leaving, which in all likelihood will bring Mrs. Executive face-to-face for the first time in her life with the costs of probate and the wolves of the IRS with regard to estate taxes. As one man at the conference put it, at one time we all lived in a large pasture in which we were free to frolic, work, eat, and reproduce. And then the government cut the pasture in half, and we found ourselves with less room to play in. Then it was cut in half again, and again, and again. Anyway, it's not too difficult to see why 96% of the American people wind up flat broke and disillusioned about how to play the collect the rocks for the cave game. Now, it's true that some people are able to collect these simple things, money, even when they no longer need it. But they constitute perhaps 1/2 of 1% of the population. And it's perhaps better to have a few more rocks than you need, since none of us knows for sure how long he's going to live and need them, than it is to run out of them entirely when we're 65 and still have 15 to 20 good years ahead of us. Let me try to remember an example of how what seems to look good can be something entirely different in reality. It was an example given by Mr. Chandler Peterson of Atlanta. Let's say you have $10,000 invested at 10% compounded, a very handsome rate of interest, you'll agree. That brings you a return of $1,000. But you're on the 50% tax bracket, which cuts that down to $500. Add state and local taxes, which take another 6% or 7% bite, and you've got $460 or something, and we're being very generous. The rate of inflation this past year was figured at 7%. Well, when Mr. Peterson got through, you had a net return on your 10% of $10,000 of, get this, minus 2.5%. What looked like a truly regal return on your money was in actuality putting you in the hole. That's why the majority of working people in our society have a negative cash flow. Earnings do not produce security. We need to put that $10,000 into a tax-deductible investment that will produce no current taxable income, that will produce tax-free buildup, and eventually, when we need it, a tax-favored payout, such as capital gains. In addition, we need an orderly method of transferring our estate at death through an IRS-approved investment and trust arrangement. But first, we need to find the income to work with our financial planner so that we can create a meaningful estate. And to do that, we must either augment our means or diminish our wants, as Ben Franklin suggested. We must live within our means, whatever those means happen to be. If we can theoretically afford to live in a $100,000 home, let's live in a $50,000 number and agree to apply the 2-point common sense rule to everything we buy or want to buy. Whenever we find ourselves facing a buying situation, we test it against 2 questions. 1, do I really need it? Is it necessary? And 2, can I afford it? The second question should be based on an actual understanding of what our true income is, after taxes, after expenses, and after provision for our future. At the seminar, a case was brought out about a high-income doctor who faced imminent bankruptcy. He was deeply in debt, owed last year's taxes, and was living beyond his means. Working with his financial planner, in 2 years he was debt-free and saving money the right way. It's seldom too late to get squared away, but we must guard against letting our living standard go up as our income goes up, because as a rule, it's not a real increase in income at all. It's just keeping pace with inflation and putting us in progressively higher income tax brackets. Albert Camus wrote in his notebooks, "It is a kind of spiritual snobbery that makes people think they can be happy without money. And if you don't think he's right, try it sometime." Ogden Nash in The Terrible People wrote, "Certainly there are lots of things in life that money won't buy, but it's very funny. Have you ever tried to buy them without money?" What do those who are trying to help the poor and the disadvantaged want? They want and need money. They clamor for federal and state money. They need federal and state money. But that money comes from hard-working people. It comes out of the money earner's pocketbook, whether it's a person or a company. All of it comes from taxes. We need to clean up the ghettos. It takes money to do it. We need to build whole new clean communities, better schools. We need to tear down the rat-ridden, mind-grinding, spirit-killing human dumps that exist in our big cities and replace them with cleanliness and order. It can only be done with money, and more money. In Major Barbara, G.B. Shaw wrote, "The 7 deadly sins: food, clothing, heat, rent, taxes, respectability, and children. Nothing can lift those 7 millstones of man's neck but money, and the spirit cannot soar until the millstones are lifted." You know, millions live under the weight of a constant pressure, are torn by a ridiculous ambivalence that there's somehow something wrong with money, that money is evil, that to think about money, plan how to earn more money, indeed to earn a lot of money, is wrong somehow. It's often, strangely enough, good old mother who puts such thoughts into innocent young heads. As someone commented recently, the hand that rocks the cradle is also the hand that louses up Charlie. Yet that same mother would have been, and even may have been, in a heck of a fix without money for good shelter, warm clothing, good food, medical care, and some of the amenities of life. Getting back to G.B. Shaw, he also wrote, "Money is indeed the most important thing in the world, and all sound and successful personal and national morality should have this fact for its basis." Remember that, as Logan Pearsall Smith put it, there are few sorrows, however poignant, in which a good income is of no avail. The myth that there's something evil in money was put in the minds of the masses by those who had all the money. "Keep 'em poor and stupid and we'll stay rich" was the slogan of the rich in those days. Today we know that the best thing that can happen to people, to all of the people, is a measure of affluence, a substantial, more than adequate income. You know, Karl Marx's mother once said, if Karl, instead of writing a lot about capital, made a lot of capital, it would have been much better. There was a mother who knew what she was talking about. If all we did was sit under a tree and meditate and pass wisdom along to passing strangers, or wander the country teaching a better life with no wives, children, mortgages, taxes, dogs, schools, medical bills, automobiles, clothing, food, transportation, and clubs to concern ourselves about, we wouldn't have to pile rocks in our cave. But most of us seem to want these things, despite their onerous cost, and so maybe it's a good idea to find ways of having them without sweating ourselves into an early grave. While I was at the International Financial Planners Association conference in Palo Alto, I also ran across an interesting book for those who think the best way to augment their means is through a business of their own. The title of the book is Up Your Own Organization by Donald M. Dibble, who was at the conference and who gave me an autographed copy. As you might guess from the title, which is a play on Robert Townsend's book, Up the Organization, Up Your Own Organization has an introduction by Robert Townsend, former chairman of the board of Avis Rent-A-Car Corporation. In his introduction, Townsend writes, "C. Northcote Parkinson is the discoverer of Parkinson's Law. Work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion." He has also written about the automatic growth that takes place in organizations. For instance, he related the number of ships in the British Navy to the number of people working in their equivalent in the Navy Department. He discovered that when the number of ships began to decline, the number of people continued to grow. 10 years after that discovery, the number of ships is still declining, and the number of people in that department is still growing. When the British Empire began to dissolve, he discovered that the number of people employed to administer the affairs of the empire continued to grow. To this day, the number is still rising, even though the empire has disappeared. His most recent discovery is that if everything continues on course, by the year 2195, everyone in Britain will be working for the government. One of our large banks got interested in this, did some research, and came to the conclusion that if the trends of the last 10 years continue, everyone in America will be working for the government by the year 2049. Now, that's less than 80 years from now. Meanwhile, the concentration of economic power continues. Anthony Jay, in his new book Corporation Man, published by Random House, concludes, "It seems almost inevitable that well before the end of this century, most of the wealth of the Western world will be controlled by 300 to 600 giant international corporations. The only argument now is about the exact number." And Townsend goes on to say, "As an escapee from both the American Express Company and the International Telephone and Telegraph Company, as a longtime non-admirer of big government, and as an ardent lover of human beings as individuals, I must confess that I'd almost rather see the kids reduce the country to rubble than see it pass into the clammy hands of a few hundred politicians and top corporation executives. The only thing standing in the way may be the person with enough guts to check security and start his own business. This book, Up Your Own Organization, is for that person. To me, he and his ilk are the last remnants of humanity, the only real human beings left. This book is for the individual who has been wondering for a long time whether life has to be the way it is in that big organization he or she works for. 10% chicken salad and 90% chicken you-know-what. Wouldn't it be fun, asks this individual, Robert Townsend writes, to see if we could start a new company dedicated to chicken salad. Chicken salad for the customer, for all the shareholders, and for the employees, most of whom will be shareholders too. On the plane flying back to Florida from San Francisco, I did a pretty good skimming job on Mr. Dibble's book, And if you've toyed with the idea of joining the drawn-faced, hollow, staring-eyed, trembling hands group known as entrepreneurs, who sometimes get very rich, and sometimes work their you-know-what off for 40 years for less money than they could have made if they'd stayed with old ABC Company in a 40-hour week, and who sometimes end up in bankruptcy, by all means buy and read Up Your Own Organization by Donald M. Dibble, published by Hawthorne Books. As the late Vince Lombardi once said, of the forward pass in football, only 4 things can happen to a forward pass, and 3 of them are bad. Going into business for yourself is on the same order, but what would football be without the forward pass? And what would this country be without entrepreneurs? The definition of entrepreneur is one who assumes the risk and management of business, an enterpriser. And I read in Ethics, the International Journal of Social, Political, and Legal Philosophy, published by the University of Chicago Press, in an article, Kierkegaard, The Self and Ethical Existence, by George J. Stack of the State University of New York, a quotation of Kierkegaard that should make us all stop and think. He said, "There is nothing of which every man is so afraid of as getting to know how enormously much he is capable of doing and becoming." There is nothing of which every man is so afraid of as getting to know how enormously much he is capable of doing and becoming. And then Stack writes, one can refuse to seek self-knowledge, can live an unexamined life, or can fall into moral indifference. But the life of such a being is not the life of a person, nor of an authentically existing individual. And again he wrote, not to take up responsibility for oneself is to lose the possibility of being a self. And by coming to know the actual self as far as this is possible, one accepts responsibility for what one has been, and one is now capable of deliberate choice. Choice integrates the various aspects of the self, unifies and consolidates the diverse, often contradictory tendencies of the potential self. Well, it's a tremendous article. I wish we could give you the whole thing. If you write to the University of Chicago Press, I'm sure they can supply you with a copy, and I think you'd enjoy ethics as much as I do. In another place, Professor Stack writes, one of the most primitive forms of self-alienation is manifested when an individual does what they want him to do. They meaning significant others, dominant or influential others, even though it's something which he consciously does not want to do. Perhaps we should hit those points in order. First, it's by finding ourselves that we can come to know how enormously much we're really capable of doing and becoming. It is not by acting a part, trying to live like other people, living a second-hand and derivative life, that we come to know our real powers. It's by finding ourselves. It's by examining and exploring ourselves and taking full responsibility for ourselves. Not to take up responsibility for oneself, as Professor Stack writes, is to lose the possibility of being a self. And by coming to know the actual self as far as this is possible, one accepts responsibility for what one has been, and one is now capable of deliberate choice. Choice integrates the various aspects of the self, unifies and consolidates the diverse, often contradictory tendencies of the potential self. And one of the most primitive forms of self-alienation, of cutting ourselves away from the real and powerful person we truly are, comes about when we do what they want us to do, even though it's something we consciously do not want to do. In another part of the article, Professor Stack writes about the importance of choice and says we do not deliberate about driving our car from one place to another, from our place of work to our home. We simply do it voluntarily. There are, however, specific moments when we're confronted with choices which we know will have important ramifications for our lives. A person may ask himself, should I pursue this career or that? Should I live in accordance with ethical categories or not? Should I marry or not? Should I serve in combat in time of war, or should I be a conscientious objector? Should I believe in the existence of God or not? There are some options which one encounters which are, as William James pointed out, momentous options for ourselves. And the important thing is to choose. Since this resoluteness is an affirmation of one's self, an expression of one's individuality. Irresolution is either an incapacity to choose or an unwillingness to choose. What is lacking is serious or passionate concern. The great quotation by Emerson popped into my mind. He said, what a new face courage puts on everything. It's by having the courage to make the decisions that represent our real gut choices, to take responsibility for our decisions in our lives, that we will find our true powers. As Mumford writes, the great mass of comfortable, well-fed people of our civilization live lives of emotional apathy and mental torpor, lives of enfeebled desire, second-hand lives. And he said, the Greeks had a word for this pallid simulacrum of real existence. They called it Hades. I think it can be said that the great majority of people do not really live as we like to think of that word at all. They spend their lives as puppets, with the strings in the hands of they. What they say, what they think, how they live. George Stack reminds us that Socrates held that it is by no means necessary that everyone become a man, and Kierkegaard held that it is by no means necessary or inevitable that one become a person or an integral self. The act of choosing is not only individuating, but it's an act whereby the individual both expresses and attains freedom. The primitive freedom an individual has is the freedom for possibility. Before William James, Kierkegaard insisted that only in a world in which there is possibility is freedom itself possible. And he writes, an individual who chooses himself ethically, chooses himself as this concrete individual who exists here and now, and whose present existence has been shaped by causal factors which he appropriates. At this, the individual becomes conscious of himself as this definite person with these talents, these dispositions, these instincts, these passions, influenced by these definite surroundings, as this definite product of a definite environment. But being conscious of himself in this way, he assumes responsibility for all this. Having freely chosen what has been, as it were, imposed upon him, the individual is now able to bear responsibility for what he does with these inherited dispositions, these psychological tendencies or characteristics. Freedom is not, as it was for Spinoza, the recognition of necessity, but it is manifested in and made possible by the appropriation of necessity and possibility. Human freedom is not given as such, except as a possibility that may be actualized. It is the finite freedom of a person who is shaped and influenced by some circumstances which are outside his power. Man is determined in his being, but determining in his becoming. Choosing oneself as determined is a condition for the possibility of realizing oneself as free for possibilities positive for oneself. And not to act on a possibility is to run the risk of losing that possibility as possibility. And I've long been of the opinion that trying to play it too safely is about the best way in the world to remove most of all possibility from our lives and end by missing the boat, by missing ourselves and our powers. Dr. Frederick S. Pearls agreed with this idea too. His book, Gestalt Therapy Verbatim, is one of the most charming, educating, and refreshing books I've read in a long time. I've become a fan of Gestalt therapy, and as he points out in the frontispiece, to suffer one's death and to be reborn is not easy. I think we do this when we shrug off the phony life imposed upon us by others and the environment as much as we can, and take responsibility for ourselves and our future. The prayer in Gestalt therapy is great. It goes like this: I do my thing, and you do your thing. I am not in this world to live up to your expectations, and you are not in this world to live up to mine. You are you, and I am I. And if by chance we find each other, it's beautiful. The great Robert Louis Stevenson has long been one of my favorites, not just as a great writer, but as a man as well. Plagued by a frail body and poor health, destined to die at just 44 years of age, he put more living, more travel, and more work and talent into his short time here on Earth than a million so-called average men. The author of Treasure Island, Kidnapped, Dr. Jekyll, and Mr. Hyde, Stevenson once wrote in a small essay, as courage and intelligence are the two qualities best worth a good man's cultivation. That's good, isn't it? Courage and intelligence. So it is the first part of intelligence to recognize our precarious estate in life, and the first part of courage to be not at all abashed before the fact. A frank and somewhat headlong carriage, not looking too anxiously before, not dallying in maudlin regret over the past, stamps the man who is well armored for this world, and not only well armored for himself, but a good friend and a good citizen to boot. We do not go to cowards for tender dealings. There is nothing so cruel as panic. The man who has least fear for his own carcass has most time to consider others. So soon as prudence has begun to show up in the brain like a dismal fungus, it finds its first expression in the paralysis of generous acts. The victim begins to shrink spiritually. He develops a fancy for parlors with a regulated temperature. The care of one important body and soul becomes so engrossing that all the noises of the outer world begin to come thin and faint into the parlor with the regulated temperature. He makes some important points in those few words, don't you think? The first and most important being that the two qualities best worth a good man or woman's cultivation are courage and intelligence, and that it's the first part of intelligence to recognize a very precarious estate in life, and thus not play it too safely. There's no way to win that game. Tiptoeing through life won't change the final outcome. As soon as too much prudence begins to show up in the brain like a dismal fungus, it finds its first expression in a paralysis of generous acts. The victim begins to shrink and so on. Some people worry so much about the future that they fail entirely to enjoy today. William Lyon Phelps once pointed out that we look backward too much and we look forward too much. Thus we miss the passing moment. In our regrets and apprehensions, we miss the only eternity of which man can be absolutely sure, the eternal present, for it is always now. The fear of life is the favorite disease of the 20th century. Too many people are afraid of tomorrow. Their happiness is poisoned by a phantom. Many are afraid of old age, forgetting that even if they should lose their bodily vigor, weakness itself may minister to the development of the mind and spirit. Instead of chagrin over the past and alarm over the future, suppose we consider our opportunity. As Emerson put it, write in on your heart that every day is the best day in the year. No man has earned anything rightly until he knows that every day is doomsday. Today is a king in disguise. A small lesson from three great minds, Stevenson, Phelps, and Emerson. Courage and intelligence are the two qualities best worth our cultivation, and don't play it too safe. The man who has least fear for his own carcass has most time to consider others. There's a little green paperback book entitled The Gospel of Emerson, put together by Newton Dillaway and published by Unity Books, Lee's Summit, Missouri. It's a book which, if you read it quietly and thoughtfully, will bring a marvelous new peace and understanding. Emerson was one of the truly gifted intellectual giants of all time. He saw things with a wonderful clarity, through layers of the obvious and commonplace to the kernel of truth that lay within. In reading the little book on Emerson, I came across this line hidden down at the end of a paragraph. People wish to be settled. Only as far as they are unsettled is there any hope for them. You know, that takes some thinking to understand, but it's one of those statements we know intuitively to be true. Even though we strive to become settled and seek the mirage of security, we know that we do our best, think our best, accomplish most, and most certainly live more fully when we're unsettled. As Emerson put it, only as far as they are unsettled is there any hope for them. In other words, feel there's no what's good for us. There's a security of a kind available to each of us, more than we require really, but it's inside, not outside, is to be found in the development of ourselves as creative, productive beings, loving and thinking persons. That real security is to be found. It cannot be outside of us. If we're not secure as persons, we will only stew and worry about any other sort of security of being settled. And so we usually strive hardest for a chimera, and that's what often brings so much disillusionment in later life, when people begin to sit around and stare at each other and wonder what they've been up to. Being settled is all right for cows and goldfish, I suppose, although I'm not at all sure about that. But being settled doesn't seem to work at all with human beings. They get nervous and querulous, start snapping at each other. They also get fat and sloppy and turn inward upon themselves and get unhappy expressions on their faces when they've been settled for very long. They find that the very thing for which they've striven for so long is not what they want at all. It's the fun of the journey, but usually in belated retrospect it really matters. It's while they're striving that they reach their heights. Only as far as they are unsettled is there any hope for them. How often a successful man hears his wife say, "It was a lot more fun when we were living in a walk-up apartment and counting our pennies to make ends meet. We were happiest then." And the fact is that they probably were. But did they know it then? Living on the edge, striving toward goals still fairly distant, brings out the best or the very worst in people. If they're wise, it brings out the best. If they're ignorant, it can bring out the worst. But being settled, having it made, as we say, seldom brings with it much enthusiasm. And Emerson also said, nothing great was ever achieved without enthusiasm, and we are most enthusiastic when we are as yet unsettled. There are many paradoxes in life, and one is that while people wish to be settled, it is only as far as they are unsettled that there's any hope for them. John Handy, president of Handy Associates, New York Consultants, has said that 1 out of every 3 middle managers could be fired with more gain than loss to his company. And that's especially true in larger companies, says Mr. Handy. Calling him, every third middle manager, calling him the corporate parasite, Handy says he fits the following description. He never makes a meaningful decision that helps increase profits. He spouts cliches and bromides when confronted with a question or problem. His time schedule is vague. He's never presented with or always manages to avoid a task which demands measurable results. He constantly asks questions and seldom presents ideas. He's never under any real pressure to produce. He's a fence sitter who skillfully manages always to wind up on the winning side, and when he's on vacation, things go just as smoothly without him. What about the manager of tomorrow? What will be required of him or her? What kind of person will he or she be? The Research Institute of America interviewed more than 100 company presidents to determine what makes today's manager a success, theorizing that this might reveal a key to the question. 4 major qualities were repeatedly identified. The first was ability to manage. That includes not only the ability to get things done through others, but the ability to manage one's own affairs successfully. 2, fiscal responsibility. The most effective managers were adept not only at obtaining financial reports from their own operations, but were extremely resourceful at getting and interpreting financial reports from competitors. 3, involvement in the future. Many of the top people felt that middle management concerned itself too much with the present, under the assumption that the top brass should take care of the future. Yet alert middle managers are often in a better position to spot trends and opportunities before they come to the attention of top management. And 4, professional competence. Knowledge becomes obsolete quickly today. An effective manager carries on a continuing program of self-education in his field. The management of business is often and quite aptly compared with the parent, so I suppose it can be said that the good parent will follow along much the same lines. Manage one's own affairs as well as get things done through others. Fiscal responsibility, handling finances wisely, making sure there's a profit left over at the bottom line at the end of the year. Involvement in the future, planning ahead, alert for opportunities, and professional competence, involving a never-ending program of self-education through study. And a good manager and parent says to those in his charge, you can become anything you seriously want to become. My job is to help you become it. That kind of statement has a double-barreled effect. First, it indicates that we should all be striving for something, and second, it indicates a willingness to help. Attached to the telephone of a young executive of my acquaintance is a small sign that reads, God give me the wisdom to be as smart as my customers. You know, there's a ton of good sense and worlds of growth opportunity lurking in that small, pithy comment. If there's one attitude common among those who serve the buying public, it's often an attitude which says, okay, dummy, what'll it be? It's an attitude which makes the mistake of assuming that because I work in this business, I know all there is to know about it while the customer doesn't know anything about it at all. Because of that situation, I am infinitely wise, while the customer I now see approaching is infinitely stupid. Now, I don't mean to say that all who serve the public feel that way by any means. A good percentage of them are great and a joy to do business with, and we remember them and go back to them whenever we can. And I don't mean to pick on the salespeople or the service people particularly. The boss is the one who frequently makes the mistake of underestimating the public, or assumes most people are as dumb as he is. Some time back, I was checking into a motel, and soon I was back at the desk, asking them to make reservations for me somewhere else. The girl asked me what was wrong, and I simply said, your motel isn't good enough. Traveling is tough enough without having to stay in a small, dirty room with an indifferent shower that goes from scalding hot one minute to ice cold the next, with a tile and plaster falling off the walls and ceiling. They underestimate the customer, or feel they have a lock-on business whether the customer likes it or not. The primary function of any organization is to help man enjoy a more meaningful existence. That little legend ought to be cast in bronze and put every place in a business firm. The primary function of any organization is to help man enjoy a more meaningful existence. Now, if it isn't meeting that qualification, the people in it should get into something else, should give some thought to going straight. The definition of genius is to think in unhabitual ways. A day should never pass in which people in business do not ask themselves, how can we do a better job of serving our customers? But the number of businessmen who ask themselves that question every day, you could fit easily into the back seat of a Volkswagen. Instead of concentrating on the cash register, if they would concentrate more on serving the customer, the cash register would take care of itself. We shouldn't get our causes and effects mixed up. By making our product or service right, all else will fall into place. It's just a matter of time and perseverance. But we should never underestimate the customer and his natural desire for quality, for value for his time and money. The business people who have heeded that kind of thinking have prospered. Anyway, it's a good idea, that little sign. God give me the wisdom to be as smart as my customers. And we might add, and to serve them as I enjoy being served when positions are reversed. And that business of thinking in unhabitual ways can also bring a fresh, clean breath of renewal into a business. Imagination, you know, is everything. Wilfred A. Peterson, author of The Art of Living in the World Today, writing in Science of Mind magazine some time back, quoted Felix Adler, who once said, "I am grateful for the idea that has used me." And Peterson went on to say there are millions of great ideas in the world waiting for men and women to use them. For people to dedicate their minds, hearts, spirits, eyes, ears, hands, arms, and legs to putting those ideas into action. There's no lack of ideas waiting to be used. There's only a lack of people willing to use them. The idea of the electric light used Edison. The idea of flying the Atlantic used Lindbergh. The idea of saving the Union used Lincoln. The idea of building a hospital in Africa used Schweitzer. The idea of writing Uncle Tom's Cabin used Harriet Beecher Stowe. Ideas use men when men work for those ideas, when men are dominated by those ideas and make them a part of themselves. The ideas need not be world-shaking. Ideas may be limited and yet meaningful. The idea of a new school in the community. The idea of a new church. There are ideas for thousands of projects that will contribute in large or small measure to mankind. Ideas of themselves do nothing. Used by men, they can do anything. The idea of peace is a great idea, perhaps the very greatest, that men should open themselves to and be used by. The idea of war has been used by man for far too long a time. It's sent millions marching to their death, destroyed cities, wrecked the world. We need to be gripped by the idea of peace. We should get it into our hearts, into our bloodstreams, into our bones, and make it a part of ourselves. It's been waiting around for a long time for men to use. The supply of great ideas is inexhaustible. Let a great idea use you. Stand up for it, work for it, teach it, sell it, crusade for it. Help a great idea to become a reality through you. Well, I think that's a great little piece, because it should make clear to those who are searching for something to do, some kind of work to get into, a way in which they can not only find something to do, but at the same time be swept up and along by an idea that's bigger than they are. Find an idea you think is interesting and exciting and jump into it with both feet, head, hands, and heart. Let a great idea use you. A great idea might be to build and operate the best business of its kind. Marshall Field had that idea. Great restaurants, hardware stores, supermarkets, any sort of business. You don't have to make a great invention or win the Nobel Peace Prize. A business motivated by a great idea will succeed out of all proportion to a business operating only for profit. So will a career in anything, selling, law, medicine, farming. A person moved by an idea that's bigger than he is can move a lot of mountains during his lifetime. A great idea is like a broad, swift river. Once you've found the one you want, all you have to do is jump in and start swimming. It'll carry you along much faster than you could have traveled otherwise. In the world of today, it seems that each of us needs to choose between one of three courses. Recognizing that we are undergoing changes unprecedented in human history, we can choose to escape from the world, to help build a better world, or to just hang on for dear life and hope that the whole thing doesn't fly apart during our lifetimes. Now, how about you? Which course are you taking? Sometimes I think it's possible to escape and help in the reconstruction. In Lewis Mumford's book, The Story of the Utopias, he talks about some of these things. It isn't that things are necessarily bad now. Much is very good. Much is almost too good, it seems, for people who have not learned to cope with success, but nothing or very little is as it was. We're in a whole new ballgame, and it takes some shifting of gears. We found, for example, that affluence does not satisfy wants. It simply creates new ones, more voracious, more difficult to satisfy than the old ones. Utopia involves the satisfaction of wants, as Mumford points out, but the wants of man are insatiable. Supply one, and two rise to take its place. And man is the only creature so constituted. Satisfy the wants of an animal, and he'll drop off into a peaceful sleep, totally content. Not man. Satisfy man's wants, and his eyes bug out looking for new ones. That's one of the reasons there's no end in sight to the possible growth of business, which is, in many ways, good. The same technology that created the monsters which terrify us now, overpopulation, pollution, wars, and crime, can contain them. Ultimately do away with them entirely, I'm sure. Technology gives us what we want. And then it lets us see, as a New York University professor put it, that while dissatisfaction may be uncomfortable, the real disasters in life come from getting what we want. But only temporarily, during man's painful maturing process. Of the three choices open to us, escape, reconstruction, or teeth gritting and hanging on, I think most of us want to help put things together in a better way. And one way each of us can do that is to strive for quality in whatever it is we do. Simplify our lives. Cut down on the number of things we'll permit to engage our attention and make sure they're of good quality. When you're building on quality, you're building on long-term growth. If we refuse to let junk appear in our lives, it will disappear from our lives. If we refuse to buy things we think are priced too high, the prices will come down. We can make do with what we've got. If the homes in the new development all look exactly alike and there are no trees, let's don't buy one. And let's don't buy anything that has not been well constructed to last a long time. Let's carefully examine and check out things before we'll permit them to enter our lives. And most importantly of all, let's make sure that what we do is of the best quality possible. The late Pearl Buck, famed author of The Good Earth and Nobel Prize winner, wrote something for Modern Maturity magazine some time back, which was reprinted in Science of Mind, that all people, I think, might do well to read. Let me quote just a bit of it. She wrote, "Life is a continuing process. This much I'm sure of, and this much I state on a fine sunny morning as I reflect upon the fact that I have begun to live the 80th year of my life. It's an enjoyable year. I'm in good health, I have much work to do, and I enjoy myself in what I do. I sit in a comfortable room, my work table faces a window which gives me a charming view of a country road winding up a hill. It's the main street of a small village, Danby, in the state of Vermont. We've been coming to Vermont, my family and I, for some 20 years to spend summers, to celebrate Christmas, to enjoy skiing. Now the children have married and gone their way. Their father has preceded me into the next stage of life, whatever it is. And so I'm alone, and yet never alone. Around me is the village life. Here in my house is the life I find in books, in music, and above all in work. I do not know what people mean when they speak of being old. I do not know because I do not know where life begins, if indeed there is a beginning. And I don't know where it ends, if indeed there is an end. I know that I'm in a stage, a phase, a period of life. I entered this stage at birth. I shall end this stage with death. For me, death is merely the entrance into further existence. I do not know what this existence will be, but then I did not know what existence in this stage would be when I was born into it. I did not ask to be, but I have been and I am. And my reason tells me I shall continue to be. I am on my way somewhere, just as I was on the day of my birth. Young and old are for me meaningless words, except as we use them to denote where we are in the process of this stage of being. Would I wish to be young again? No, for I've learned too much to wish to lose it. I have reached an honorable position in life, because I am old and no longer young. I'm a far more valuable person today than I was 50 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 30, 20, or even 10. I've learned so much since I was 70. I believe I can honestly say that I've learned more in the last 10 years than I learned in any previous decade. This, I suppose, is because I've perfected my techniques, so that I no longer waste time in learning how to do what I have to do, which is what I also want to do. There will be those who question my certainty of a continuing existence. My belief is based upon sound scientific reasons and long acquaintance with some of the greatest scientists and philosophers of our times. Religious faith and scientific hypotheses are much nearer to the same conclusions than is commonly realized. Serious studies in parapsychology are being conducted in various countries, and the results are remarkable and will someday be made known. Let us take thought. Let us reflect, we who have spent our years. Let us see what can be done in the remaining years. This from a distinguished writer and thinker as she moved into her 80th year, the Nobel Prize-winning author. She also commented, imagine that she had learned more in the decade from her 70th birthday to her 80th than in any previous time of her life. As to her belief in the continuation of life, she wrote, for the present, I content myself with two true anecdotes which express in simple terms the silence between this life and next. The first occurred in my own family soon after the death of my husband, who was much loved by his grandchildren, Susan, then age 5, and Ricky, age 3. The occasion was a family picnic, and I overheard the following conversation. Ricky, why doesn't grandfather come to the picnic? Susan, he can't come because he's up in heaven. Ricky, why doesn't he come down? Susan, he can't find the ladder. It's truly spoken, Pearl Buck wrote, out of the mouth of a babe. He does not come down because he can't find the ladder. The techniques of communication are just not complete. The second anecdote was given me through a letter by an unknown woman. In effect, it was as follows. When my small children could not understand the silence between their recently dead father and us, who loved him so dearly, I explained by describing to them the life cycle of the dragonfly. It begins as a grub in water. Then at the proper moment it surfaces, finds it has wings, and flies away. I suppose I told them that the ones left in the water wonder where he went, and why he doesn't come back. But he can't, because he has wings. Nor can they go to him, because they don't have wings yet. Something like that is true, I believe, Pearl Buck wrote. Something like that is true. We haven't our wings yet either, but someday... I remember reading something she wrote many years ago when she compared the fear of death with the fear of leaving the womb into life. The late Ernest Holmes wrote something we do well to remember every morning as we begin our day. He said, "Create or perish is the eternal mandate of nature. Be constructive or become frustrated is an equal demand. We do not all have to act or think alike, but each should give full rein to the urge within him to express his life. This thing called life is intimate to everyone, even as the law of cause and effect is available to all. Take your place then in the universe in which you live, having neither fear nor arrogance, but in the simplicity of faith come to believe that you are one with the creative genius back of this vast array of ceaseless motion, this original flow of life. You are as much a part of it as the sun, the earth, and the air. There's something in you telling you this, like a voice echoing from some mountaintop of inward vision, like a light whose origin no man has seen, like an impulse welling up from an invisible source. Your mind is an outlet through which the creative intelligence of the universe seeks fulfillment. It's good, isn't it? And powerful. It reminds me of Emerson's great quote that we should listen to the voice within. Create or perish, be constructive or become frustrated. We may dread the work that lies ahead of us tomorrow, but we should dread even more a time when we will have nothing at all to do tomorrow, when there's nothing for us to do. And so, let's create. Let's bring something new, something better because of us to our work, which is what creation is all about. There are all kinds of people in the world. There are the bizarre, the decadent, the bored, the disenchanted. There are the mindless hedonists, the shallow seekers of distraction. There are the glib cynics to whom nothing is or can be good or meaningful. But the happiest people on earth are those who, out of themselves, create conditions beneficial to those it has been given them to serve. They create happy homes, good meals, education, better health, enjoyment, humor, new buildings, products, services, a better job, a helping hand, better government. Wherever they are, things are better for their having been born. They bring something of themselves to their work, something that makes it better. They are constructive. They are the builders of the world. They listen to the iron string that vibrates deep within them, of which Emerson spoke. Ernest Holmes went on to say, the greatest gift life could have made to you is yourself. You are a spontaneous, self-choosing center in life, in the great drama of being, the great joy of becoming, the certainty of eternal expansion. You could not ask for more, and more could not have been given. You need not mold your life after another. Trust yourself. Believe in your direct relationship with life, and you will not be disappointed. In an early direct line, we talked about the dilemma faced by most human beings in our kind of society, which is the matter of making decisions. We've learned that ours is the only species on Earth whose natural state is one of disorientation, and therefore each of us must create his own world, even if the creation of our world consists of nothing more than playing copycat, closing our eyes and ears and just blindly following the person in front of us, hoping that somehow he or the person he's following knows where he's going and that when we get there, we'll both like it. We like to think that we're intelligent and perhaps even bold decision makers, but the facts seem to indicate that we're not, and that we use all kinds of dodges to keep from making decisions. In reading a back issue of Psychology Today, April 1973, I learned of a book which I immediately ordered, written by Princeton philosopher Walter Kaufmann, entitled With Guilt and Justice, From Decidophobia to Autonomy. Now, in this book, with a long title, obviously the result of many years of thoughtful study and research and a lot of independent thinking, Kaufmann lists and explains 10 major cop-outs most of us use to keep from making decisions, and which makes us decidophobes. Decidophobia is simply the fear of making decisions. This is the most common form of this malady, which robs us of our freedom and opportunity, plain everyday drifting. We go through the motions day after day. We get up, get dressed, go to work, on the job and off. We simply let the tide take us as it has in the past. Kaufman calls that Type A drifting. Type B drifting is a fooler. It's the kind of drifting people do who pretend they don't belong to Type A. He, the Type B drifter, tries to give the impression that he is in revolt against the so-called status quo that he sees about him on every side, and he drops out of life. He lives from moment to moment, day to day, letting chance decide the direction of his life. Now, this is simply another form of drifting, another cop-out, another way of avoiding the agony of making meaningful, faithful decisions. This type conforms as rigidly to his group of failures, in his dress or lack of it, his hair, his walk, his talk, his attitudes, as the Type A drifter conforms to his. The whole thing is a studied and thus tense acting job, all for the sake of avoiding decisions and taking charge of one's own life. He goes on to point out that religion has for centuries been mankind's number one strategy for avoiding decisions. We don't even have to decide which of the many religions and sects to choose. Our parents usually make the choice for us, just as their parents made the choice for them. We are confirmed in that faith at an early age, long before we have anything even approaching the powers of intelligent choice, and we simply grow up in it. Now we have all the shall-nots and shalls we need, and every week we have an official of our faith to tell us what we should be doing and how we should be living our lives. Now, this is not always the case, of course. Many people have chosen their own religions for important reasons and have found meaning and satisfaction in doing so. But the great multitude simply moves up another notch on the generation bracket, just as it does with its political party and other prejudices. After religion comes the Type A and Type B drifters that I mentioned. Incidentally, it seems that in order to be a drifter, many people require a regular supply of alcohol, drugs, or tranquilizers to keep their minds below the threshold of the window through which they might get a clear view of themselves and their meaningless lives. Kaufman refers to these people as being inauthentic. And it seems that when just plain drifting brings about a feeling of hopelessness, this type will join a movement of some kind. When a person lacks identity within himself, he will often strive to find it in an organization of some sort which will take over the decision-making role. But do as I have done. Order the book and read it. It'll give you a much clearer insight into your decisions of the past, and you'll recall that it's by examining our decisions that we can come to know ourselves. What we're seeking, as Professor Kaufman of Princeton points out, is autonomy. Authenticity as sovereign persons. An autonomous person avoids all 10 strategies. He does not treat his own conclusions and decisions as authoritative or necessarily best, but chooses with his eyes open and then keeps them open, Kaufman says. He has the courage to admit that he may be wrong, even about matters of the greatest importance. He objects to the 10 strategies in the book, not on account of their supposed psychological origins, but because they preclude uninhibited self-criticism. Now, there are some well-known people who've resisted all 10 strategies and lived autonomous lives. The most outstanding examples from the long history of Western philosophy are Socrates and Nietzsche. And Kaufman cites as a perfect modern example of the completely autonomous person, one who exhibits the most awesome courage, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Rarely has it been so difficult for any man to stand alone, utterly alone, without any prop of any kind. His great books, The First Circle, Cancer Ward, Solzhenitsyn, a documentary record in August 1914, show how he succeeded in resisting all 10 temptations, making one fateful decision after another against seemingly insuperable odds. His life is autonomy in action. I have read Solzhenitsyn's books, and I consider them to be among the most important in my library, and I recommend them to you. How does one go about making decisions on his own, decisions calculated to bring him face to face with the best possible life for him? He goes by his gut feelings. He listens to the voice within, and he knows Thoreau was right when he said, if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. It's the decision to live my life, not necessarily the lives of those I see about me. In Man and People, Ortega says that each one of us is always in danger of not being the unique and untransferable self which he is. The majority of men, he wrote, perpetually betray this self which is waiting to be. And to tell the whole truth, our personal individuality is a personage which is never completely realized, a stimulating utopia, a secret legend which each of us guards in the depths of his heart. It is thoroughly comprehensible that Pindar summarizes his heroic ethics in the well-known imperative, become what you are. Become what you are. That perhaps sums it up best, and this kind of thinking runs counter to the kindergarten philosophy of most people that the purpose of life is to be happy. Happiness is to life what a paint job is to a product. It's the glistening veneer and nothing more. What counts is the product itself, its quality, the depth, the truth of its design and purpose. My good friend Norman Guest of the Dartnell Company reminded me of a quotation from Alex Month's novel, The Story of San Michel. It was published back in 1929 and was the book that started the vogue and success of the many doctor books, movies, soap operas, and television programs since. But in it there appears this line: a man can stand a lot as long as he can stand himself. He can live without hope, without books, without friends, without music, as long as he can listen to his own thoughts. As long as he can listen to his own thoughts. And it's on those thoughts that we should act. There is often pain in that, the birth pains of new birth, and perhaps an occasional sensation of falling, of being unsupported. It means not sitting and wallowing in our old beliefs, but moving out of them into new, fresh territory. It means asking the question, am I living by my standards or by the standards of those about me? And are they living by their own standards or the standards of those about them? It's possible that we've all been wrong. Soren Kierkegaard wrote, the greatest danger, that of losing one's own self, may pass off quietly as if it were nothing. Every other loss, that of an arm, a leg, $5, and so forth, is sure to be noticed. That was written more than 100 years ago. The whole idea is to become a winner as opposed to becoming a loser. But just who is a winner, and what do we mean by losing? There's a marvelous little paperback titled Born to Win by James and Jongward, former students of Dr. Eric Byrne of transactional analysis fame. You probably read his book, Games People Play. But they've got a very good definition of what we mean by winners and losers. They point out that each human being is born as something new, something that never existed before. He's born with what he needs to win at life. Each person in his own way can see, hear, touch, taste, and think for himself. Each has his own unique potentials, his capabilities and limitations. Each can be a significant, thinking, aware, and creatively productive person in his own right, a winner. When we refer to a person as a winner, we do not mean one who beats the other guy by winning over him and making him lose. To us, a winner is one who responds authentically by being credible, trustworthy, responsive, and genuine, both as an individual and as a member of society, they write. A loser is one who fails to respond authentically. Few people are 100% winners or 100% losers. It's a matter of degree. However, once a person is on the road to being a winner, his chances are greater for becoming even more so. Winners have different potentials. Achievement is not the most important thing. Authenticity is. The authentic person experiences the reality of himself by knowing himself, being himself, and becoming a credible, responsive person. He actualizes his own unprecedented uniqueness and appreciates the uniqueness of others. They go on to write, he does not dedicate his life to a concept of what he imagines he should be. Rather, he is himself. And as such, he does not use his energy putting on a performance, maintaining pretense, and manipulating others into his games. A winner can reveal himself instead of projecting images that please, provoke, or entice others. He's aware that there's a difference between being loving and acting loving, between being stupid and acting stupid, between being knowledgeable and acting knowledgeable. He does not need to hide behind a mask. He throws off unrealistic self-images of inferiority or superiority. Autonomy does not frighten a winner. Autonomy does not frighten a winner. It does not frighten a Solzhenitsyn, a Socrates. The ridiculous Watergate affair, which exposed to Americans and the world the venal inner workings of politics, would never have happened in the first place if a few insiders had had the guts to stand up and act like winners. In the book Born to Win, it's pointed out that everyone has moments of autonomy, if only fleeting. However, a winner is able to sustain his autonomy over ever-increasing periods of time. He may lose ground occasionally, he may even fail. Yet in spite of setbacks, a winner maintains a basic faith in himself. A winner is not afraid to do his own thinking and to use his own knowledge. He can separate facts from opinion and doesn't pretend to have all the answers. He listens to others, evaluates what they say, but comes to his own conclusions. And while he can admire and respect other people, he's not totally defined, demolished, bound, or awed by them. A winner does not play helpless, nor does he play the blaming game. Instead, he assumes responsibility for his own life. He does not give others a false authority over him. He's his own boss and knows it. A winner's timing is right. He responds appropriately to the situation. His response is appropriate when it is related to the message sent and preserves the significance, worth, well-being, and dignity of the people involved. He knows that for everything there is a season, and for every activity a time to be aggressive and a time to be passive, a time to be together and a time to be alone, a time to fight and a time to love, a time to work and a time to play, a time to cry and a time to laugh, a time to confront and a time to withdraw, a time to speak and a time to be silent, a time to hurry and a time to wait. In describing losers, James and John would write, although people are born to win, they're also born helpless and totally dependent on their environment. Winners successfully make the transition from total helplessness to independence, and then to interdependence. Losers do not. Somewhere along the line, they begin to avoid becoming self-responsible. Their winning or losing is influenced by what happens to them in childhood. A lack of response to dependency needs, poor nutrition, brutality, unhappy relationships, disease, continuing disappointment, inadequate physical care, and traumatic events are among the many experiences that contribute to making people losers. Such experiences interrupt, deter, or prevent the normal progress toward autonomy and self-actualization. To cope with negative experiences, a child learns to manipulate himself and others, and these manipulative techniques are hard to give up later in life and often become set patterns. A winner works to shed them. A loser hangs on to them. Some losers speak of themselves as successful but anxious, successful but trapped, or successful but unhappy. Others speak of themselves as totally beaten, without purpose, unable to move, half dead, or bored to death. A loser may not recognize that, for the most part, he's been building his own cage and digging his own grave, and is a bore to himself. A loser seldom lives in the present. He destroys the present by occupying his mind with past memories or future expectations. When the loser lives in the past, he dwells on the good old days or his past misfortunes. Nostalgically, he either clings to the way things used to be or bemoans his bad luck. He feels sorry for himself and shifts the responsibility for his unsatisfactory life onto others. Blaming others and excusing himself are often part of his games. A loser who lives in the past may lament, if only. If only I had married someone else. If only I had a different job. If only I'd finished school. If only I'd been handsome or beautiful. If only my spouse had stopped drinking. If only I'd been born rich. If only I'd had better parents. They go on to describe other characteristics of the loser, such as trying to live in the future or worrying about future catastrophes. It's a book worth getting and adding to your library. I think every member of your family will enjoy reading it. It helps determine whether we're among the winners or losers, and more importantly, what to do if we find ourselves in the wrong camp. The key word in our thinking and our conduct, in our goals and in our lives is authenticity. We need to become what we are. I imagine that teachers get sick to death of hearing people tell them how to educate their charges. Everybody on earth seems to be a self-styled expert on just about everything under the sun, including that most difficult and certainly most important calling, teaching. I'm one of them, and I confess that I don't know anything about teaching. But we're looking for answers, and that's the important thing. Socrates said that the important thing is to learn how best to live our lives. I'll buy that. But how does one teach others how they can best live their lives? He can't. It's none of his affair. But more than that, he cannot tell another person how best to live his life, any more than anyone can tell him how best to live his. But some things can be taught. They can be taught so that the person at the other end becomes so emotionally involved, so moved by what he's learning, that he realizes that what he has learned can be applied to his own life in the pursuit of the goals that are important to him. Now, trying to tell someone else how to live his life is like telling children that they must add the numbers 10 and 9 and keep adding just those two numbers so that they can keep getting the number 19 as a result. It's ridiculous. Instead, we teach them how to add so that they can then add any numbers that are important to what they happen to be doing. We teach them to read so that they can read anything they desire to read. But we often don't do the best job of telling them why it's so important that they become skilled in these exercises, why it's so important to a good life, a successful life. If we teach principles and explain why it is important that we understand those principles, what understanding them can mean in our lives and the lives of those dear to us, we teach at the same time a love of learning that will remain with a person all the years of his life. If we teach a person how to successfully sell a hammer, he can successfully sell anything. It's the principles of selling he learns. The product or service can be whatever he wants it to be. And his drive, the intensity he brings to his work, will be regulated by his goals, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, depending on what's going on in his life, and on whether or not he understands that he can reach the goals he establishes for himself and those he loves. Poor motivation almost always results from confusion as to what a person wants, and or self-doubt as to his capacity to really accomplish his dreams. It's difficult for a child raised in a ghetto who has spent 15 years or more living with failure on every side of him to really believe that he can have anything he can qualify for. It's hard for him to understand that even though his father and mother and aunts and uncles and neighbors have all failed, he can succeed. He can have what he wants in life. But if he learns the principles that are involved and understands that if they'll work for little things, they'll also work for big things, it can revolutionize his life. I found the answer to a problem that's been plaguing me for years. During the past century, knowledge has multiplied 1,000 times faster than during all the preceding ages of man. And knowing that to be a fact, I couldn't figure out why people didn't seem to get any smarter. Why the 20th century, with all its wonderful breakthroughs in all fields of human knowledge, has been one of the most barbaric in man's history. Well, in his excellent book, Some Lessons in Metaphysics, José Ortega y Gasset reminds us that man by himself would never be a student, just as man by himself would never be a taxpayer. He must pay taxes. He has to study. But he is, by nature, neither a taxpayer nor a student. To be a student or a taxpayer is an artificial state in which man finds himself by obligation. So people will learn no more than they absolutely must, which isn't much. Now, meanwhile, generation after generation, the frightening mass of human knowledge which the student must assimilate piles up. And in proportion, as knowledge grows, is enriched, and becomes specialized, the student will move farther and farther away from feeling any immediate and genuine need for it. Each time there will be less congruence between the sad human activity which is studying and the admirable human occupation which is true knowing. And so the terrible gap, which began at least a century ago, continues to grow, the gap between living culture, genuine knowledge, and the ordinary man. Culture, or knowledge, has no other reality than to respond to needs that are truly felt and to satisfy them in one way or another. But the way of transmitting knowledge is to study, which is not to feel those needs. Therefore, culture or knowledge hangs in midair and has no roots of sincerity in the average man. Now, this culture, which does not have any root structure in man, a culture which does not spring from him spontaneously, lacks any native and indigenous values. Now, this is something imposed. It's extrinsic, strange, foreign, and unintelligible. In short, it's unreal. Underneath this culture, received but not truly assimilated, man will remain intact as he was. That is to say, he will remain uncultured, a barbarian. And when the process of knowing was shorter, more elemental, and more organic, it came closer to being felt by the common man, who then assimilated it, recreated it, and revitalized it within himself. This explains the colossal paradox of these decades, that an enormous progress in terms of culture should have produced a man of the type we now have, a man indisputably more barbarous than was the man of 100 years ago, and that this acculturation, this accumulation of culture, should produce, paradoxically but automatically, humanity's return to barbarism. To say the problem might be solved by not studying at all would not be to solve the problem, but to ignore it. If a whole generation should cease to study, 9/10 of the human race then alive would die a violent death. To solve the problem will take a deep reform of study and the student. In order to achieve this, one must turn teaching completely around. Primarily and fundamentally, teaching must be the teaching of a need for the science, and not the teaching of the science itself, whose need the student doesn't feel. But that's why we don't get smarter. I have an interesting question for you here. What is life? This might be a question you'd like to bring up at the dinner table with the kids. What is life? Do you have a pretty good answer? There is a good one, and it was given to us by the same Jose Ortega y Gasset. It appears in his book, Some Lessons in Metaphysics, which we recommend. That's a book I think every thinking person should read 10 or 15 times, and I know you'll enjoy it. He wrote, "What then is life? Do not search far afield. Do not try to recall learned expressions of wisdom. The fundamental truths must be always at hand, for only thus are they fundamental. Those that one must go forth to seek are the ones that are found only in a single place, the particular, localized, provincial truths, the truths in a corner, not the basic ones. Life is what we are and what we do. It is, then, of all things, the closest to each one of us. Put a hand on it, and it will let itself be grasped like a tame bird." You can read for 20 years and not come up with something as true and basic and marvelous as that. Life is what we are and what we do. Life is what we do and what happens to us. Life is always a now, and it consists of what now is. The past and the future of your life have reality only in the now, and this is thanks to the fact that you now remember your past or anticipate your future. And in this sense, life is pure actuality. It is punctual, a point in the present, which contains all our past and all our future. And then Gasset would say to his students at the University of Madrid, "The purpose of these lessons is no other than to incite each of you to take care of your life, for you have only one, and that one is composed of a given number, a very limited number, of instants, of nows. To use that number badly is to destroy it, to kill a bit of your life. Nothing of what we do would be our life if we did not take account of it. Living is that strange, unique reality which has the privilege of existing for its own sake. All living is one's own living, feeling oneself live, knowing oneself to be existing, where knowing does not imply intellectual knowledge or any special wisdom, but is that surprising presence which one's life has for every one of us. Without that knowing, without that awareness, an aching tooth would not hurt us. The stone does not feel itself, nor does it know itself to be a stone. Toward itself, as toward everything else, it is totally blind. Living, on the other hand, is a revelation, a refusal to content oneself with being unless one sees or understands what one is, a become acquainted with oneself. It is the incessant discovery that we make of ourselves and of the world around us. In its very root and heart, living consists in knowing and understanding ourselves, in noticing ourselves and what surrounds us, in being transparent to ourselves. Life is what we do. Life is what we do because life is knowing what we are doing. It is, in short, finding ourselves in the world and occupied with the things and the beings of the world. And here's another question you might want to pop on your family at dinner or a friend at lunch. In the billions of years since the Earth's formation, what was the most important thing that ever happened on Earth? I got to thinking about this at lunch the other day, and I think it makes for an interesting topic. What's the most important thing that ever happened on the planet Earth? Do you know? Well, if you think about it for a few minutes, you realize that it was the appearance of man. If it hadn't been for him, no one would ever have known the Earth existed. But we still don't know if the appearance of man was good or bad. Good or bad, that is, from the standpoint of the billions of other creatures on the planet. About 9,000 years ago, man began his first rudimentary civilization with the planting of crops and the domestication of animals. And in all the centuries since that time, he's been growing progressively worse as far as being a neighbor is concerned. Worse to all other living things, including himself. In the Pogo comic strip, one of the characters said, We have met the enemy, and he is us. But it wasn't until the 20th century that man really showed what he was capable of. With the Industrial Revolution and burgeoning technology, man was able to outdo even himself, with the result that ours has been the bloodiest century in the history of man. Following the communist takeovers in Russia and China and the other countries they've managed to corral into their imperialistic sphere, millions upon millions of men, women, and children have been killed. It's been estimated that 6 million were killed in Russia alone. No one knows how many were slaughtered in China. This was after the Japanese did a pretty good job there themselves. Then came World War II. I'm not mentioning World War I. We were still learning then. In addition to the millions who died as combatants, many more millions of innocent civilians were slaughtered under Hitler and Nazi Germany, perhaps 8 million, maybe more. Since the dawn of this century, and it came in so softly, so quietly, there has been more pure, unadulterated mayhem and slaughter than in any former 10 centuries put together, capped with our own invention of the atomic bomb, which was designed, built, and dropped for the specific purpose of wiping out entire cities the way you wipe out an anthill. Overkill. Men, women, little children, the sick and the pregnant, the blind, the helpless. Kill them all. The ultimate weapon was finally invented, and the means to deliver it to any spot on the face of the earth in minutes. Of course, it's undergone a whole lot of improvement since 1945. We've got thermonuclear devices now that can wipe out an entire country. In fact, we're approaching the point now where we have more missiles than targets. One missile, the MIRV, can incinerate in an instant millions of civilians in a whole collection of towns and cities, and the century still has a few years to go. I wonder what the 21st century will be like, because all we've proved in 9,000 years is that we keep getting more efficient at killing each other. You might pop that question to your family or your friends at lunch. What was the most important thing that ever happened on the face of the earth? Well, it was the appearance of man. Next question, was it good or bad? From the evidence so far, there's really only one answer to that. In an excellent article for Red Book magazine some time back, a Dr. Sidney M. Gerard, professor of psychology at the University of Florida, and the well-known artist Whitman collaborated on an article entitled The Fear That Cheats Us of Love. Now, they point out that if we want to be loved, we must disclose ourselves to the other person. If we want to love someone, he must permit us to know him. Now, this would seem obvious, yet most of us spend a great part of our lives hiding our true selves and our true feelings from the other person. Now, why is this so? Well, for a great variety of reasons, some obvious, some not, some sensible, some profoundly harmful. But the most important reason springs from the very nature of the human enterprise itself. Paradoxically, we fail to disclose ourselves to other people because we want so much to be loved. By failing to disclose ourselves, we make that love difficult, if not impossible. Children don't know their parents. Parents don't know their children. Husbands and wives are often strangers to each other. One has only to think of the astronomical rate of divorce and of the contemporary conflict between parent and children. One has only to hear the anxiety and pain expressed in the therapist's office when these closest of all relationships are touched upon, to know that it's possible to be involved in a family for years, playing one's role nicely and never getting to know the other members of the family who are also playing roles. It seems that much of human life is best described as impersonation. We are role players, every one of us. We say that we feel things we don't feel. We say that we did things we did not do. We say that we believe things that we do not believe. We pretend that we're loving when we're full of hostility. We pretend that we're calm and indifferent when we actually are trembling with anxiety and fear. We not only conceal ourselves, we also usually assume that the other person is in hiding. We're wary of him because we take it for granted that he too will frequently misrepresent his real feelings, his intentions, or his past, since we so often are guilty of doing these very things ourselves. Another reason we hide is to protect ourselves from change. Change is frightening to most people. A young bride returns from her honeymoon still lost in the romantic haze of being in love, blissfully happy and convinced that that's the way it's always going to be. One day her husband comes home, troubled over some problem at work, and broods in silence or snaps at her irritably. She in turn finds that getting meals and cleaning house, even when they're done for her husband, aren't all that satisfying. Her feelings are changing. But instead of facing the fact that nothing in life stands still, she tries to pretend to herself and to her husband that she feels exactly as she did before. We try to remain constant, to freeze time, and time won't be frozen. And we don't want the other person to change either. The answer? Relax and level with each other. Without self-disclosure, real, long-range love is impossible. By opening ourselves up, we find the other person will do the same, and love has a chance. Self-disclosure is as important a part of growing as it is of love, and growth is a part of change. The real self is continually evolving. One's needs, wishes, feelings, values, goals, and behavior all change with age and experience. The answer? Disclose ourselves to those we love. Harvey Mindus, a practicing psychologist and a professor at UCLA, is the author of a marvelous book entitled Laughter and Liberation, in which he points out that everyone seems to realize the importance of a sense of humor and agrees that it's one of our most valuable faculties. Thinkers, simple and profound, declare that the ability to see the funny side of things and to laugh at ourselves and our troubles is an asset of the greatest magnitude. It can help us contend with adversity, derive greater joy out of living, and maintain our sanity, yet no one seems to know how to cultivate it. The kind of humor that deserves to be called therapeutic is not the kind that enjoys jokes and comic routines. For delightful as they may be, they are contrived and superficial, bearing about the same relation to therapeutic humor as pretty pictures do to real art. The kind of sense of humor that can help us maintain our sanity moves beyond jokes, beyond wit, beyond laughter itself. It must constitute a frame of mind, a point of view, a deep-going, far-reaching attitude to life. A cluster of qualities characterizes this peculiar frame of mind, and here some of them are. Flexibility. In this case, a person's willingness to examine every side of every issue and every side of every side. Spontaneity. His ability to leap from one mood or mode of thought to another. Unconventionality. His freedom from the values of his time, his place, and his profession. Shrewdness. His refusal to believe that anyone, least of all himself, is what he seems to be. Playfulness. His grasp of life as a game, a tragic-comic game that nobody wins, but that does not have to be won to be enjoyed. And humility, that elusive quality exemplified by the rabbi in this traditional story. A wise old rabbi lay dying, so his disciples lined up next to his deathbed to catch his final words. They arranged themselves in order from the most brilliant pupil to the most obtuse. The brilliant one bent over the prostrate form and whispered, "Rabbi, what are your final words?" "My final words," murmured the ancient rabbi, "are, life is a river." The disciple passed it on to the person next to him, and the phrase traveled like wildfire down the line. When it reached the oath at the end, however, he scratched his head in perplexity. "What does the rabbi mean, life is a river?" he asked. The question, of course, traveled back up the line. "What does the rabbi mean, life is a river?" When the star pupil heard it, he leaned over again. "Rabbi," he implored, for the old man was breathing his last, "what do you mean, life is a river?" And the rabbi shrugged and croaked, "So it's not a river." A man who can shrug off the insufficiency of his ultimate wisdom, the meaninglessness of his profoundest thoughts, is a man in touch with the very soul of humor, and each of the 6 qualities contributes to the kind of sense of humor that is therapeutic. The 6 qualities are the kind of sense of humor each of us needs: flexibility, willingness to examine every side of an issue; spontaneity; unconventionality; shrewdness; playfulness; and humility. So how's your sense of humor these days? You know what typifies the healthy-minded, mature person perhaps more than anything else? To my mind, it's the simplicity of his needs. St. Francis of Assisi said, "I need little, and that little I need very little." If you'll think back to the truly great men and women of our time, and going all the way back in recorded history, you'll find that their lives were characterized by simplicity. Think of Edison, Einstein, Schweitzer, Gandhi. The list is endless, going all the way back to the great teachers of antiquity: Buddha, Socrates, Epictetus, Moses, Christ, all the truly great ones. And their lives were typified by their lack of the weight of possessions, their freedom from being owned by things, gadgets, gewgaws, junk. After his crucifixion, Christ left a robe and a movement that was to change the world. The possessions of Gandhi, following his assassination, could be held in one hand. Now they were all people who lived in the spiritual and mental realms. They were not concerned with their own earthly existence, and we cannot be like them. The completely ascetic life is not attractive to us because we haven't grown inwardly to the point where we can become a Thoreau or a William Yeats. But we can simplify our lives until we have them under our control instead of it being the other way around. Our highly industrialized technological society could not exist 6 months without the farmer. But the farmer could exist all his life and raise a fine family without modern industry or technology, although it would be admittedly much tougher on him. I'm glad we've progressed industrially and technologically to the point we've reached. It's great having the things we need in such abundance, but it's also good to decide upon what it is we need for a good and abundant life, because if you're not careful, it's possible for your possessions to own you. I was on a television show with Zsa Zsa Gabor many years ago, and noticing the enormous diamond she was wearing, asked her if she was afraid of being attacked and robbed, and she said no. A few months later, or perhaps it was a couple of years, I read in the paper that she had been attacked and beaten in an elevator of a New York hotel and her diamond stolen. It had not been insured. Now, all that problem and risk and ultimate loss because of going overboard on the size of a diamond. And a good question is, do I own the things I own for my own pleasure and convenience, or to impress those about me? Getting back to that maturity business, the really mature person couldn't care less if he or she impresses anyone or not. Sometimes people in show business have to go to extremes for publicity, and it's good for their careers. It's a good investment for them unless it endangers their lives and limbs. But if you're interested in making an assessment of your degree of maturity, look at the things you think are important in your life. The mature person carries his important possessions within. He or she isn't concerned too much about what others may think, nor does he or she need to make an impression on anyone. They see life in the world in a clearer, truer light. How many times have you heard a woman say, well, it's what they're wearing this year, which is another way of saying, this is the current uniform, or whatever they wear, I will wear. And men are just as bad. If the style is drooping Jesse James gunfighter-type mustaches, you'll see them adorning male upper lips from Maine to California. You'll see them in your rear-view mirror of your car and all about you on the street. Whatever starts out as something new and different immediately becomes the commonplace. The desire to copy others is so deeply ingrained in the human organism as to be a constant source of amazement, until you remember the wise words of our friend Jose Ortega y Gasset. It is the natural state of man to find himself disoriented in his world. He is seeking orientation, a path to follow. And if others seem to know what they're doing or where they're going, well, he'll quickly get in line. Few people in our society are sufficiently mature, sufficiently wise, to go their own way regardless of the ebb and flow of fads and fashions. Few women have the kind of inner composure and are sure enough of what they like to pick their wardrobes from their own likes and dislikes and wear them, not in spite of the crowd, but in the simple, independent desire to wear those clothes that most please them. It isn't a matter of men or women, it's a matter of human beings who have never developed a way of their own in the world. It isn't that the independent, free person wants to be an iconoclast and stand out as a character in the crowd, just the opposite. He doesn't care if he stands out or not. He doesn't need to stand out. He's content with his evolving self. He's growing. He hopes to get better, but he's satisfied with his progress. It's perfectly natural that the person who lacks inner direction will seek to find direction in a group of some kind. This is not to say we should not belong to organizations, only that we should try to find out what is important to us and go our own way. Or perhaps I should say, grow our own way. I was rereading Dana's great classic, 2 years before the Mass, and his description of California and its people back in the 1830s when it still belonged to Mexico. and of his fascinating adventures as an ordinary seaman, and he mentions that when the sailors on his ship got an occasional liberty, they would go to the nearest saloon, get thoroughly plastered, and finally be stripped of their possessions and tossed into the pokey, where they would have to be ransomed the next morning. Now, he found it curious that sailors saw how fast they could become unconscious on their rare opportunities to go ashore. He, on the other hand, explored the countryside, met and talked with the people, learned the Spanish language, and kept notes in a journal that was to someday become a world classic and do much to raise the standard of living and the pay of sailors everywhere. He was the one man on the ship that didn't go with the traditional conduct of sailors, and he's the one that accomplished something. To be great at anything is to be a nonconformist. Mark Twain once said, "Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to reform." It isn't a matter of going against the trends of the time, it's simply a matter of going your own way. Norman Cousins, in an editorial for the Saturday Review, observed, "We have been concerned for some years with the lot of underprivileged people throughout the world, but we have yet to do anything for one of the most underprivileged of all, ourselves. We have more food than we can eat. We have more money per person than anywhere else in the world. With 6% of the population, we hold 80% of the wealth. We have bigger homes, bigger TV sets, bigger cars, bigger theaters, bigger schools. We have everything we need, in fact, except the most important thing of all, time to think and the habit of thought. We lack time for the one indispensable for safety of an individual or a nation. Thought is the basic energy in human history. Civilization is put together not by machines, but by thought. Similarly, man's uniqueness is represented not by his ability to make objects, but to sort them and relate them. Other animals practice communications. Only man has capacity for comprehension. Displace or eliminate thought, and the species itself has, well, as little claim on survival as the dinosaurs with their 4-foot skulls and the pea-sized brains. The impotence of the brute, alongside the power of the sage, is represented by thought. We seem to have no time for thought. The paradox, of course, is that we're busy doing nothing. Never before has so much leisure time been available to so many. Leisure hours now exceed working hours. But we have a genius for cluttering. We've somehow managed to persuade ourselves that we're too busy to think, too busy to read, too busy to look back, too busy to look ahead, too busy to understand that all our wealth and all our power are not enough to safeguard our future unless there's also a real understanding of the danger that threatens us and how to meet it. Thus, being busy is more than merely a national passion. It's a national excuse. The real question, however, concerns not the time or lack of it we provide for thought, but the value we place on thought. What standing does thoughtfulness enjoy in the community at large? What great works of contemporary literature assign importance to thought or make heroes of thoughtful men? Action, accumulation, diversion, these seem to be the great imperatives. We're so busy increasing the size and ornamentation of our personal kingdoms that we're unaware that no age in history has had as many loose props under it as our own. Interesting, isn't it? How much time do you spend in thought? How much attention to thought is paid in school, in the home, in your home? People yell that they want more. It's impossible to think with the mouth open. And as long as we live, we'll never learn anything of value when we're talking, or yelling, or demanding. What is needed, most assuredly, is more quiet, reflective, creative thinking. Lincoln once said, "The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves." On a national and individual basis, we need to define our priorities, organize them in the order of their importance, and attack them with creative thought, realizing that we need new solutions to new problems. We need to set aside a time each day for thought. I came across an interesting idea while reading in my office today. See what you think of it. What we have come to call the counterculture is actually an interlocking net of ideas for alternative living, different in crucial ways from the traditional middle class, and yet reflecting characteristically traditional aspirations. And this counterculture's progressively greater impact becomes a powerful motor for social change. Now, what it means is that the great changes in ideas of what constitutes a meaningful life are not so much an attempt to pull down the old traditional ways of living, but rather they are alternatives. They're experiments in alternatives, designed to find new and better ways of living in a more enlightened age. The key term today is alternatives, meaning articulated options beyond the realm of current practice. The younger people, often called the counterculture, are aware that the world they find themselves in today isn't going to win many prizes in the happiness and joy departments. It's a curious thing, but people were much happier in this country back in the 30s and 40s, even the 50s, than they seem to be today. Affluence has brought with it a pervasive dissatisfaction and irritability that didn't used to exist. Having more of the things they thought they wanted has not made people noticeably kinder, more unselfish, nor more cheerful than they used to be. In former days, it seemed as though everybody knew what he wanted. He knew what was important, what the priorities were, at least in his own life. Today, people appear to be rootless, drifting, aimless. They want more, but they don't seem willing to do more. Now, I'm not saying that all the ideas coming from the younger generation are good, but neither are they all bad just because they come from people under 25 or 30. The quotation I used earlier is from an interesting essay entitled Alternative Thinking by Richard Castellanos, which appeared in The Humanist and was adopted from his book Human Alternatives, published by Morrow. We will all certainly agree, I think, that we need some alternatives to war as a way of life, or rather death. We need alternatives to the carnage on the highway, to the choked ghettos of our city, to increasing pollution. You know, to Buckminster Fuller, pollution is nothing more than resources we're not harvesting. And I have agreed for years that the more reasonable solutions for pollution today involve not less technology, but more, regardless of added expense. It's impossible to turn back the clock, as well as undesirable. What is needed is to turn it forward, to find a human second wind, freedom from some of the threatening forces with which we're faced today, and a renewal of interest, even excitement, with regard to man and his future. I'm delighted that we have this so-called counterculture coming up with alternative ideas for a more meaningful kind of living. It's as ridiculous and stupid for older people to attempt to disregard the ideas of those under 25 as it is for those under 25 to disregard the ideas and solid accomplishments of those over 30. Have you ever thought about the fact that 99% of our business dealings are with the lowest paid, least interested, and poorest trained people of an organization? We deal with the checkout people and the bag boy, the receptionist, the telephone operator of our company, and in our financial transactions with the person behind the counter. When something goes wrong with one of our appliances, we don't deal with the president of a company or other high-ranking official. We deal with the serviceman or woman, usually man, and in the case of our car, with the service manager and the mechanic. With the transportation company, well, it's the bus driver or the ticket taker. With the airlines, it's the reservation girl, the person behind the counter, or the stewardess. It's the same with virtually all of our myriad transactions. That's the way it has to be, of course. And for the most part, the people with whom we deal are fine people with a genuine interest in doing a good job. But in all but a very few notable cases, the great bulk of these fine people have not been thoroughly indoctrinated with the company's goals and problems, nor do they receive from the company material calculated to help them grow and mature as persons. Company officers will say the growth and maturity of these people as persons is their own problem and responsibility. And while that's regrettably the case, leaving people to obtain that kind of information on their own is to make certain that 95% of them will do nothing about it. And what the business community overlooks is that people are eager for growth, and that as they grow and mature as persons, that growth and maturity is reflected in everything they do, on the job and off. Few top corporate executives have any idea of the almost unbelievable latent force for growth that exists within the people they're now paying. With no increase in personnel, their present people can easily do twice what they're now doing, and perhaps a good deal more than that. Not because they're forced or coerced into doing more, but because they can learn the fun and interest and growth that can be obtained by bringing more of themselves to bear on their lives, all departments of their lives. The fact is that most people, including these top corporate executives, are operating on from 5 to 10% of their true capacity. They are, as Dr. William James of Harvard liked to put it, only half awake, and the great majority are getting by, as Huxley discovered, without too much discredit. The answer, in my opinion, is a steady stream of interesting educational material aimed at motivating a person to push back his mental horizons and see himself as an original, enormously creative and competent person with deep, largely unplumbed reservoirs of ability, even genius, which he has probably habitually failed to use, for the simple reason that to get by in our society, he doesn't have to. There's a perfectly natural tendency on the part of most people to pattern their lives after the lives of those by whom they're habitually surrounded. Lacking the kind of leadership they could have, they passively mold themselves, for the most part, into their existing environment. Poking around in the files, I ran across this item I'd clipped from an old newspaper. It's a United Press story, dateline San Pedro, California, and has to do with a family that inherited $200,000. What did they do with it? They blew it, as they put it, and today they're right back where they were before. The mother of 4 children, who lives with her husband and family in a rented home in San Pedro, inherited the money from her father's estate. It took 2 years for the lawyers to haggle and the government to scrape off its take, the lawyers to divvy up as much as they could lay their hands on, and when the smoke cleared 1 year later, there was a sum of $200,000 left after all taxes and expenses. That's a tidy sum. Properly invested, it could grow into $1 million before too long. But they managed to go through it in just 1 year. When asked how they managed to do it, the wife replied, "Well, we bought cars and motorcycles for the 2 boys and a truck and a $2,000 hi-fi with all the components and clothes, and we put a down payment on a house, and the girls and I all had our teeth kept, and I had my breasts lifted, and, oh yes, we bought ski equipment, and we traveled. We put 200,000 miles on one of the cars in 1 year, and we all saw psychiatrists." It seems all that money pulled the family right together, and they grimly went about the business of unloading it as fast as someone could think of something to buy, and it was only after the money was gone that the recriminations began. As the briefly rich daughter of the deceased put it, "We started fighting. They kept saying, 'Why didn't we spend it this way? Why did you spend it that way?' But they were there to spend it. If she had it all to do over again, well, she said, if our family was smart, we would have bought a few luxuries and invested the rest of the money. But did she honestly believe they'd do it that way? Nope, she said, I'd do exactly the same thing I did. I'd blow it. Well, I hope they had fun. It's their business, their money. But the day may come when they're a bit older that they'll start hitting each other over the head for not putting at least some of that loot to pasture, to grow for those important retirement years. The father could have avoided his daughter and her husband going on that 1 year spree if he had left a will and the money in trust for them. It would also have avoided the legal fees and the Uncle Sam's big bucket, and probably would have grown to $500,000 or so, with plenty of money still going to the daughter and her family, who could have gradually spent much more money for many more things over a much longer period of time, and still ended up well-to-do in their retirement years. Well, let's make sure we have a will. An attorney will help us draw one up so that what we leave will be disposed of as we think it ought to be. If, after all, it's our estate. I noticed that she mentioned last that they all saw a psychiatrist. Maybe that was their mistake. Maybe they should have seen him first. But it was their money. And as she said, when it finally came, it really wore us out spending it. We were just exhausted. In his fine book, Embers of the Mind, Scott Buchanan wrote, "Imagination is the medium in which all things are done." And I think it was our old friend Henry Miller who said, "Imagination is everything." And to paraphrase Kant, your imagination is the condition for the possibility of experience. I don't think we've given enough thought or attention to the importance of imagination. Under certain circumstances, imagination is a torment. We imagine all manner of terrors in the dark of night, before a visit to the dentist or physician, or when we're called on the carpet. The steer, as he walks toward swift extinction in the packing house, suffers no terrors of the imagination. The blow falls upon a creature experiencing only mild anxiety, perhaps in the presence of strange surroundings. But the condemned human being dies 1,000 times in his imagination. But while the imagination is a scourge, it's also our hope and joy, and, as Scott Buchanan said, it is the medium in which all things are done. It is the seat of self-fulfilling prophecy as we plan for the goal we've decided to reach. It's the autopilot of our lives, and it works all its life on problems. And here there seem to be 2 main classes of imagination. Those that concentrate on the problem and its possible dire consequences, and those that concentrate on the solution. Now, in the first case, life is a reflection of the problems on which the imagination is focused. In the second, it's a matter of solutions, of overcoming problems. We tend to forget that our opportunities are an exact ratio to our problems. I'm sure there are a few glaring exceptions to that, but it's generally true. The greatest and most successful industries are nothing more than those evolving solutions to problems. The illuminating and heating and cooking industries, the telephone, steel, automobile, and airplane, my bookshelves, my typewriter, my clothes, my home, they're all solutions to problems. Today, mankind is faced with towering problems, and his opportunities match them. Think of the hundreds of thousands of people who will one day be gainfully employed in the pollution control industry and in population control. Look at the growth of medicine, of the pharmaceutical industry. Billions of dollars will be earned in disposing of and recycling trash and garbage, all major problems. It reminds me of the old question, whenever there's something wrong, are you part of the problem or part of the answer? It was just some 9,000 years ago that we began banding together in communities and husbanding crops and animals. Since then, every time a human creature stopped what he was doing and got a questioning look on his face, his imagination was at work. And if we can do what we have done in just the past 100 years, there are no problems our imaginations can't solve in the future. Imagination is the medium in which all things are done. How are you doing in the imagination department? In the 19th century, Ralph Waldo Emerson predicted in his journal that American prosperity would go on to madness. And in René Dubos's Pulitzer Prize-winning book, So Human an Animal, he writes, "In the past, great prosperity has often damaged human values and generated boredom. The environmental crisis in the modern world indicates, furthermore, that mismanaged prosperity may destroy human life altogether." Prosperity is a strange and wonderful and terrifying thing where human beings are concerned. It does wonders for a nation up to a point, and the same goes for any organization of value. Prosperity means good health up to a point, and then it militates against good health. Cardiovascular disease has become a modern plague in the United States, with 20 other countries having longer average lifespans, for no other reason than the fact that too many Americans have grown too fat. Prosperity can put a pacemaker in the heart of an infant otherwise doomed, and then kill him 10 to 20 years sooner than he might otherwise live by fattening him to death. As a general rule, prosperity does not bring out the best in a people. Up to a point, yes. Beyond that point, no. You know, in tests with chimpanzees, it was discovered that the young get along perfectly together, playing happily with virtually no discord whatever, until a possession is introduced into the group and given to one chimp. That chimp immediately becomes violently possessive, and the other chimps become restive, wanting whatever it is the one has. It destroys their relationship and introduces sullenness and bickering, where before there was happiness and play. It often works the same way with nations or a community, and it seems people have a way of getting their priorities all fouled up. It's believed that much of the dissatisfaction found in so many millions of people who seem to be rushing headlong in shallow circles is due to mistaken priorities. They're affluent, all right, but often lack the maturity to determine what's really important and good and what isn't. They get confused about what things are simply means to an end and what things are ends in themselves. And after 20 years or so slip by, they find themselves standing in the middle of a great collection of junk, which is all in various stages of obsolescence. They often appear like children in a room full of toys, too many toys, so many toys that they're bored to death with toys. As René Dubos put it, in the past, great prosperity has often damaged human values and generated boredom. It seems to many people who have an immature sense of values that there's nothing more to buy. So now what do? Like wind-up toys that have run down, they stand in the midst of all that they once wanted and find that it's not enough. Not nearly enough. I want to share with you a letter written by a young lady, a senior at McLean High School. She writes, "I was raised as a virtually free American in Watts, a section of Los Angeles that has been called a slum by sightseers and a depressed area by sociologists. As a child, I never noticed. We had an overabundance of unsightly tenements, smelly pool rooms, dirty streets, and flying garbage, yet I never felt underprivileged, depressed, or deprived. To outsiders, my environment might have appeared to be miserable, but in all honesty, I must say that I was not aware of this. I can be considered fortunate because poverty never destroyed or even damaged my ideas or standards. Sociologists would probably label me as the privileged poor, and indeed I am privileged. But poor, I am not. Henry Ward Beecher once said, "No man can judge whether he is rich or poor by turning to his ledger. It is the heart that makes men rich. He is rich according to what he is, not what he has." We moved out of Watts, and 6 years later I began to hear rumors of what I, a person from a slum, was supposed to be. For the first time in my life I realized that Watts had been pictured in many people's minds as a 20th century Tobacco Road. This was after the riots. This was when mass media began to degrade not only Watts, but all lower middle-class communities as well. After the riots, scores of projects were started. Everyone thought he knew the answer. They thought the answer was money. The money began to pour in, trying to force upper middle-class standards on a lower middle-class society. The front-page headlines told of how the people didn't have the money to buy the necessities of life, yet they'd existed, survived, and lived for many years. As time passed, the people began to believe the stories themselves. They no longer wanted to live happily as they had in the past, not luxuriously, but contentedly. Now they saw themselves as others saw them. They felt cheated and left out. The more money that poured in, the more money was needed to satisfy this new thirst. Now father can go to work and feel like a slave for 8 hours a day, and sis can't go to school because her clothes aren't good enough. You can bet that when they sit down to meatloaf, they think of others eating steak. All the bills in the legislature can't stop poverty. All the money in the treasury can't buy poverty. People cannot advance as a group until they have the desire to do so. In order for the poor to come out of poverty, they must take the first step themselves. As a teenager, and as a former citizen of Watts, I feel that now is the time to inform the younger generation that they can change the present conditions when they accept the fact that no one owes them anything. That now is the time to take the first step out of the impoverished area. As Booker T. Washington phrased it, cast down your buckets where you are. I am, according to books, magazines, and movies, an underprivileged, deprived, depressed person with supposedly no hope for the future. But I stand as a symbol. You can be what you want to be, not disregarding your background, but quite often because of it. This high school senior ended her letter by writing, "But I stand as a symbol. You can be what you want to be, not disregarding your background, but quite often because of it." I hope this girl's letter gets wide dissemination. Thank you. I clipped an item from the July 1973 issue of Psychology Today, which indicates that hair on the face of a man does a great deal more than just itch and provide a haven for germs. My old friend Commander Whitehead of Schweppes will hardly agree with this. Psychologist Robert Pellegrini, reporting in Psychology magazine, has found that men who shave off their facial foliage lose some of their ability to make good first impressions, at least in the eyes of 128 college students. Pellegrini of the California State University at San Jose paid 8 fully bearded young men to shave off their whiskers, and a consultant from a local barber college shaved them down to goatees, then to mustaches, and finally to bare skin. A photographer took pictures of them at all 4 stages, and Pellegrini randomly gave each of the students 1 photo to judge, so that each picture was rated by 2 males and 2 females. And the results were clear. The more hair a person had, the more he was judged to be masculine, mature, good-looking, self-confident, dominant, courageous, liberal, nonconformist, and industrious. Pellegrini believes that the images associated with bearded men are cultural in origin rather than evolutionary. By that he means that hairy faces are not a fad, but are deeply rooted in our culture. The bearded face has been associated with personalities as diverse as those of Jesus Christ, Sigmund Freud, Abraham Lincoln, Ernest Hemingway, Santa Claus, and Attila the Hun, says Pellegrini. But if we were to characterize the observed pattern by a single personality, it might very well be that of the indomitable Buffalo Bill. Judging from the data in the present research, the male beard communicates an heroic image of the independent, sturdy, and resourceful pioneer, ready, willing, and able to do manly things. He says that it may very well be true that inside every clean-shaven man there is a beard screaming to be let out. But in my opinion, a hairy face does even more than Dr. Pellegrini suggests. It can also cover a whole lot of otherwise self-image damaging facial characteristics. Few men are endowed with a complete set of handsome features, and the mustache and beard simply cover them up. Facial hair can act as a buffer between a man's self-consciousness about less than ideal facial attributes and the gaze of other human beings. I've often noted that men with beards and mustaches appear quite acceptable, even good-looking, when it's quite obvious under close scrutiny that they would not be nearly so without their natural buffers. This is especially so, I think, when they keep them neatly trimmed. Facial hair has a way of imparting an impression of independence and wisdom as well as manliness when these qualities might otherwise be completely absent. And perhaps the most curious thing of all is that women don't seem to be turned off by all that hair. Kissing a man with a lot of facial hair must be like kissing a ripped horsehair mattress, but they don't seem to mind. But then who understands women anyway? Then, too, a Miami psychiatrist recently reported something that I think most of us have known all along, that the better-looking people, those with unusually attractive or athletic physical attributes, often find life so easy for them in the beginning, they don't prepare themselves to win over the long haul. Beautiful girls find it easier to find jobs, but often experience more difficulty in holding them. And if they let their beauty represent their major way of dealing with the world, when the beauty fades, as alas it must, they're often left defenseless and unable to successfully cope with life. Dr. Greenberg says the star quarterback in college is a campus hero, but when he leaves college, he discovers that life is not a football game. It's the people who have to work hard for what they get, who develop the skills to successfully cope with life over the long pull, who tend to make the grade. However, good-looking people usually have a better self-image, and as a result will tackle jobs and take chances their less good-looking peers might hesitate to try. The best bet seems to be good-looking or attractive or very acceptable without being of the sensationally beautiful or handsome variety, and if you're a man, there's always the facial hair to fall back on, or forward on. The National Enquirer, that interesting little newspaper with the largest circulation of any paper in the United States, which has gone a long way to prove that news doesn't have to be all bad to sell newspapers, carried a story by Joseph Cassidy that 80% of American workers are unhappy and frustrated with their jobs, according to a research firm's interviews with 250,000 employees from all walks of life. 4 out of every 5 working Americans today are misemployed, said Dr. Herbert M. Greenberg, a Princeton, New Jersey psychologist. They're doing jobs they're not suited for and are thus miserable, added Dr. Greenberg, who is president of Marketing Survey and Research Corporation. These people hate to get up in the morning and go to work. Once on the job, they can't wait to go home. This is a terrible waste to our economy because of staggering losses in productivity, a terrible waste to individual companies since their misplaced employees might be doing a good job in another post, and a terrible waste to the worker himself, who is living an unfulfilled, unhappy life. The real job market tragedy in the United States today is not unemployment, it's misemployment. Dr. Greenberg said he bases his conclusions on interviews that he and his associates have conducted since 1957, with 250,000 employees of 4,000 firms representing every job category and educational group from every part of the country. He says that job frustration is as high at the managerial level as it is at lower levels. You'd think that assembly line workers would be less satisfied than managers, but this just isn't so, he said. Both the blue-collar worker and his boss are caught in jobs they don't like, and both are digging themselves into deeper, more frustrating ruts. People too often stumble into jobs and become caught in a pattern. Relatively few of them ever overcome their accidental beginnings. Instead, they fight their way through to do an adequate job and even succeed to the point where they're considered successful, but who are really very unhappy and who are not living up to their potential. Misemployment is costing American business billions of dollars a year. Among sales forces, for instance, says Dr. Greenberg, 20% of the salesmen sell more than 80% of the products and services. The rest of the salesmen are obviously in the wrong jobs. And take the production line worker who daydreams or plays games on the job to keep his sanity. We have millions of unemployed who would consider a job on that assembly line a tremendous plus. People aren't lazy, he said. If they like their jobs, they'll want to go to work and do a good job. Help a guy find his niche and he'll be a winner. Employers rely too much on what a person's done rather than what his potentials are. American business must scrap this outmoded, typecasting approach to hiring. What's the use of having 20 years' experience if a person is in the wrong job for him? And as for training an employee, training is only effective when you're training the right raw material. In the same issue of the Enquirer, there's a story of 2 Chicago area bankers who quit their jobs and bought a general store in Alaska. They're not making the money they used to make, but they say they're a lot happier, and so are their families. Now, all the unhappy, unmotivated working people in the country can't open general stores in Alaska, even though a good percentage of them could go into small businesses of their own and learn to live a new lifestyle. But unhappy workers don't necessarily indicate that the basic jobs are wrong. The problem may often lie with faulty motivation and lack of job enrichment. In 1971, a special research study made for members of the President's Association titled Motivation and Effectiveness and authored by my good friend Frank C. Goebel was issued, in which Mark Shepard, Jr., president of Texas Instruments, was quoted as saying, "The challenge of increasing human effectiveness is emerging as the remaining frontier offering competitive advantage to the organizations most successful in channeling human talent and energy into constructive outlets. The reservoir is vast, as talent at all levels is poorly utilized." And another friend of mine, consultant Joe Batten, stated that American business is currently overlooking its greatest productive ace in the hole. Literally millions of people are leaving their jobs every evening with much of their energy and productivity still unused. They throw themselves into bowling, little league, baseball, and other activities with a kind of enthusiasm and identification that management has not even tapped. If you're interested in making a study of how to best motivate employees, I suggest you might get a copy of this report. It has an excellent bibliography under references in the back, which would, in my opinion, represent one of the best libraries available on this subject. And another excellent little book I can recommend for guidelines in interpersonal relationships is Why Do You See It That Way? By Michael E. Kolobosky and Lawrence J. Taylor. I've often been struck by the meager libraries of so-called business executives. I guess they believe that managerial and creative talent and know-how is supposed to come to them in dreams, and that they're somehow above the necessity to read the words of others. They're mistaken, and are as often as not holding their jobs because of the shortage of real management talent today. They're often living examples of the Peter Principle. I believe you can judge the reach of a person's mind and capacities as well as his real interests by examining his or her library. I have known so-called experts on various subjects who don't own 10 books on their favorite subject. They just keep saying the same things over and over again, hoping, I suppose, for a fresh audience every time they speak. And I've also found that one of the most unrewarding projects of a top manager who would inspire those below him is to recommend or even loan books. For the most part, they're not read. There's only one way to obtain knowledge, and that is through study. But as Ortega said, studying is for most people like paying income taxes. They'll never do it unless they have to. And it's one of the main reasons that there are 6 to 10 top jobs in every field for every person qualified to handle it. If people aspiring to top management had to go through the kind of training that commercial pilots have to wade through, business failures would be as rare as commercial airplane crashes. In the world of business, the system seems to be to show up for work long enough, don't rock the boat, smile a lot, and time will take care of the rest. In the world of business, you might not be any smarter than you were 10 years ago, but you're there, and when the opening occurs, eventually they've got to put you into it. Once in, a good secretary can keep you there. A good idea would be to provide a bookcase with every junior executive office. Then, from time to time, make the rounds and watch the bookcases. Their growing contents, or the lack of them, will give you an excellent appraisal yardstick for future promotion, or the lack of it. Noting the kind of books would give you an insight into the real interests of the person and help you steer him in the right direction. For example, the books might be on fishing, in which case you could suggest that he go fishing permanently, or apply for a job with a fishing tackle manufacturer. But unless he's buying and reading books on management skills, he's not preparing himself for management. He's just marking time. Like most people aspiring to management positions, he probably feels that management skills come naturally at birth, like a navel or 10 toes. And of course, they don't. And here's something I like very much and found in Lewis Mumford's book, The Transformations of Man. We have arrived at a truism that has so far been forgotten it has the air of a paradox. The need to become human is man's first need, and perhaps it remains his deepest one. Nature provides the materials for this change, but man himself must effect it. In essence, it rests on a constant effort at self-identification, self-affirmation, self-discipline, and self-development. By becoming human, man exchanges the stable natural self native to each biological species for a countless multitude of possible selves, molded for the working out of a special drama and plot that he himself helps to create. In order to effect an ongoing, self-renewing change, we need maintain a constant effort at self-identification, self-affirmation, self-discipline, and self-development. And here's something from the writings of Martin Buber that I found to be one of the most powerful and moving things I've ever read. Man wishes to be confirmed in his being by man, and wishes to have a presence in the being of another. Secretly and bashfully, he watches for a yes, which allows him to be, and which can come to him only from one human person to another. We notice this most with our dealings with children, but it also holds true with every person with whom we have any sort of real contact. We need to be confirmed in our being by others. We wish and need to have a presence in the being of another. And secretly and bashfully we watch for a yes, which allows us to be, and which can come to us only from one human person to another. I thought that was beautiful. Everyone will agree, or at least give lip service, to the concept that he'd like to be a completely free and autonomous person. But we learn from an excellent book by Walter Kaufman entitled Without Guilt and Justice that humanity craves but dreads autonomy. One does not want to live under the yoke of guilt and fear. Autonomy consists of making with open eyes the decisions that give shape to one's life. But being afraid of making fateful decisions, one is tempted to hide autonomy in a metaphysical fog and to become sidetracked and bogged down in puzzles about free will and determinism. It's far easier to define autonomy out of existence than it is to achieve autonomy in the very meaningful sense in which it can be attained. The difference between making the decisions that govern our lives with our eyes open and somehow avoiding this is all important. The best way to begin to understand autonomy is to examine some of the major strategies people use to avoid it. And this I shall do, he writes, and he does brilliantly. In this book, Kaufman examines 10 strategies by which people avoid making the kind of faithful and meaningful decisions about their lives that could transform them into courageous and autonomous persons. He calls those who avoid making such decisions decidophobes, and the condition of avoiding decisions, decidophobia. He points out that people do not fear all decisions. Decidophobes, far from dreading meticulous distinctions, may actually revel in them, for immersion in microscopic decisions is one good way of avoiding fateful decisions. Before getting into the 10 strategies people use to avoid making decisions, he points out that it's easy to understand why parents cultivate acrophobia, the fear of falling, in their children. Precipitous heights are dangerous, and having been taught to dread them, one communicates one's dread to one's children. That's much easier than teaching them prudence, self-reliance, and the skills required to enjoy peaks. All this applies just as much to decidophobia. Anyone making fateful decisions that affect others without feeling any apprehension would be a menace. Anyone who would unhesitatingly plunge into choices that are likely to mold his own character and future would be so unpredictable that he too would endanger the social fabric. The easiest way to ensure stability is to engender fear. Teaching the skills required for responsible decision-making is much harder. Choosing responsibly means that one weighs alternatives. He develops this theme further in his chapter on the new integrity. But comparing fateful alternatives and choosing between them with one's eyes open, fully aware of the risks, is what frightens the decidophobe. Now, basically, he has 3 options: to avoid fateful decisions, to stack the cards so that one alternative is clearly the right one and there seems to be no risk involved at all, and to decline responsibility. He need not even choose between these options. They can be combined. In brief, avoid if possible. If that does not work, stack. And in any case, make sure that you do not stand alone. It would be reasonable to feel apprehension in direct proportion to the number of those whom our decision is likely to affect importantly. But people tend to attach disproportionate importance to themselves. The decisions they dread most are those that shape their character and their future. He goes on to write, I shall examine 10 strategies that help decidophobes to avoid dizziness. All of them involve the refusal to scrutinize significant alternatives. When anyone shuts his eyes in a crisis, it is plausible to assume that he's afraid. But if he merely acts as if he were afraid, he's still open to criticism. My critique of decidophobia applies also to those who are not afraid, but merely behave as if they were. And he goes on to write, before I consider the 10 strategies, let me comment very briefly on 2 writers who have illuminated decidophobia and one who has not. He then goes into a discussion of Kierkegaard, the father of existentialism, and Jean-Paul Sartre, and mentions Sartre's famous declaration in 1943 that man is condemned to be free, suggesting clearly that man finds freedom hard to bear. He points out that in Sartre's philosophy, man is freedom, but always tends to look upon himself as if he were a thing. Thus he succumbs to what Sartre calls mauvaise foi. In my language, this bad faith and these constant self-deceptions are prompted by decidophobia. And after commenting on Erich Fromm's book, Escape from Freedom, and the example of how Hitler achieved complete control of Germany's fate, he examines the 10 strategies most common to decidophobes. In first place, he lists religion, and points out that, as a rule, one does not even decide to submit to the authority of a religion. One is born into the fold and then confirmed at the threshold of adolescence before one has any chance to explore alternatives and make a choice. One does not so much decide to stay as one does not decide to leave. Decidophobia keeps one in the fold. Admitting quite readily that not all religious people are decidophobes, he says that nevertheless religion represents one of the most popular strategies for avoiding the most fateful decisions. In fact, it's nothing less than the classical strategy. Number 2 he lists as drifting. It represents another, even less deliberate strategy, and it comes in 2 forms. Model A is extremely popular with those over 30, without being confined to them. Status quoism. Instead of choosing how to live, with whom, where, what to do, and what to believe, one simply drifts along in the status quo. All decisions are made, none need to be made. Some people need a regular supply of alcohol or tranquilizers to remain satisfied with Model A. This form of inauthenticity is readily perceived by many students, and a few go to the opposite extreme, which is Model B. One drops out, has no ties, and is not guided by tradition. One has no code, no plan, no major purpose. One lives from moment to moment, rarely knowing in advance what one will do next. Model B can also be lubricated with alcohol, but since World War II, this kind of drifting has been associated more often with other drugs. Some of those who have drifted in a Model B are afraid of making almost any decision. If they hitchhike, they go wherever they're taken. They leave things to chance. Everything depends on whatever impulse happens to be felt at the moment. To be governed by caprice is to drift. The hero of Camus' novel, The Stranger, illustrates this orientation. When this way of life breeds a sense of emptiness and despair, one becomes receptive to the siren song of commitment. Allegiance to a movement is the 3rd strategy. Such allegiance, again, is not always decidophobic. Some movements have little bearing on faith and morals, goals, and lifestyles. If so, membership is marginal, although it may still be prompted by a fear of standing alone and some sense that there is safety in numbers. Total immersion, in which no crucial decisions at all remain to be made, is the exception, not the rule. Allegiance to a school of thought comes next, followed by exegetical thinking. Walter Kaufmann points out that exegetical thinking assumes that the text that one interprets is right. Thus, the text is treated as an authority. If what it seems to say is wrong, the exegesis must be inadequate. The interpreter is wrong, never the text. Incidentally, I'm just hitting the high spots. He goes into a complete description and evaluation of each strategy as he lists it. The 6th strategy is Manichaeism. The Manichaean insists on the need for a decision, but the choice is loaded and practically makes itself. It's like being asked to choose between 2 dishes of food and being told that this one is poisoned and will make you sick, while that one tastes incomparably better and will improve your health and expand your consciousness. All good is on one side, all evil on the other. Inconvenient facts are ignored or denied. The falsification of history becomes an indispensable crutch, and uncomfortable arguments are discredited as coming from the forces of evil. There's no need for quandaries that keep men sleepless, and he points out that it's easier to ridicule this strategy than to resist it. The seventh strategy is much the subtlest of the lot, and Kaufman calls it moral rationalism. It claims that purely rational procedures can show what one ought to do or what would constitute a just society. There is then no need at all to choose between different ideals, different societies, different goals. Once again, no room is left for tragic quandaries or fateful choices. He then writes, I have considered 7 ways of avoiding autonomy. 1. Religion. 2. Drifting. 3. Allegiance to a movement. 4. Allegiance to a school of thought. 5. Exegetical thinking. 6. Manichaeism. And 7. Moral rationalism. It is possible to systematize these 7 strategies under 2 headings. First, avoiding fateful decisions, methods 1 to 5. And second, making fateful decisions but stacking the cards in some way so that the choice will make itself and there's no possibility of tragedy. Choices 6 and 7. The 8th strategy for avoiding autonomy is pedantry. It plays a central part in the creeping microscopism mentioned earlier, and I've noted previously, he writes, that as long as one remains absorbed in microscopic distinctions, one is in no great danger of coming face to face with fateful decisions. Of course, careful attention to detail is not only compatible with autonomy, but a requirement of intellectual integrity. Pedantry becomes decidophobic at the point where a person never gets around to considering major decisions with any care and closes his eyes to macroscopic alternatives, and the same criteria apply to all the other strategies. The 9th strategy is the faith that one is riding the wave of the future. This, too, is usually part of a mixed strategy and frequently associated with religion, allegiance to a movement, belonging to a school of thought, or Manichaeism. Those who employ the 9th strategy never stand alone or unsupported. They always feel backed up by force majeure, astrology, oracles, and the Chinese I Ching, which achieved such immense popularity in the United States during the 1960s, have always attracted decidophobes. And the 10th and final strategy is marriage. The 10th strategy, finally, often spells total relief, like the first 2. At first glance, it looks quite different from the others and therefore out of place, but is probably the most popular strategy of all. When getting married, legions of women have echoed Ruth's beautiful words, which in the Bible are not spoken to a husband. Your people shall be my people, your God my God. Henceforth, they agree to make no more fateful decisions. They will leave that to their husbands. This pattern is deeply ingrained in many cultures. It's what a woman is expected to do when she gets married, and she's expected to get married. Actually, it doesn't always work that way. The man who boasts of making all the big decisions while he leaves the small ones to his wife may admit, when asked to explain, that big decisions concern what we should do about China, small decisions deal with such matters as buying a house and where to live. Figuratively speaking, many men marry their mothers. It would be wrong to suppose either that marriage must involve decidophobia, or that when it does, only one spouse can have succumbed. This strategy can work for both husband and wife. Often a couple is a committee of 2 and makes decisions the way committees usually do. A consensus is presumed and not questioned if all goes well. But if things turn out badly, one does not feel altogether responsible. One merely went along. Left to one's own devices, one might have acted quite differently. In a bad marriage, such excuses are stated expressly. In a so-called good marriage, they're entertained privately. However unworthy it may be to harbor such thoughts, there's much more than a grain of truth in them. Left to their own devices, both partners, or on a committee, most or even all members might indeed have made a different decision. As it happened, nobody made any decision at all. And that was one of the main features of the whole arrangement from the start. Marriage is a way of avoiding the necessity of having to make fateful decisions. Instead of making a decision, one talks until something transpires. Another way of putting this point is less nasty and is unassailably true. In marriage, one no longer stands alone. Both partners have somebody to lean on, if all goes well. It does require a fateful decision to get married in the first place, but that decision may have been prompted by decidophobia, by the desire to escape loneliness, by an unwillingness to make decisions in solitude. Now, there's nothing paradoxical in that. Kierkegaard's famous leap into commitment is quite typically the plunge one takes from a solitary height to be rid of freedom. It would require a fateful decision to go to a surgeon and say, "Please, doctor, give me a frontal lobotomy." But it would not be in the least paradoxical to say that anyone who made that choice was a decidophobe who had come to the conclusion that he could not take it anymore. Now, believe it or not, the part of the book that I've reviewed here constitutes only a part of the first 30 pages. And it's from here on out that the brilliance of Walter Kaufman shows us how and why we tend to sidestep autonomy, why we tend to tiptoe through life as though we're trying to make it safely to death. I believe every person who has any intention whatsoever of leading anything approaching a life of autonomy and freedom should read and reread this book. Walter Kaufman, born in 1921, came to the United States from Germany in 1939, received his Ph.D. from Harvard in 1947, has been teaching philosophy at Princeton since that time. He's been a Phi Beta Kappa visiting scholar, Fulbright research professor at the University of Heidelberg, Fulbright professor at the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, and visiting professor at Columbia, Cornell, Purdue, Michigan, and Washington universities, and at the New School of Social Research. Somehow I'd managed to miss his earlier books, but I've since ordered several of them. I agree wholeheartedly with Professor John G. Stessinger, who said of this book that it proposes a new and liberating human ethic, that of creative autonomy. The author's argument is intellectually incandescent and logically compelling. The book is bound to become a major landmark in modern philosophy. By all means, read Without Guilt and Justice, From Decidophobia to Autonomy by Walter Kaufman, and add it to the important section of your library. He goes on to describe the autonomous person and lists actual persons whom he thinks have earned that rare and wonderful state. The bibliography at the back of the book will introduce you, as it did me, to many other books you'll want to add to your collection. Success as a human being, and in our work in life, always seems to hinge on the making of big and fateful decisions. How often have you heard someone say, "If only I had done so-and-so when I had the opportunity," or after having finally made a major decision, say, "I should have done this 20 years ago." In Dr. Pearl's book on Gestalt therapy, he recalls that when an opportunity came along for a psychotherapist to take an opening in South Africa, several good men in Germany turned it down. He took it and became quite wealthy and famous as a result, while those who had refused the post ended up in Hitler's death camps. This is not to say that we need jump at every opportunity that beckons, or that we're going to be killed if we don't, but there's a little doubt that we might take a much more adventurous attitude toward life and growth and look with great care on such opportunities when they present themselves. And this excellent book helps us examine ourselves and decide which, if any of his 10 strategies, have been keeping us in the shallows when we might have sailed into deeper and more interesting seas. There appeared a story in the Chicago Daily News based on an article in Nation's Business by Associate Professor Lawrence L. Steinmetz, which pointed up the fact that often the best thing that can happen to a person is to be fired from his job. As one executive put it, getting fired was the best thing that ever happened to me. I feel like thanking the guy who did it. And he was typical of a group of fired managers who told Professor Steinmetz of the University of Colorado that they are happier, better off financially, and better adjusted for having been canned. The school survey revealed that 70% of those fired now rate their relationship with their new bosses high. 70% also said relations with their former bosses had been low. Now, nearly all of them said they felt better off for changing jobs, and the rest said they were at least as well off. 55% said the job change caused no problems at home, and 1/3 said their home life was better. Almost 2/3 of those polled said they got more enjoyment from their new jobs, and significantly, 87% said salary was the most important aspect of any job, rather than job security. Firing a man who does not fit into the job you've hired him for can be, and in fact almost always is, the kindest thing you can do for him. Forgetting all about getting the kind of job you want done for the company and finding the right man for that job, keeping a man in a job he's not doing well is to keep a man unhappy and frustrated, and keep him from finding the job that's right for his talents and abilities. But most companies will go to almost any length before letting an unsatisfactory employee go. Management will procrastinate, vacillate, and sit on the fence sometimes for years before facing the inevitable. In the meantime, everybody suffers. A man in the wrong job might not get up the nerve to quit because of any old port in a storm philosophy. Since he's busy working at a job for which he's ill-fitted, he has no time to look for more rewarding and more satisfying work. He knows he's unhappy in his present work, that he's not doing the job that's expected of him. He's often nervous, irritable, and depressed. And since none of us likes to blame himself, he will often blame his company or his superiors or those in his charge for his problems on the job. When actually no one is to blame except his superiors for not facing the fact that they've got a round peg in a square hole. I remember reading of a survey in which a group of very successful men were questioned as to their past jobs. Even though most of them had never thought much about it before, they had to admit that they owed their present success to the jobs they had lost in the past. Whether they had resigned or been fired made no difference. Everybody gets unhappy with his work from time to time. Now, that's natural. But if a person has been unhappy with his work for an extended period and knows deep down that he's in the wrong job, he should get out of it. The deep-rooted fear of being fired goes back to the old days when jobs were few and far between and when any job was felt to be a matter of survival. Times have changed. Unfortunately, the feelings of management have, as a rule, not changed. There's a wonderful balancing mechanism in the world that operates to protect and make available great opportunities for the underdog. It works with countries, businesses of all kinds, and people in every walks of life. This is because of the fact that as a country, business firm, or person becomes successful and affluent, there is a tendency to relax and to take success for granted. This accounts for upsets in sporting contests of all kinds. It's what makes a small, virtually unknown company or nation move up into the front rank, or spells the difference between a person's being average or great. It all hinges on quality of product or performance. Now, some time back, Raymond Loewy, the famous industrial designer, wrote something for This Week magazine that will give you an idea of what I'm talking about. He wrote, "Quality control is a modern industrial concept which requires that every product be checked against established standards to make sure that nothing defective reaches you, the consumer. But the principles of quality control have much broader uses. I believe that nothing great has ever been achieved, whether by a nation, a business, or an individual, without quality. People will turn to you, follow you, support you only as long as they are confident that you are doing your best. Now we're at a point where that belief is being put to the test. This country and its people are in a massive race to maintain our leadership against other nations in trade, training, goods, and taste. This is a fight which cannot be won for us by some remote, heroic spaceman. It comes right home to every office, factory, and workshop. It's a fight measured more in actions than in words, and one where our country loses a little each time any one of us lets his standards fall. This fight is lost in little ways, by faucets that leak, windows that rattle, windshield wipers that don't wipe, lights that flicker or don't last, zippers that jam, engines that smoke, containers that leak, colors that fade, salespersons who are rude, repairmen who are untrustworthy, artists and artisans who do their second best, designers and manufacturers who think it doesn't matter just this once if they turn out products which are vulgar, shoddy, and overpriced. Mr. Loewy is right, as each of us knows. But as I mentioned earlier, there is a balancing mechanism that works to reduce quality almost in proportion to success and affluence. And if this tendency is to be overcome, it can be done only by constant attention and stress on quality control and by the relentless training and retraining of the people responsible for production and quality control. With success comes the tendency to relax and take things for granted. And that's about the time that the team nobody thought could possibly win pins your ears back for you. People are going to buy the best product for the money, and they don't care where it was manufactured, which is as it should be. And we could lose our affluence to competing countries if we relax our individual efforts. The sloppy worker is the unhappy worker. There is no joy that surpasses that which comes from the knowledge of work well done, a fine service rendered, or the turning out of an excellent product. Here are some interesting questions for you. You might want to try answering them. 1. If you could completely change places with any other person in the world, would you do it? And who would that person be? 2. If you could work at any job you could choose, would that work be different from the work you're now doing? 3. If you could live in any part of the country you want to live in, would you move from where you're now living? 4. If you could go back to, say, age 12 and live your life from that point over again, would you do it? Studies indicate that the great majority of people, even though they evince a certain amount of dissatisfaction with their present lives and don't seem to be as happy as they might be, will answer no to all 4 questions. They might at first say they'd like to change places with another person, but when pinned down to identify the person, draw a blank. The thought of sacrificing all their friends and loved ones and giving up what they might have becomes too overwhelming. As far as changing their work, most people will admit they are dissatisfied at their work, about 85% according to the research team in Princeton, New Jersey. But if they were actually asked to leave and seek something else, would stick to that that's familiar. As far as living in some other part of the country, if the answer is yes here, it is usually a part of the country with which they are not really intimately familiar, but which sounds romantic or has a better climate. If they really wanted to live there, they'd move. And the thought of going back to age 12 fills most people with a dread bordering on horror. They wouldn't do it for anything. The upshot of the whole thing is that most people are living lives that they themselves have fashioned and have or are getting what they really want, or at least what they're willing to settle for. And when this is brought to their attention, they often begin to get a lot more enjoyment from the life they've got. They begin to enjoy themselves more and realize that things aren't so bad after all. They also begin to look at each other, their marriage partners, and their children in a new light. As one man put it, it had never occurred to me before that my wife had, by marrying me, dedicated her entire life to me, our home, and our children. This is an enormous commitment, a total commitment. And I realized I'd been treating her far too casually, that I'd been taking too great a gift for granted. We talked it over and got on much better, much warmer terms with each other. I guess it all goes to prove that a reassessment of ourselves and our lives is a good idea from time to time. It makes us realize how much more we can do with the lives and circumstances we've got, how we can improve upon them and embellish them with a little thought and creativity. I found it interesting. It's been written that life is divided into 3 terms, that which was, which is, and which will be. Let us learn from the past to profit by the present, and from the present to live better for the future. The body operates best, it seems, when there is a great deal to do, when we're challenged, when there's a goal involved. Take these things away, and apathy and introspection set in. We're turned in upon ourselves, and we can usually find something to be sick about, sick physically or miserable and sick emotionally. Moreover, we're at our most cheerful when we're busily engaged in something that needs to be done. And the times to watch out for and plan and prepare for are those times just following the completion of an important event. People are let down, at odds with themselves, and often terribly depressed just following the completion of something they've worked and planned for a long time. For no good reason they can think of, people who have just completed a big job, no matter how successful it may be, often fall into the deepest depressions. I'm reminded of the story of Thomas Hagen, who wrote the play Mr. Roberts, one of the most successful shows ever to be produced on Broadway. He was only 28 years old, attractive, healthy, talented, rich. The play was earning him about $9,000 a week in royalties. Yet he was found dead, a suicide, in his duplex penthouse apartment. Now, this may be an extreme case and a long way removed from the inexplicable depression suffered by a young mother following the birth of a child she's looked forward to for so long, but it remains a fact that when a person finishes a big job, he soon needs another. This is why successful writers keep turning out more books, and why the daily work of most people is much more important to their well-being than they may realize. So when you have to drag yourself out of bed on a cold, gray, rainy morning or tackle the laundry or the dishes, if you can't be grateful, which you should be, at least recognize that it's probably keeping you healthy. There's an old Arabian proverb that goes, "He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything." And someone said, "Turn to your work as though your life depends upon it, for perhaps it does." Surveys have shown that most women get married between the ages of 19 and 21, 19.5 to 20.5 to be exact. Most of them think of marriage as something that will take the place of a money-making job. Somehow these giddy girls are failing to get the word. Statistics show that if a woman has both a husband and children, she will work for a paycheck for 25 years. If she has a husband and no children, she will work for a paycheck for 29 years. And if she, for any one or more of many good reasons, remains unmarried, she will work, as does a man, for 40 years. Statistics also point out that the great majority of females reaching the age of 19 or 20 are decidedly ill-prepared for anything other than non-skilled jobs. They're not prepared for non-skilled jobs either, but that's what they wind up doing because they lack the necessary training and education to do anything else. To the best of my knowledge, hardly anyone, parent or educator, tells a girl when she is 12 or 15 that no matter whether she marries or not, she will in all probability have to work for a minimum of 25 years, and that since she will have to compete in the world of working people, it's decidedly to her best interest to prepare for a job that she'll find interesting, and which will provide her with a good, if not excellent, income. Most love stories have traditionally ended with the young, starry-eyed couple, their early problems overcome, getting married. That is, most fiction ends where the real story actually begins. And here we find our young woman usually totally lacking in marketable skills and with only the rudiments of a general education, with 3/4 of her life still ahead of her, starting out in marriage. She's one of the world's best examples that people would still rather learn through trial and error than from the experience of others. For her, marriage was her goal, often her total goal. Get married and join the club. Okay, now what? A study made by Michigan State University turned up the fact that married men are happier than married women. It also turned up the rather interesting information that single women are happier than married women. Oddly enough, and contrary to popular opinion, bachelors are the least happy people. And in my opinion, one of the main reasons why married men and single women are happier than married women is because both are still actively caught up with the world. They're busy, productive people as a rule. This is not to say that wives are not busy, nor productive. They are. They're the hardest working people in the world. But they often find their lives boring and unchallenging after a while, and this is because they stop learning too soon. They still have ample time to prepare themselves for rewarding and stimulating work, but few do. Most take the line of least resistance and settle back into a kind of apathy and watch the world go rushing by outside their windows. And when the day comes that they want to or have to start looking for work, they have a problem. Whether she needs to or wants to work or not, every girl should train for a career of her choice. It will bring interest and independence to her. It's also a great way to meet the right sort of man. The international affairs analyst Herman Kahn, he's also a physicist, mathematician, and Defense Department nuclear strategist, made a forecast a while back which predicts a rosy, cheerful finale to the remainder of the 20th century. He predicts that for most of the world's teeming multitude, some 6 billion people by the year 2000, the last third of this century will be peaceful and increasingly prosperous. For our part of the world, the picture Kahn paints borders on the idyllic. He says that we will have entered a post-industrial phase of such easy street affluence that many citizens may decide they don't have to work anymore at all. The big change from the gloom of the 1950s to the present optimism is that chances for a major thermonuclear war are now low. In the 1950s, he feels the probability was high. The world was lucky not to have had an all-out nuclear war, he says. For this country, Kahn sees nothing but wine and roses all the way. By the year 2000, that's close now, Kahn sees the disposable income per household reaching $25,000 a year. It'll beat that. But according to the story in Business Week magazine, there'll be some traffic jams. 1/4 of the total U.S. population will be living in Boswash. That's the Boston-Washington urban complex. 1/8 in Chippets. That's Chicago-Pittsburgh complex. 1/16 in San San. That's Santa Barbara, San Diego. He forgot the peninsula of Florida, which will be probably the 4th largest. As our affluence snowballs, there will be more job dropouts. That is, people who simply quit working and hobbyists who will work 2 or 3 months a year in order to pursue some avocation the rest of the year. But Kahn expects most of us to keep plugging away to pay for more of the good things of life. All this could lead to what Kahn views as a wholesome decadence, if you can imagine such a thing. The biggest problem for the U.S. and Canada and other leading nations in the last third of the century will be the search for meaning and purpose, for an answer to the question, what's it all about? It's wonderful to think of a completely affluent society with poverty and much of disease a thing of the past, but affluence will bring with it new problems, new challenges, some of them as far-reaching as any we've ever known. And I think Herman Kahn is right when he says the biggest problem in the last third of the century will be the search for meaning and purpose, for an answer to the question, what's it all about? I think this is what's bothering so many young people today. Living as they do in an affluent society with all their basic needs met, they've had to turn to other questions and seek other answers. And this trend will doubtless continue and grow more widespread as we move toward the end of the 20th century. Men must seek answers to problems. Remove one set of problems and he'll turn to a new set. And if the day should ever come that he runs out of problems, he's going to be in a worse fix than he is today. In Kenneth Good's book, It's Easier to Win, he writes, artists like to decorate public libraries with mural paintings of mankind struggling upwards in flame-like yearnings toward nobler things. The struggle, as a matter of fact, has been mostly in the other direction. Mankind in a million years or so of evolution has fought savagely against progress. He's right there, you know. In fact, history proves that attempting to lever mankind up a notch or two out of his stagnant hog wallow was one of the best ways ever devised to get yourself ridiculed, stoned, locked up, tortured, drawn and quartered, or crucified. Civilization has been administered in the mass, much in the manner of a mother scrubbing her boy's neck and ears, and has been received as reluctantly. Modern man, all the billions of him, may owe all his culture and most of his comfort to the imagination, determination, and energy of just a few thousand individuals. Comparatively few of these are embalmed in biography, autobiography, and history. Fortunately, these few did, in passing, store up a set of rules reliable enough to make success fairly certain for those willing to follow in their footsteps. Furthermore, unfortunately, the struggle to win these days is easier. The world is larger to beat, of course. On the other hand, through this comforting sense of size, society comes gradually to be tolerant of even first-rate achievement. So if you're interested in making a first-class effort to win a temperately chosen goal, here are Kenneth Good's 7 steps to winning. 1. Focus the goal. Bullseye all immediate objectives into a single goal. 2. Project the direct line. Survey the straightest, simplest way for you to reach that single goal. 3. Fix a definite date for arrival. 4. Schedule a program for daily delivery of achievement which, rigidly kept, will bring you to your goal by that fixed date. 5. Control your rate of progress by regular comparison with the prearranged schedule. So, like the railroad conductor, you'll always know whether you are on time. 6. Deliver from within, by physical and emotional self-operation, the greatest power your person is capable of producing. 7. Reduce, by studiously advantageous presentation of your project, resistance from without. Anyone willing to do these 7 things and capable of doing them effectively enough to count is virtually guaranteed winning at any undertaking. Keep in mind, too, that you have very little competition in today's world. The overwhelming majority of people are quite content to go along as usual, operating on from 5 to 15% of their real capacity and realizing for their efforts 5 to 15% of what they might well be realizing. Another book you might want to add to your collection is by the anthropologist and social critic Dr. Ashley Montague, entitled The American Way of Life. In it, he comments on many aspects of life in America, one of which happens to be the pursuit of happiness. And he writes that the pursuit of happiness in America is perhaps the most misconceived of human endeavors. Life and liberty are indeed necessities, but the pursuit of happiness is a fool's game, a will-o'-the-wisp that eludes all who believe that by making it a goal they can, by the prescribed or some other means, achieve it. The truth is, and it's not a sad truth, that happiness cannot be pursued and caught like a butterfly in a collector's net. It defies pursuit, and all attempts to contain it are vain. Nor can it be purchased. It is one of the many things that money cannot buy. The truth is that it is not the purpose of life, of a human being's life, to be happy. Perhaps this is a shocking statement to those who have been conditioned to feel otherwise, but it's nonetheless true for all that. If true, then millions of human beings have misspent and are misspending their lives. What is happiness? The answer to that question is not a matter of definition, but rather what most people mean by happiness. What is it that they desire for themselves and for others when they think of happiness? Apart from the obvious requirements of health, money, an attractive spouse, gratifying children, a beautiful abode, esteem, prestige, recognition, wit, wisdom, valor, love, and the attainment of whatever one has set one's heart on, what other ingredients should go into this cake? Possibly a good many others, but this will be according to each person's fancy. My own view, he writes, is that Not one of these conditions is either a necessary or a sufficient condition of happiness, although one or all of them together may give some people a feeling of whatever they consider happiness to be. But such a feeling soon loses its power to please, as, in time, one returns to the steadying level of everyday life. I believe with Aristotle that the steadiest and most enduring states of which human beings are capable are states that are characterized by an absence of pain, physical pain and mental pain. Such states of the positive absence of pain are appreciated for the most part only when they're interrupted, as by the experience of illness or a bereavement. It is in the state when one is least conscious of oneself that one is likely to be at one's happiest. What folly it is to believe otherwise. To believe that those occasional peak experiences, those thrilling moments when the goal one has set oneself has been achieved, or it just feels good to be alive, or one receives an unexpected windfall, or one's work is highly praised, are likely to be numerous and prolonged, is silly. Such occasions are indeed memorable, but the feelings of euphoria they engender do not endure, nor should they. The moments of happiness we enjoy take us by surprise, but seize us. It's not so much the pursuit of happiness as the happiness that is most likely to yield the desired gratifications, and then only occasionally. It is work that one delights in, that is the surest guarantor of happiness. Someone sent me a magazine article titled "Success, Sweet Success." Unfortunately, the name of the magazine and the author are missing, but I found it to be very good. It goes, "Success, sweet success. Everyone wants it. Everyone achieves it in some measure. Few seem to get enough of it. Some don't know they have it. Others forget what they're really striving for and why sometimes it's necessary to try to define success for ourselves. What is this thing called success? Is it complete achievement of our grandest goals born out of honesty, industriousness, and thrift as depicted in Horatio Alger's stories? Or is it a contrary illusion, always tempting but never attainable? Does fate give it to some on a golden platter and deny it to others in spite of all efforts? Who, for example, do we consider most successful? An expert mechanic or the president of a company? An accomplished teacher or an affluent financier? The man who gets an excellent job done quietly or the one who performs equally well under the limelight? Being perfectly honest, don't we identify success with fame and fortune? Even in church, don't we give the nod to the brilliant leader and ignore the quiet man in the back pew? Isn't this a serious mistake? If we're to identify success with the badge of fame or the accumulation of wealth, where do all the solid successes of modest individuals fit in? Few of us can wear a success badge or a conspicuous price tag. How then can we recognize our true importance to our family, our company, and our community? Wanting success but lacking its fleet, appreciate our solid contributions. The answers are personal, and self-appreciation of our own successes comes only when we live up to our talents and goals the best way we can. Real success consists of using our talents to the utmost, and when this is done, we need no badge or price tag. Crawford Greenwald has said, "Unfortunately, we take life at its most superficial and conclude that achievement can be measured only in terms of applause or wolf whistles or financial compensation. But if in the years to come we can look ourselves in the eye and say with complete honesty that we've used to the utmost the talents with which we have been endowed, then we'll be successful men and women, quite regardless of the stature we have in the eyes of the world." We need to remember, too, that there is no significant success without corresponding failures. The difference is that successful people learn from their mistakes and refuse to quit trying because of them. Mark Sullivan came about as close as anyone ever has to the key for success when he said, "To find a career to which you are adapted by nature and then to work hard at it is about as near to a formula for success and happiness as the world provides." Add to Sullivan's statement a conviction of Thomas Wolfe when he wrote, "If a man has a talent and cannot use it, he has failed. If he has a talent and uses only half of it, he has partly failed. If he has a talent and learns somehow to use all of it, He has gloriously succeeded, and won a satisfaction and a triumph few men ever know. Success depends on knowing our talents and our ability to use them to the fullest. For those who can do this, success is theirs. Thank you. Lord Chesterfield said, "We are more than half what we are by imitation. The great point is to choose good models and to study them with care. We're more than half what we are by imitation." And 300-some years ago, René Descartes, the French scientist and philosopher, said, "The chief cause of human errors is to be found in the prejudices picked up in childhood." And the modern philosopher, George Santa Anna, wrote, "Children insensibly accept all the suggestions of sense and language. Belief then settles down in sullenness and apathy to a narrow circle of vague assumptions, to none of which the mind need have any deep affinity, none of which it need really understand, but which nevertheless it clings to for lack of other footing. The philosophy of the common man is an old wife that gives him no pleasure, yet he cannot live without her, and he resents any aspersions that strangers may cast on her character." People are not naturally skeptics, wondering if a single one of their beliefs can be reasonably preserved. They are dogmatists, angrily confident of maintaining them all. All of this goes to point up the importance of deliberately choosing models we feel are worthy of emulation, and just as deliberately rejecting those which have not proved by the conduct of their own lives that they are worthy of our patterning our lives after. The greatest thing that can happen to a person is to find someone who represents what he himself wants very much to become, a fine model after whom he can pattern his conduct and attitudes. Whenever such a person is faced with a tricky decision, he can ask himself, what would so-and-so do faced with this situation? The answer is almost always clear. We have a way of knowing perfectly well what others, whom we know and admire, would do in a given circumstance, or at least we think we do, and it makes our decisions just that much easier, and at the same time tends to keep us on the right track. Going back to the Santa Anna quotation, he said, "People are not naturally skeptics, wondering if a single one of their beliefs can be reasonably preserved. They are dogmatists, angrily confident of maintaining them all. We should be skeptics with regard to our beliefs, unless we have been privately convinced that they are true and worth having." I like the statement of Nietzsche when he said, "The idea is not to have the courage of our convictions. It's to have the courage to challenge our convictions." Another thing that seems to frighten people is the idea that they might be thought to be inconsistent. We should be inconsistent and change as we grow toward maturity and fulfillment. There's nothing wrong in changing our minds. As Emerson put it, a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, adored by little statesmen and philosophers and divines. With consistency, a great soul has simply nothing to do. He may as well concern himself with his shadow on the wall. Speak what you think now, and tomorrow speak what tomorrow thinks, though it contradict everything you said today. As Chesterfield said, the great point is to choose good models and to study them with care. Pythagoras was misunderstood, and Socrates, and Jesus, and Luther, and Copernicus, and Galileo, and Newton, and every pure and wise spirit that ever took flesh. To be great is to be misunderstood. Living these days tends to become so complex that we have a way of forgetting what's important, and from time to time it's an excellent idea to return to the basics. Go over the ground rules and make sure we've still got them fixed in our minds. I recently had occasion to do some motivational work with many thousands of employees of one of the country's largest business firms. I found there was a good deal of confusion among the younger people, especially regarding what it takes to succeed. It seems that while most people have no trouble at all understanding cause and effect as it works on bodies in a physics class, they seldom make the connection between this same law and themselves. The law of cause and effect can be restated as it applies to people, but it works much the same way all the same. Every act we perform during our waking lives is a cause, and it will have a corresponding effect. By controlling the acts we perform, we can thus control what will happen to us. Barring a calamity of some sort which is beyond the area of our personal control, we can, by controlling our thoughts and acts, control our lives. Now, we found that this came as news to a surprising number of young people, as did other information relating to the same law of cause and effect. In restating this law as it applies to successful living, we might say, our rewards in life will always be in exact proportion to our service. For example, you can tell what a business firm is doing for the community by observing what the community is doing for the business firm. If the firm wants a larger slice of community rewards, more sales and profits, let's say, why then it must come up with more service. Again, cause and effect. If any given person wants more in the way of rewards, psychic or tangible or both, he too must find ways of being of greater service. The trouble with so many is that they tend to forget this rule, if indeed they ever really understood it, get themselves into ruts of habit and operate on minimums. This simply guarantees that they'll receive minimum returns. You'll even hear such people say, I do no more than I have to. I'm not going to do any more than I'm paid to do. Well, these are people who have forgotten, who have never learned the first rule of successful living. They don't understand that they're controlling their own returns. By performing at minimum standards, they're keeping themselves at the bottom of the pile. Standing in the biggest gold mine on earth, they insist upon using a teaspoon instead of grabbing a snow shovel. If a person would form the habit of asking himself every morning while he's taking a shower and getting ready for work, how can I increase my service today? And if he'd then come up with an idea or two, he'd soon find himself at or near the top of the pile. He would find himself receiving all sorts of interesting benefits on and off the job. It's been said that none of us is smart enough to remember everything he knows. Most of us know this simple rule that works like magic in our lives, but we tend to forget it. It's been said that we need reminding as much as we need educating, and from time to time we need to return to the old basic rules. They give meaning and stability in what can otherwise seem like a confusing world. Back when John W. Gardner was president of the Carnegie Corporation and before he became secretary of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, he wrote a piece for Harper's Magazine on how to prevent organizational dry rot. It was so good that I clipped it and tucked it away, and here in a much abbreviated form are some of John W. Gardner's rules for keeping an organization young and vital. 1. The organization must have an effective program for the recruitment and development of talent. People are the ultimate source of renewal. The shortage of able, highly trained, highly motivated men and women will be a permanent feature of our kind of society, and every organization that wants its share of the short supply is going to have to get out and fight for it. 2. The organization must be a hospitable environment for the individual. Organizations that have killed the spark of individuality in their members will have greatly diminished their capacity for change. 3. The organization must have built-in provisions for self-criticism, an atmosphere in which uncomfortable questions can be asked. The Turks have a proverb that says, the man who tells the truth should have one foot in the stirrup. This should not be true of the vital organization. 4. Fluidity of internal structure. There have to be departments and divisions, but jurisdictional boundaries tend to get set in concrete. Pretty soon, no solution to a problem is seriously considered if there's any danger that it will threaten jurisdictional lines. 5. An adequate system of communication. Easy, effective communication. 6. The organization must have some means of combating the process by which men and women become prisoners of their procedures. The rule book grows fatter as the ideas grow fewer. Some years ago, a wholesale firm noted that some of its small shopkeeper customers were losing money because of antiquated merchandising methods. The firm decided that it would be good business to assist the shopkeepers in bringing their methods up to date, but soon discovered that many had no desire to modernize or bring them up to date. They just loved the old money-losing, inefficient ways. 7. The organization capable of continuous renewal will have found some means of combating the vested interests that grow up in every human institution. The lowest employees have their vested interests, every foreman has his, and every department head has his. Every change threatens someone's privileges, someone's authority, someone's status. 8. The organization capable of continuous renewal is interested in what it is going to become and not what it has been. 9. An organization runs on motivation, on conviction, on morale. People have to believe that it really makes a difference whether they do well or badly. They have to care. They have to believe that their efforts as individuals will mean something for the whole organization and will be recognized by the whole organization. Change is always risky, usually uncomfortable, also painful. It isn't accomplished by apathetic men and women. The future of a country or an organization of any kind depends on its capacity for self-renewal, and that in turn depends on the vitality of the organization and individuals that make it up. Here's a little exercise in imagination for you. Let's say you were shipwrecked and found yourself in a small boat, or on a small island with a handful of other survivors. How long do you think you would all get along well together? How long would it be before different personalities would begin to chafe and wear thin? Well, a family is, in many ways, like a small group marooned. The members of the family are stuck with each other. Every morning, every night, and on weekends, the little group must get together and live together. No two of the members are alike. Each has a completely different personality, different likes and dislikes. Each has problems which he or she considers to be important. Each sees the world and life from his own unique viewpoint and interests. Yet they must live close together, in the most intimate of relationships, for years, year after year after year. And this can give you an idea why the happy, loving family is about as rare as 25-carat diamonds. It's also why, in even the best managed and usually happy homes, there are times when visiting these homes is like jumping into a river full of piranhas. Someone reached the breaking point, when someone else goes a little too far, and suddenly war is declared. It's believed that much of the discord in the average household could be avoided if more people realized that they're in this lifeboat or small island predicament. That is, if they understood a little better that human beings, any and all human beings, have trouble getting along when they're jammed into close quarters for an extended period of time. The man and his wife and the kids who are old enough to be reached with this idea need to understand that the problem does not necessarily lie with Charlie or Joan or little Willie or whatever their names are. They need to understand that the same problem would exist no matter who on earth they happen to live with. Everyone has faults, moods. Changing husbands or wives and raising new kids is nothing more than changing one set of problems for another. A friend of mine was married 6 times in his search, I suppose, for the one woman that he could live with amicably for an extended period. The only thing this achieved was to keep him broke paying alimony and making settlements. I think he finally came to the realization that there is not a woman on earth he could live with in a constant state of bliss. He, of course, had no intention of changing, and the same problem that brought about the divorces with numbers 1 and 2 brought about divorces numbers 3 through 6. I think the lifeboat analogy is particularly apt, because a home is, in many respects, like a lifeboat. It's the way to life and survival, but the problems are built in, and should be discussed, so that every member of the family makes a constant, conscious effort to contribute to the well-being and success of so precarious a journey. Understanding the problem could keep someone from being pitched overboard. When all the people in a boat are pulling together, each one giving of himself for the good of all, the odds are good they'll have a safe journey. Well, how are you doing in the enthusiasm department these days? The saddest days of our lives are those days in which we can find nothing to be enthusiastic about. I think you can say that a person's enthusiasm is in direct proportion to the importance of what it is he's looking forward to. Thus, there are all sorts of degrees of enthusiasm. People tend to be mildly enthusiastic on Fridays simply because it's the last day of the week and they've got a free weekend coming up. People tend to be more enthusiastic about going home after work at night than they are about leaving for work in the morning. But the most fortunate people on earth are those who live most of their lives in a state of energizing enthusiasm. And you know what the key to enthusiasm is? Well, there are 2 keys, really. One comes from learning, the other comes from accomplishment. Learning new things tends to keep our enthusiasm high. Perhaps this explains the natural enthusiasm of children. If you've paid much attention to children, you've noticed that they're naturally enthusiastic and they're naturally happy. The reason adults tend to lose a lot of their enthusiasm for living is that they usually stop learning. As soon as school's over, they take the stand, consciously or unconsciously, that they know enough. Any learning they do from that point on, they do passively through the natural passage of time and experience, or again, passively, through the media of newspapers, radio, and television. If new learning comes to them, it does so largely through no efforts, or at least minimal efforts on their part. Learning little that is new or interesting, their lives become repetitious and settle down into well-worn grooves. They see the same people and go through the same motions every day, and gradually or quickly or all or most of the enthusiasm fades from their lives. The second key usually ties in with the first, the second key being accomplishment. It's pretty hard to accomplish something new without first learning something new, even if the accomplishment is limited to improving one's golf game or making furniture in the basement. But we're enthusiastic when we're working on a project we want to complete or master. The key word there is want. It has to be something we want very much to do, as opposed to those duties and projects we must do whether we like them or not. Did you ever get a good look at a dog's face when he's chasing a rabbit? It's the happiest, most alert expression you'll ever see in your life. He's got something wonderfully worthwhile to do, and he's having the time of his life trying to do it. You'd hardly know it was the same dog you saw snoozing and twitching on the back porch before the rabbit came into the picture. He couldn't even keep his eyes open then. It's the same with people. The rabbit may be different for each of us, but it's our job to flesh it out. The word enthusiasm comes from the Greek word entheos, which means the God within. And the happiest, most interesting people are those who have found the secret of maintaining their enthusiasm, that God within. You know, one of the most difficult things to teach, and because of this, the most difficult thing for a person to learn, is the all-powerful force of faith or belief. As the great Dr. Ernest Holmes once put it, and he devoted his life to the teaching of this great truth, here's a power which every person has, but which few people use consciously. One man does not possess this power above another, or to a greater degree. Everyone has it, since everyone lives and has consciousness. The question, then, is not, do we have the power? It is merely, are we using it correctly? Dr. Alexis Carrel, the great Nobel Prize-winning physician, said that when a person discovers the extent of his powers by the conscious and correct use of faith or belief, or whatever you want to call it, he finds that there has been introduced an entirely new set of laws into his experience. New to his experience, yes, but the laws are not new themselves. When a person discovers what the power of belief can mean, how it can revolutionize a life for the better, he is at first astounded until he realizes that his former life was operating on the same principle. The difference is that the person who understands uses this power for good to achieve the things he wants to achieve, while the person who does not understand uses the same power to hold himself back, to limit himself, and to live a sort of half-life, a second-hand life. It would be a great surprise to most people to discover that the very law which now holds them back, holds them in a kind of bondage, is the very same law which could free them if they just used it in a slightly different way. To illustrate this point, Dr. Holmes would quote the poem which goes, "One ship drives east and another drives west, with the self-same winds that blow. 'Tis the set of the sails and not the gales which tell us the way to go." Now, this makes a good point. With a sailboat you can go east or west, steer onto the rocks or bring it gently to anchor in a snug harbor, all with the same wind, blowing in the same direction. It's all up to you and the way you handle the tiller and the sails. And when you're talking about faith and belief, you have to bring in the greatest book ever written, and the greatest teacher of the ages on this subject. And he summed it all up when he said, "Go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee." This is the sentence or the glory of every human being. As he believes, so is it done unto him. But the power of belief is with him. It's his sailboat, and it's his hand on the tiller, whether he knows it or not, or whether he likes it or not. And the same force that leads one person into fulfillment and happiness and abundance keeps another person plodding on the fringes, looking, as Hausmann put it, fearful and afraid at a world he did not make. The pity of it is that the world could be his if he only understood that most difficult thing, to teach or to learn, that we become what we think about, that as we believe, so is it done unto us. It's good for all of us to remember that bit about the sailboat. If the direction we're heading is not to our liking, maybe we need to remind ourselves that we're the ones who are steering the boat. Would you say that you're a wave maker? That is, do you make waves in your pond? Are you a boat rocker, or do you tend to shy away from rocking the boat? Supervisory Management has something interesting on this, written by Mr. R.S. Reynolds, Jr. He said a business managed by men who are playing it safe cannot thrive. Take a look at the top 100 companies today. They're the doers, the innovators, and they reached the top because they refused to play it safe. Now, it's common knowledge that some people resist change because it threatens their status and security. They're afraid that innovation will rock the boat. But you don't get superior performance from people who are afraid the boat will rock. You get it from ones who want to row, or at least help row the boat. Now, what are the earmarks of a manager who helps mold the company instead of being molded by his own routine, his fear of change? He makes things happen. He's an innovator. He can be judged by the men who work for him. By delegating his work to good men, he helps them grow in their jobs, frees himself for further innovation. He's a skilled organizer. He's more a generalist than was yesterday's manager. He understands all phases of the company's operations, is quick to recognize new problems and opportunities. So said Mr. Reynolds. Each of us should, from time to time, rate himself on his skills as a manager. Everyone's a manager of something. To begin with, each of us is the manager of his own life. A husband and wife have substantial responsibilities as management people, especially when the children are involved, and their own well-being. But getting back to business management, I'm fortunate in that I regularly associate with top management people of some of the biggest and best companies in the world. They're clients of ours. And the one thing they have in common is that they're always up to something. There's always something exciting in the wind. The minute the boat starts to settle down, about 50 people grab the gunnels and start shaking it for all they're worth. They make mistakes from time to time. They're bound to. But they also make a lot of right decisions, too. Decisions that keep their companies moving up and ahead of the pack. In the executive offices of these companies, you're struck by a feeling of youth, even though the original founders may have been dead for decades. The fact that last year's sales ran into the billions of dollars doesn't mean a thing. That was last year. Yes, as Mr. Reynolds said, take a look at the top 100 companies today. They're the doers, the innovators, and they reached the top because they did not play it safe. The same thing will apply to the top 100 business firms in any big city in the country. They're managed by people who know that the smoothest water is the shallowest, and that's where the rocks lurk. How are you doing in the wave-making department? You never get promoted when no one else knows your current job. The best basis for being advanced is to organize yourself out of every job you're put into. Most people are advanced because they're pushed up by the people underneath, rather than pulled up from above. Here are a few reminders for those of us who expect to survive and prosper in the world of business, and advice for the person who plans to go into business for himself or rise in the ranks of the modern corporation. This first bit of advice was written by the well-known publisher and speaker Red Motley, who is a good friend of mine. He said, "Accept the fact that people do not need what you have to sell them. You may think they do, but they don't. Accept the fact that needs are not important, but that wants are all important. Millions of people ought to have what you're selling, but until you make them want what you have, they'll never buy it. Remember this. If a man is made to want something badly enough, nothing in the world can stand in the way of his getting it. Nothing happens until somebody sells something. The salesman, the want creator, is a very important person." That's right, Red. It's good. Sometimes we forget who the salesman is. He's the man with the briefcase getting on the plane, and he's the man knocking at your door. But he's also the man behind the door marked President, and he's the man burning the midnight oil at the advertising agency who knows the truth of Leo Burnett's comment that any fool can write a bad ad, but it takes a real genius to keep his hands off a good one. It was also Leo Burnett who said, after all the meetings are over, the phones have stopped ringing and the vocalizing has died down, somebody finally has to get out an ad, often after hours. Somebody has to stare at a blank piece of paper. This is probably the very height of lonesomeness. Out of the recesses of his mind must come words which interest, words which persuade, words which inspire, words which sell, magic words. I regard him as the man of the hour in our business today. And Mr. Charles Brower, president of BBD&O, wrote, "When you try to formalize or socialize creative activity, the only sure result is commercial constipation. The good ideas are all hammered out in agony by individuals, not spewed out by groups." I'd like to add that this should be of particular interest to that breed of modern executive who carries the delegation of authority to the point where he even expects all good ideas to come from minds other than his own. And quoting Mr. Brower again, he said, "There's no such thing as soft sell and hard sell. There's only smart sell and stupid sell." And since Mr. Brower has the floor, if you would succeed today, remember that this is the great era of the goof-off, the age of the half-done job. The land from coast to coast has been enjoying a stampede away from responsibility. It's populated with laundrymen who won't iron shirts, or when they do, they break your buttons, with waiters who won't serve, with carpenters who will come around someday maybe, with executives whose minds are on the golf course, with teachers who demand a single salary scale so that achievement cannot be rewarded, with students who take cinch courses. In the end, the formula remains the same today. Excellence in every department of your business. Excellence renewed every day. We all know really what it takes to succeed in the world of today, but it's good to be reminded once in a while to reaffirm our belief and start looking in corners for signs of the dust of complacency. Here's something you might find interesting. It's called The 4 Marks of an Educated Person. See if you fit. He speaks and writes clearly and precisely, no matter how much information he may have stored away in his brain. A man is not educated until he's able to use his mother tongue with grace, precision, and clarity. He has a set of values and the courage to defend them. Knowledge and experience have given him the capacity to discriminate not only between right and wrong, but also between the trivial and the significant, between that which is cheap and that which has integrity. He tries to understand his society and how it differs from others. He views these differences with compassion and respect, where the uneducated man sees them as evidence of his own superiority, regarding the customs of others with condescension or contempt. He looks squarely at the world and its problems, and always with hope. He neither rejects nor fears the complexities and the dangers of modern life, but accepts as his responsibility the task of making order out of complexity, opportunity out of danger. It's good, isn't it? How did you do? Did you qualify on all 4 counts? All 4 qualifications are well within the realm of achievement for anyone. To speak and write clearly and precisely, to have a set of values and the courage to defend them, to try and understand our society and how it differs from others, and to look squarely at the world and its problems, and always with hope. The 4 Marks of an Educated Person. They appeared in the Rotarian some time back and were written by Grayson Kirk. And Dunn's Review made an interesting survey on executive wives. 60% of the executives surveyed filled out the questionnaire on the condition that they remain anonymous. Their answers indicate definitely that a wife can spell trouble, both for her husband's career and for the fortunes of his corporation. Most criticism boiled down to these 3 common complaints. The first is that she's a shrew who makes her mate unhappy at home, or she puts on the dog with other executives' wives, or she's a dominating type, pushing her husband along faster than his ability warrants. I get letters from this type occasionally. She'll write and say she thinks her husband should be doing better, or going after a better, more challenging job, or getting a raise. My suggestion is always that she let her husband decide what he should or should not do in the job department. If she wants to improve someone, she should start with herself. If she thinks it's so easy to earn more money, she can go out and do it, but she's wise to stay off her husband's back in this regard. Dunn's Review found that the perfect executive wife is well-mannered, gracious, even-tempered, interested in people, sociable, willing to travel, willing to move where her husband's job takes him, patient and sympathetic with her husband's career objective. Now, there are many in the women's lib movement who would object to this very strenuously, but anyway, that's what Dunn's Review found that the perfect executive wife amounts to. Now, should corporations look over the wife before they hire the man? More than 2/3 feel that it is important for top management to meet a man's wife before appointing him to a top position, or vice versa, to meet the woman's husband before she is appointed to a top position. How many times have you heard someone say, perhaps heard yourself say, "Oh, I'm a terrible letter writer. I'm all right until I sit down in front of a sheet of paper and then I just go blank." Well, that's ridiculous. If you're a good, even a fair conversationalist, you can be a very satisfactory letter writer. Write the letter in exactly the same way and using exactly the same words and subjects that you would if the person to whom you're writing were present and sitting across the table from you and you were talking to him. Now, once this is understood, it then becomes a matter of practice. 2 women who, if they were in each other's company, could talk for several hours about things in which both of them have a great deal of interest, will, when writing to each other, have trouble filling a small sheet of notepaper. They could write wonderfully interesting letters to each other if they would write as they would talk if they were together. Each of them could easily fill 10 pages on both sides and provide her correspondent with a charming and interesting interlude reading the letter. The strange thing is that the thought of writing a letter shifts most people into a totally different gear. They suddenly become formal. People they've known for years, and this is also true of businessmen writing business letters, and whose presence would spark an interesting informal conversation, suddenly become distant strangers who must be addressed and written to in a stiff, cold, formal manner. Here are 5 rules semanticists and psychologists have long been recommending to businessmen whose livelihood can be determined in large measure by their ability to communicate. 1. Avoid words that are too familiar or not familiar enough. Overly familiar words tend to make little or no impression. However, your entire audience can be lost in a jungle of obscure words and phrases. 2. Don't confuse or misuse words. The dictionary is your best friend here, and careful checking can save you unnecessary embarrassment. For example, the word correspondent, spelled with 2 R's, is someone you communicate with. Spelled with 1 R, it's a person involved in a divorce suit. If you're at all in doubt as to the spelling of a word, take a minute to look it up. It's good practice, and you'll often find another good word to add to your vocabulary while you're searching for the one you want to use. In fact, you'll average 5 new words every time you look up a word. 3. Be terse. This is important in business letters, but not at all important in personal letters. 4. Recognize the connotation of a word as well as its denotation. A word's denotation is what it means precisely. Its connotation is what it suggests. To understand the difference, try calling a woman fat instead of plump. 5. Strive for simplicity. The best writing is always simple and easy to read and understand. At every opportunity, use the short, hard, gritty, colorful words that carry a bite and add zest to your correspondence. Practice writing interesting letters. Chances are you owe letters to someone. Why not answer them? And avoid cliches such as, I am fine and hope you are the same. You never said that to a person in your life. Your friends should be kept as carefully cultivated as a garden. One of the best ways to keep your friendships warm and close is to work on your correspondence. In Milton's Paradise Lost, Satan says, the mind, in its own place and in itself, can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. When Satan says this, he does not realize its truth or the ironic fact that his hate-filled mind has indeed made for him a hell of heaven, but cannot make a heaven of hell. And Satan, in this great work by Milton, has lots of company. Let's read that line again. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. No one knows or can even guess at the uncounted millions who are living in a virtual heaven of opportunity in every department of their lives, and yet turn it into a living hell. They have every opportunity to love, and yet they hate. They have every opportunity to trust, and yet they mistrust. Every opportunity to work and give of themselves, yet they hold back in the suspicious dread that they're being cheated. They have every opportunity to share in the wealth of the richest society since the beginning of the world, yet they sit and grumble because it's not given to them for being lazy and ignorant. They're ignorant even though they are surrounded on every side with a free and abundant opportunity to learn to their full capacity. The public libraries in their towns and cities are half empty, waiting in vain for them to enter and learn. The schools and their parents beg them to stay in schools to qualify themselves for a fast-changing world, but they drop out. But it's not just to some of these that the mind turns a possible heaven into a hell. In every walk of life, in every strata of society, you can see the bitter, desolate expressions, the hollow eyes and listless hands of those whose minds have condemned them to the tortures of the damned, or a life of endless tedium and ennui. The old Roman Seneca put it this way. He said, a great, a good, and a right mind is a kind of divinity lodged in flesh, and may be the blessing of a slave as well as of a prince. It came from heaven, and to heaven it must return, and it's a kind of heavenly felicity which a pure and virtuous mind enjoys in some degree even on earth. And Chaucer said, my mind to me a kingdom is, such present joys therein I find, that it excels all other bliss that earth affords. Every person's mind is his kingdom, and he, as the reigning monarch, decides what kind of a kingdom it is to be, bleak or bountiful, rich or poor, interesting or dull, happy or unhappy. Milton knew what he was talking about when he had his Satan say in Paradise Lost, the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. An interesting and happy mind can, as Seneca said, be the blessing of a slave as well as a prince, and the most important moment of our lives is when we understand that we can fashion our minds as we will. What stubbing, plowing, digging, and harrowing is to land, that thinking, reflecting, examining is to the mind. We know the soil is rich. The harvest is up to us. I ran across something in the National Observer I think you'll find interesting. It originally appeared in the Atlantic Monthly and was written by Paul Foley, an advertising executive. Of the, some 96 million American females alive today, from infants to octogenarians, 8 out of 10 at some time in their lives will have worked for a wage. In an average month last year, there were some 23 million women at work. Some 17 million of them are full-time workers. Now, though women are represented in almost every type of employment, from domestic help to the highly paid professions, most jobs that women hold full-time are in the lower paid, unskilled, semi-skilled, or what might be called the blue smock categories. Since World War II, the number of women in American industry has increased, but the number of women in jobs or professions requiring higher education, training, or specialized knowledge has not kept pace. Why? Well, because too many young American women of college age shy away from the commitments which are necessary to make the most of themselves as individual human beings. They're exhibiting a growing tendency to avoid a career commitment with its earlier commitment to education and preparation in order to enter early into the marriage lottery. The professions are wide open to American women. They won this right long ago, yet only 3.5% of the American lawyers, for instance, are women. Elizabeth Blackwell, the first woman to graduate from an American medical college, became an MD in 1849. More than a century later, only 6% of all students in the medical colleges of this country are women, and the figures remained almost constant for more than 50 years. By contrast, of approximately 350,000 doctors in the Soviet Union, 76% are women. In many European countries, 30 to 35% of all practicing physicians are women. As far back as 1956 in the Soviet Union, 53% of all specialists, persons skilled by reasons of higher education in any field of endeavor, 53% were women. 1/3 of all deputies elected to regional Soviets or councils are women. The plain fact is that in the United States today we have an urgent need for more doctors, more dentists, more technicians, more scholars, more philosophers at all levels. We cannot afford the luxury of wasted human potential. So wrote Mr. Paul Foley. Well, this shows the tremendous opportunities that exist for women in this country today. There's a crying need for more women in the professions. You can be a doctor, a lawyer, or other professional and still get married and raise 10 or 15 children if you want to. A man doesn't give up marriage and a home when he opts for the professions, and a woman doesn't have to either. Anyway, it's something to think about, something to talk over with that young daughter of yours. How about it, little girl? Why don't you give some thought or talk to your school counselor about the possibilities of your becoming a doctor or other professional? We need more women in the professions. I've long held the belief, and perhaps you have too, that every business, no matter what its form or function, should have a purpose beyond that of survival. And this will also apply to the family. Now, naturally, the first responsibility of management, whether it's a small neighborhood restaurant, a corner gas station, or a corporate giant, is to survive and grow. It must earn a profit, not just to satisfy the owner, its stockholders, and board of directors, but so that it can pump needed money into research and development and expansion. It must earn a profit so that it can continue to pay the salaries of its employees and offer jobs to additional people as the company grows. Without survival, there's nothing. But it should also have an additional purpose, a deeper meaning constantly before it, and this should be to upgrade all who are influenced by it. Now, I'm sure there are many who will smile at this sentiment, but there are also many who will not. And the fact is that those who take this idea seriously are the most successful people in this or any other country. They also manage the world's most successful business firms in every segment of the business spectrum. For most businesses, this second purpose is ignored, even if it's known or understood, and this is precisely why the great majority of businesses of all kinds have to be classified as second-rate. They lack the deeper cause that must accompany greatness in anything. In fact, the not uncommon slump or leveling off which comes to so many businesses after a long period of growth is often brought about by the loss of this second cause. For example, a business which begins with a purpose of providing the best product it can in its field may, 10 or 15 years later, be more concerned with shaving costs or increasing profit margins or seeing how many of the widgets it can turn out and forgetting all about quality. Now, this business of shaving costs and increasing profit margins is important in business, but only if it's subordinate to the former, if the business is to really flourish. And many once successful business firms have gone under because they became so involved in markets and competition and price that they lost sight of the company's purpose, its reason for being. There's a saying that people remember quality and are proud of it long after they've forgotten price. And the most successful companies on earth are those that manage to give top quality at a very reasonable price. Our country proved to the world that it could be done. But every businessman must ask himself, or at least should ask himself, how is my customer somehow improved, upgraded, bettered because he uses my product or service? What is my contribution to society beyond that of earning a living? Just as a father and mother should ask themselves, what are we contributing to our children besides food, clothing, school, and shelter? It's this greater purpose that spells the difference between that which is average and that which is great, and none of us can ask the question of ourselves too often. Perhaps more people in business should keep in mind the advice David Ogilvy once gave to a group of advertising copywriters. He said, "The consumer is not a moron, she's your wife." In his book, Child of the Century, Ben Hecht observed, "A wise man knows that he has only one enemy, himself. This is an enemy difficult to ignore and full of cunning. It assails one with doubts and fear. It always seeks to loosen and lead one away from one's goal. It's an enemy never to be forgotten, but constantly outwitted." Something to think about, isn't it? And in my way of thinking, a truer statement has never been written. Each of us has only one enemy, himself. An enemy difficult to ignore and full of cunning. And no one knows this enemy better than the person who must manage his own time, as Ben Hecht, as a writer, had to do, or as does the commissioned salesman or the person trying to break a bad habit or lose weight. Mortimer Feinberg, an industrial psychologist writing for Nation's Business, says that one of the hardest things a man can do is to look at himself objectively, realistically, without self-glorification, deception, or despair. An analysis of yourself can pay rich dividends in a variety of ways. Increased effectiveness and impact on others, better personal relationships, greater personal fulfillment. As Bernard M. Baruch put it, only as you know yourself can your brain serve you as a sharp and efficient tool. Know your own failings and passions and prejudices so that you can separate them from what you see. Getting to know yourself is not simple. Psychologists agree that each of us builds up a strong network of defenses which act to protect us from others and, incidentally, from ourselves. All of us are born into this world helpless and dependent. In order to survive, we need to lean on others. The child growing up learns to turn to mother, not only for the comforts of physical help, but for the more rewarding comfort of approval. As we grow older, we continue the search for approval from the widening circle around us. We want friends not only to like us, but to approve of what we do. And in their approval we find reassurance of our own worth. So great is the human need for love and approval that we will even deceive ourselves if necessary, rather than face the fact that we might not deserve it. Undisguised, our behavior might not always merit approval. All of us do things that are inconsiderate, unkind, downright cruel, but rather than face ourselves in an unkindly light, even to our own eyes, we unconsciously will protect our image of ourselves. We rationalize, we say, oh well, I did it because, providing supposedly good and substantial reasons for our behavior. We project, disowning the fault and seeing it as the other fellow's problem. We displace by blaming someone else for our own faults that we can't accept. We compensate by stretching ourselves in one area when we failed in another. Our defenses serve two purposes. First, they represent an attempt to prove to others that we're really fine people and anything we do wrong is done for the right reason. And second, they help us to deceive ourselves. Know your enemy, and you can overcome him. Know yourself. The ancient advice still heads the list, and perhaps you can overcome the only real enemy you have, yourself. I had a call the other day from a young life insurance salesman. It was a long-distance call from another state. He told me he was thinking of leaving the life insurance business and going into something else, and he asked me my opinion of a good business for him. I asked him why he was leaving the life insurance business, and he said something to the effect that he just wasn't making any money. I tried to sell it, he said, but nobody wants to buy it. I suggested that maybe his problem is that he's motivated by an attempt to sell, rather than by the attempt to help people solve their problems. You know, it's a well-known fact that the average family does not have enough life insurance. This is a problem. In trying to solve this problem, he would probably find himself quite successful selling life insurance. The success of our undertakings depends not so much on the undertakings themselves, but rather by our motive for doing them. It's our motive that makes the difference. One man says, there ought to be a lot of money in children's books. I'll write one. And then he's disappointed when it's rejected or flops on the market. But Hans Christian Andersen and the Grimm brothers and Lewis Carroll, Mark Twain, and Kipling were motivated to write their great children's stories out of their love for children. And these books and stories will last 1,000 years and earn millions. The greatest novel ever written, War and Peace, by Leo Tolstoy, the greatest companies, the greatest men and women in all walks of life, achieved their greatness out of a desire to solve a problem or fulfill a need, or to express something that had to be expressed. Now, this is not to say that these people and companies did not earn a lot of money for what they produced. They did. But the key to their success is to be found in the fact that they were motivated more, at least in the beginning, by what was needed or what they felt they had to do than by any thought of profit. This is the actual secret, the key to profits. The man going into the restaurant business, for example, who does so with a determination to serve the best food in town, has 1,000 times more chances of success than the man who goes into the business solely for the purpose of making money. It's a matter of motive, of emphasis. And you'll find this true in every walk of life, every line of business, every job of every type and description. The man who made up his mind to put out the best can of pork and beans in the world did exactly that. He and a lot of bean farmers got rich in the process, but getting rich wasn't his reason for going into business. There's not a single thing on earth wrong about making money. This is why kids mow lawns and why millions of people get up in the morning and go to work. But success and the money that often accompanies it are like happiness. They cannot be sought directly. They are effects. The cause must have a powerful motive behind it. What's your big motive? Both William Shakespeare and Cecil B. DeMille got rich. Separated as they were in time and talent, they were both motivated by the same thing: to produce the very best, to express the very best that was in them. A very good mind belongs to a gentleman named Gilbert Hyatt, Columbia University professor, book critic for Harper's Magazine, radio lecturer, and author. Mr. Hyatt wrote a book many years ago titled Man's Unconquerable Mind, and in one part of this book he wrote, "The human mind is capable of far more work than it has ever done. A normal man uses nearly all his muscles during his mature life, but leaves large areas, perhaps 2/3 of his brain, dormant. Not even the greatest creative thinker has ever complained that his intellect was too weak to serve him, that he found it a dull and clumsy tool, but rather that he was approaching death before he learned all its uses. Then why are there so many ignorant and stupid people in the world? Surely it's because some of them, as individuals, misuse their minds, while others live in societies that discourage thought. Individually, many people throughout the world are simply lazy. The bright, adventurous intelligence which they enjoyed in their youth is allowed to lie virtually unused for the rest of their 70 years, covered over with a sediment of routine, rusted by the constant drip of casual gossip, clogged by meaningless chatter from newspaper and, if you'll pardon the expression, radio and television, employed only on daily problems and the incessant re-examination of personal reminiscences. Often an active mind forces its way out of the cocoon and cries for work, and then its owner gives it false and fruitless work to do. Many a man who unconsciously loathes the boredom of his life will relieve it by thinking, but by thinking about the wrong subjects. He'll memorize the first, second, and third horses in all the major races for 40 years, or the batting averages of 2,000 leading players. Many a woman finds her greatest intellectual pleasure in collecting and arranging an immense volume of gossip and genealogy. Who married whom? Who is whose cousin? What are the weaknesses of each particular family? And so forth. And lastly, many an otherwise intelligent man or woman wastes his or her time and intellect by failing to train and use the mind properly, by assembling masses of utterly uncoordinated facts and unverified information, then building on them. Such people become local eccentrics, hollow earth fanatics, amateur metaphysicians. They're not fools, but they have minds and spoil them. David Seabury has written that we must understand that our minds are not us. Our minds are tools that we may pick up and use for whatever task we choose, and just as you wouldn't use a fine steel carving knife to hack at heavy bones, you shouldn't waste the time and blunt the cutting edge of your mind on dulling subjects. Perhaps heredity might put an upper limit on a child's intellectual capacity, but this ceiling is so high that many scientists believe no human has yet even approached it. So here we are with 2/3 or more of our minds going to waste. If we can find more and better ways of using them, we can greatly increase the excitement, the fun, the rewards of living. Strange, unfathomable happiness. The happiness of thinking, of seeking knowledge for its own sake. Everyone's tasted it. It's born in children. It goes to school with them. What happens to it? Here's something else by Gilbert Hyatt. He wrote, thinking, learning, remembering, knowing, imagining, and creating new ideas, preserving and communicating knowledge over distances in time and space. Not only is it wonderful in its compass and variety, it is unique. It makes us human. Consider our lives. All other activities we share with the other inhabitants of the planet. Animals, birds, reptiles, fish, and insects also struggle for power as we do. They organize themselves into social groups. Many build. Some control their environment by ingenious inventions. Some of them, like some of us, collect wealth. They fight. They make love. They play games. Some have powers we shall never possess and can scarcely comprehend. Cunning and skillful they are. Yet collectively they learn little that's new, and individually almost nothing. Their skills are intricate but limited. Their art, though charming, is purely decorative. Their languages consist of a few dozen signs and sounds. Their memory is vivid but restricted. Their curiosity is shallow and temporary, merely the rudiment of that wonder which fills the mind of a human scientist or poet or historian or philosopher. They cannot conceive of learning and knowledge as a limitless activity administered by the power of will. Only human beings really learn and know and remember and think creatively as individuals. Knowledge acquired and extended for its own sake is the specific quality that makes us human. Our species has the hair and lungs of animals, reptilian bones, and fish-like blood. We are close indeed to the beasts. Often we're more cruel, but we're fundamentally different from them in that we can learn almost infinitely and know and recollect. We are Homo sapiens, man the thinker. The life of every individual man and woman is made up of many acts and passions, but it is most clearly and consistently seen as a pattern of learning. We think all the time. Our thoughts and our experiences continually form a mass of material which we accept and try to organize. It is chiefly in the depth and completeness of its organization that we differ from one another. History is the record of struggles for power, is exciting but unrewarding. Dinosaurs tore at one another for ages. Some survived for a while, some died. It's all meaningless. Tribes of human beings have been hunting and rending and enslaving one another for many centuries. It is factual, but is it important? No. Surely our essential history is the story of our learning and thinking. It was by learning that we ceased to be animals and made ourselves into men and women. That was the first stage. Cell by cell and reflex by reflex, the wonderful human brain was formed, and with it our two other human powers, the devices by which, even if the world fell into ruins, we could still rebuild it. Our fantastically intricate speech and our ingenious, adaptable hands. So wrote Gilbert Hyatt, and in reflecting on all of this, it makes you want to ask, but what am I doing with these wondrous gifts? It's said that if you give too much to a child, he will come to take his gifts for granted, as little more than is due. You and I have been given gifts beyond measure or price, and our reaction is usually the same. Someone sent me a very interesting little article about the words we use most. What do you think is the most frequently used word? Well, that's it. It's is. The personal pronoun I is more popular than you. Man outranks woman, but mother has a considerable edge over father. Scholars from the University of Chicago and the University of North Carolina have compiled a list of the 8,000 most frequently used words in the language, and they made this discovery. Regardless of education, most people use only 403 words in more than 80% of their everyday conversation. Now, whether you're a PhD, a ditch digger, a waitress, an office clerk, or a botanist, your basic talking vocabulary is about the same, the research team concluded, and you use only 403 words in more than 80% of your everyday conversation. Now, do you realize what this means? Well, to me it means that you can speak any language with comparative ease by learning only about 400 words. Because despite the fact that there are more than 450,000 words in Webster's Big Dictionary, over 600,000 in the English language, we use the same few over and over again. The word is the most used, followed by the, and, a, and to. In fact, these 5 tiny words, is, the, and, a, and to, provide 1/6 of a person's spoken vocabulary. And think of this, the first 33 words on the list of most used words constitute more than half of a person's everyday speech. Now, here again you can see how easy it should be to learn to get along in a foreign language, if we know which words to learn and how to hang them together. 33 words represent more than half of our daily conversation. And here's an interesting sidelight of this whole thing. It'll give you an idea as to how we generally react to things and ideas. The word no ranks 87th in the list of the most frequently used words. The word yes ranks 366th. In other words, we use the word no more than 4 times as often as we use the word yes. However, the word good ranks 114th, while bad ranks 309th. And to give you an idea of why so few words make up our daily speech, the word hard ranks 144th on the list, but the word difficult ranks 474th. This means we use the word hard when we mean difficult, and it gives us another indication of how really few words you need to know to get along, at least fairly well, in language. There are other hopeful signs. The word love ranks 264th, and the word hate does not appear on the list. On the other hand, war ranks 3051st, and peace does not appear on the list. The word God stands at 511th, and the list of the 10 most often used nouns is interesting. We are most likely to talk of a man, a picture, woman, mother, thing, way, hand, girl, kind, or face in that order as the 10 most often used nouns. The 10 most frequently used verbs are look, think, know, go, seem, see, say, get, try, and come. It was also discovered who does the most talking, men or women. The study found that women talk more than men and say much less. They say more in words, but they don't put across as many ideas. Now, that's according to the survey. That isn't my opinion. It's interesting, isn't it? Here are 10 questions calculated to determine how happy and well-adjusted you are. They're questions a psychiatrist or psychologist might ask you. See how you do. 1. Are you happy? That is, do you consider yourself to be a generally happy person? Do you tend to look on the bright side of things, or do you tend to be suspicious and fearful? 2. Do you have a zest for living? Do you look forward to your days with interest and anticipation? 3. Are you socially adjusted? That is, do you get along well with other people? Do you have a good circle of friends and enjoy being with other people? Can you look at most things from the other person's point of view as well as your own? The loss of interest in being with other people, a loss of interest generally, is often the first sign of mental illness. 4. Do you have unity and balance? This is to say, do you have many interests? It's unhealthy to wrap your life around any one thing. Every person needs many supports under his table. He finds interest and challenge in his work and does it well, but he also has many other interests. 5. Can you live with each problem as it arises? Of all the things you worried about last year, how many actually happened? Do you recognize problems as a normal, healthy part of living, and look upon them as challenges to be solved and overcome, or do you try to run and hide from them or let them overwhelm you? 6. Do you have insight into your own conduct? Can you see yourself as others see you and understand why you do the things you do? 7. Do you have a confidential relationship with someone? Everyone needs someone with whom he can let down the barriers and talk out his fears and problems completely, with whom he can be completely candid. 8. Do you have a sense of the ridiculous? Can you laugh at yourself? Laughter's been called the sunshine of the soul. Without it, darkness settles in. Never lose your sense of humor. You can't get ulcers when you're laughing. 9. Are you engaged in satisfying work? The well-adjusted person realizes the importance of work, the right kind of work, the kind of work that uses up his energy in a fulfilling and creative way and leaves him tired but satisfied. And 10, do you know how to worry effectively? Do you understand that lurking in every situation that causes you worry or concern, there is an equivalent benefit to be found? Okay, how'd you do in the well-adjusted department? If you found you could answer yes to every question, you're a happy, creative, productive human being. If you answered no to some of the questions, well, at least you know the areas that need strengthening. Epictetus was a Greek philosopher who lived in the 1st century A.D. Very little is known about him except that he was a slave and that he was lame, which, according to one tradition, was due to tortures inflicted upon him by his master. He was ultimately emancipated and became a teacher of philosophy in Rome. When the Roman emperor banished all philosophers from Italy about 90 A.D., Epictetus moved on but continued his teaching. Like so many other great teachers, he left nothing in writing. For the record of his teaching and utterances, we are indebted to his disciple, the Greek philosopher and historian Arian. Epictetus stressed the importance of cultivating complete independence of external circumstances and learning that if a person is to find happiness, he must find it within himself. Like Emerson, who was to follow centuries later, Epictetus taught the duty of reverencing the voice of reason in the soul. And every time I take him down from my library shelf and start poking around in his sayings, I come away refreshed and invigorated. Take this quotation, for instance. Even as the sun doth not wait for prayers and incantations to rise, but shines forth and is welcomed by all, so thou also wait not for clapping of hands and shouts of praise to do thy duty. Nay, do good of thine own accord, and thou wilt be loved like the sun. And it was Epictetus who first said, Nature hath given men one tongue but 2 ears, that we may hear from others twice as much as we speak. Here's another I like. Epictetus said, when we are invited to a banquet, we take what is set before us. And were one to call upon his host to set fish upon the table or sweet things, he would be deemed absurd. Yet in a word we ask the gods for what they do not give, and that although they have given us so many things. But let me get back to what may have been confusing, that business about reverencing the voice of reason in the soul. Emerson put this many ways. He wrote, each man has an aptitude born with him. Do your work. I have to say this often, but nature says it oftener. And he also said, self-trust is the first secret of success. The belief that if you are here, the authorities of the universe put you here and for cause. And again, do that which is assigned you, and you cannot hope too much or dare too much. All of this has to do with listening for the voice of reason within each of us, which from time to time clearly outlines the path we should follow. As Emerson also put it, trust thyself. Every heart vibrates to that iron string. Accept the place the divine providence has found for you. Nothing is at last sacred but the integrity of your own mind. At any rate, I enjoyed digging up old Epictetus and our friend Emerson again. I hope you have too. So thou also wait not for clapping of hands, and shouts and praise to do thy duty. Nay, do good of thine own accord, and thou wilt be loved like the sun. Thank you. I went sailing with a friend yesterday in a fast Swedish one-tonner off the coast of southern Florida. The wind was out of the southeast at about 20 knots, and there was a good sea running. It was an exhilarating experience. Everything about it was good. That was on Sunday. Monday morning, as I write these words, I'm just as excited, just as exhilarated as I was yesterday, but for some completely different reasons. Today I'm working on a project I'm trying to put together, an interesting business enterprise. Now, if anything, it's more exciting than sailing. Sailing is my hobby, and I'll never give it up until I have to, but I've learned that I'm happiest, living the fullest, obviously doing what I was meant to do, when I'm making plans for the growth of our organization. And it's good to know that sort of thing about yourself. It means knowing what it takes to turn yourself on, to keep yourself living fully extended right up to the very limits of whatever it is you happen to have to offer. And that's why you can't come up with pat answers for people. The person with whom I went sailing yesterday would have no interest at all in doing what I'm doing today, and I'd be bored stiff doing what he's doing today. The important thing seems to be to find out what it is that makes me excited. There's still time to enjoy sailing or golf or tennis or skiing or flying or whatever happens to interest you as a hobby. An oil magnate friend of mine finds his fun and relaxation playing backgammon. For another person, it's taking the family camping. All good, all fine. But what about when the fun is over, when you come back home and all of a sudden it's Monday morning and the alarm clock is ringing? Now there's the moment of truth for every human being in our society. Now, I'm not saying that the transition from deep, comfortable sleep to the waking state on a Monday morning is going to be a time for celebration. That is a relatively difficult time for any living creature, but after the coffee and the shower comes the moment of truth. What then? Is it interesting? Is it a challenge to the mind and talents? Well, I think it's great when it is, but I don't think it is for most people. I don't think it can be that way all the time for any person. There are times when we're between excitements, when the old excitement is run down and the new one hasn't been fashioned yet. But fashioning excitements is, or seems to be, the one thing a human being can do which keeps things lively and interesting. Sometimes I think I could be perfectly happy for the rest of my life if I could just sail the world forever, sailing from one place to another, the South Pacific, the Western Pacific, New Zealand, Australia, the Indian Ocean, Africa, Europe, on and on, waking each morning to the sea and the air, looking forward to the next port, and after staying in it a while, looking for the sea again. But I know it wouldn't work that way. After the sea for a while, we long for the land. After too many crowds, we long for solitude. After solitude, we want people. There's a charter boat skipper in the United States Virgin Islands who will tell you as you sit over drinks in the evening that as soon as he can get enough money together, he's going to sell his boat and go back to the farm, where he intends to spend the rest of his life. Now, there must be millions of men who would imagine that chartering your own sailboat in the Virgin Islands, sailing from one lovely tropical island to another, living on the blue sea in ideal weather year after year, would be about as close to heaven as a human being can make it and still keep vertical with both feet on Mother Earth. But the man with the boat wants the farm. He wants the farm now. After he's back on the farm for a few months or a year or so, he's going to wonder why he sold that sailboat and left the Virgin Islands. He's still in the drifting and looking state, as are millions, looking for the ideal, for utopia. He hasn't found what turns him on and gets him excited, even on a Monday morning. He dreams of an ideal farm, and there isn't such a thing. While perhaps some farmer dreams of sailing the blue waters of the Virgins and the Grenadines. Both are missing the fun and opportunity of the present, while they dream of a vague future for which they are neither qualified nor likely to enjoy for long. The farmer should be enjoying the farm, and the charter boat skipper should be enjoying the Virgin Islands, and the chances are neither one of them is really applying his imagination to what he's doing. Each of them is missing out on the joy of what he's got, while he waits for something that may never happen, and they belong to a big club. Sometime back in the Hillsdale College leadership letter, a good section of it was devoted to the 7 marks of a good man. I found them interesting. Here's the chance for a wife to see how her husband does and a man to quickly assess himself. The 7 marks of a good man. Number 1, a good man has worthy goals. As Seneca put it, when a man doesn't know what harbor he's making for, no wind is the right wind. Goals are vital, and as Donald Laird has pointed out, the greatest airline or railroad is still to be operated. The greatest automobile is still to be designed. The greatest scientific discoveries are still to be made. The greatest of everything is still in the future. So there are plenty of worthy goals to shoot for, in addition to personal goals. A good man has worthy goals. 2, the good man believes that certain values are important. He has values and upholds them. They give order and balance and meaning to his life, and he makes adjustments to life's problems in terms of his values. They're to him a checklist of priorities against which he weighs his decisions. 3, the good man has a satisfying self-image. It's one of relative security, confidence, encouragement, and contentment. An image of self-approval is a healthy thing. Approval by others is important, but in the last analysis, it matters less than self-approval. 4, the good man has inner resources. He has the courage to stand for his convictions. He's more concerned about being right than about personal achievement, advancement, or social popularity. He has no price. He will not sell out. As Roger Babson put it, there is a greater demand for people of character today than at any time in history. Industry, intelligence, imagination, and persistence are great gold mines, and it's still true. 5, the good man works productively. All work and no play is not good. Our bodies and our minds need rest, relaxation, and recreation. Some leisure time is needed by everyone. But work is also essential. It makes an outstanding contribution to good health, both physical and mental. The opportunity to work is a privilege. The ability to work is priceless. 6, the good man serves willingly. If he's at all smart, he knows that his rewards can only be in proportion to his service. But it goes deeper than that. It's like that of the boy who gave blood to save the life of a 12-year-old girl with leukemia. She needed a transfusion, but her rare type of blood made it difficult to locate a donor. Finally, a boy was found who had the same type. And though badly frightened at the prospect, he agreed to give his blood. At the hospital, he stretched out on the table, shut his eyes, and set his teeth, but said nothing. A nurse, concerned by his pale face and frightened appearance, said to him, "Johnny, are you all right?" "Yes," was the reply, but... "Well, but what?" asked the nurse. "When do I die?" responded the boy. For a moment, the nurse was perplexed. Then she said, "You mean that you thought you would have to die to save this little girl?" "Yes," was the response. And number 7, the good man enjoys the success of others. Being successful himself, he enjoys seeing others successful and succeed and helps them where he can. "Well, how did you do?" on the list of the 7 marks of a good human being. Probably a lot better than you at first imagined. I had lunch the other day with the vice president and international sales director of a large, well-known American company. As usual, we got on the subject of communications, and he told me an interesting story. For years, he's been sending a weekly letter to every man in his company's 300-man sales force. Not long ago, he fell to wondering how many of the men actually read this weekly letter. So in the 3rd paragraph of one of the letters, he included this statement: "If you will initial this letter and return it to me, I'll send you $5. It cost his company $25. 5 out of the 300 were reading the letters. Well, it so happens that the weekly letters and the weekly paychecks to the men are mailed on the same day, but in different envelopes. The pay envelope is a different size and color. So one week, they put the paychecks in the envelopes with the weekly letter. The following Monday morning, there was a company-wide crisis. The switchboard was jammed with calls from the stalwarts of the sales force complaining that they had not received their paychecks. When they were told that the checks had been put in the envelope with the weekly letter, there was nothing but unbroken silence on the line, as the men tried to remember where they had thrown away the company newsletter. So much for the effectiveness of in-company communications. In my opinion, there were 3 mistakes made. 1, the letters were undoubtedly poorly and uninterestingly written. The kindest thing a person can do with most in-company letters, house organs, bulletins, and so forth is quietly drop them into the wastebasket. Often as not, the job of writing these letters is given to a person amazingly unqualified to handle them. If you want someone to read your letters, you have to earn his attention and loyalty by making the letters really interesting, with meat and excitement and maybe some good humor in them. Each letter, when it arrives, should be looked forward to with genuine interest. Now, this means that the person in charge of this important job must be qualified and talented. Unless the people are somehow changed and improved by your in-company communications, save your money and stop it. So much for reason number 1. 2, an unbroken weekly barrage of almost anything tends to become tiresome. Find some way of changing what you're doing in this area. Make it bigger one week, or smaller, or a different color, or a different form, or with different and interesting pictures. Find some way to fight monotony. And 3, printed communications are never as effective as audio communications. Most people don't like to read. In fact, most people still read at about the 6th grade level, about 200 to 300 words a minute. This doesn't mean they stop their education at the 6th grade. It just means that when we master anything, we tend to leave it right there. We seldom try to improve. Records or tapes are much more effective and will be heard by the entire family. By sharing Dad's company communications, members of the family are drawn more closely together behind him, his problems, goals, and so on. And in this form, again, provided they're interesting and genuinely helpful, the communication will be listened to more than once. Good in-company communications are extremely important. In fact, communications today is the name of the game. And good in-company communications will improve production, sales, morale, and profits. Here's something interesting written by Dorothy Van Doren. She reminds us that when someone asked St. Francis while he was working in his garden what he would do if he were suddenly to learn that he would die at sunset that day, he replied, "I would finish hoeing my garden." That line, she writes, seems to me an answer to all the troubled young people these days who are beginning life in a world that appears to hold no security for them or for anyone young or old. Why should they bother to go to college when the atom war may be just around the corner? Why should a young wife have a baby when the ceiling may collapse on his crib? Why should one paint a picture or write a song or begin a novel? We can't be sure of anything, these young people say, not now or next year or the year after that. Why should we try to make a life for ourselves, they ask. Why should we go to classes or take examinations or get married or look for an apartment or try for a job? Next spring or some spring too frighteningly near, it may all go, the life we've all begun. Our world is in deadly peril. We've lost the promise of tomorrow. Well, St. Francis put the answer in a simple metaphor. Go on hoeing your garden. The task is still there, the house to build, the book to write, the examination to prepare for. If the future looks dark, so did it in every age of the past. And however dark it seems today, however dark it is, we'll meet life better if we fulfill the present to the best of our ability. Today is still ours, along with the obligation to live it to the full. As St. Francis said, we must go on hoeing our garden. What makes that kind of thinking important is that the tomorrow that may never come has a way of coming around anyway. We naturally admire and respect the kind of people who can continue on with what needs to be done in the face of crisis, and those who take a calm look at life and the future. It's like the story of the very old man who was planting a small tree in his garden. The neighbor called over to him and said, "What are you planting that tree for, old man? You'll never live to see it grow up." The old man replied, "You've got to plan on living forever or dying tomorrow." There's something about getting into the swim of things that puts a new face on living. You can wake up in the morning feeling beat and depressed, wondering what's the use, and toying with the idea of just lying there forever. But by forcing yourself out of bed and into the shower and turning to what needs to be done, your attitude begins to change and improve, and before long, well, it all seems worthwhile again. Activity, beginning to do whatever needs to be done, even if you have to force yourself to get started, is the answer to the problems that face us. As someone wrote, do your work. Not just your work and no more, but a little more for the lavishing's sake. That little more that's worth all the rest. And if you doubt as you must, and if you suffer as you must, do your work. Put your heart into it, and the sky will clear. And then from your very doubt and suffering will be born the supreme joy of life. You might want to remember the story about St. Francis and his comment that even if he were to discover that his life would be over at sunset, he'd finish hoeing his garden. Only by sweating freely and breathing hard will you be able to help protect your heart against our number one killer, coronary heart disease. So says Bud Wilkinson in his excellent book, Bud Wilkinson's Guide to Modern Physical Fitness. A President's Commission on Coronary Heart Disease came up with some stunning statistics that diseases of the heart and bloodstream now account for 54.8% of the deaths in the United States from all causes. As many people die of coronaries in this country every year as the total of the people who die from the 5 next most important causes: cancer, accidents, pneumonia and influenza, diabetes, and certain diseases of childhood. Every minute, every hour, every day, someone dies of a coronary in the United States. In 1900, only 20% of the deaths in this country were due to diseases of the heart and blood system. Why has the figure grown to 54.8% in the last few decades? The American Medical Association says that there are growing indications that the threat may be a, quote, disease of prosperity, end of quote. I agree with both statements completely, says Bud Wilkinson. In a very real sense, we're giving ourselves coronaries. We're doing it by trying to create a society that takes the sweat and strain out of living, and we are succeeding to an alarming degree. With any luck, you can go for weeks at a time without drawing a deep breath or raising your pulse rate a beat a minute. You learn to avoid stairs as though they were minefields. You trim your lawn with a power mower that can be converted in the winter to blow snow off your sidewalk. If you're a real status seeker, you have a power mower you can ride. If the hedge needs clipping, you can get an electric appliance to do the job. The examples go on and on endlessly. Electric knives, electric shoe shiners, toothbrushes, even electric cocktail shakers. Sweat is disappearing so rapidly in the United States that the multi-million-dollar deodorant industry may be getting uneasy. Everything has been automated except the human body itself, and there's the rub. We still have bodies that need to be used. We have bodies that have evolved during the centuries of man's presence on Earth into magnificent machines for survival. Putting the matter very simply, the human body is not designed for indolence. It's designed to sweat. The more it labors, the better it gets. In time, say a few 100,000 years, the forces of natural selection may modify the body so that it's suited for leisure, but for now, we're stuck with the old-fashioned model. We're walking around in warriors' bodies. We're equipped to march with Caesar, but there's no place to go but the corner drugstore, and we drive there. Your heart is a pump made of muscle. When it doesn't have enough work to do, it gets softer and less efficient, just as your biceps get soft when you have no loads to lift. The loafer's heart, as it's been called, cannot move as much blood with a single beat as a well-conditioned heart. The more active you are, the less likely a heart attack. Exercise can often reduce the levels of several key factors: high level of blood fats, overweight, high blood pressure, and emotional tension. And here are 9 rules for success that I like. See what you think of. 1, never lose your capacity for enthusiasm. When that's gone, nothing else matters. 2, never lose your capacity for indignation. 3, don't judge people or type them too quickly. Never assume that a person is bad. Assume that at best he's good, and at worst he belongs in that gray area between good and bad. 4, never be impressed by wealth alone or thrown by poverty. The rules for great wealth do not necessarily include becoming a well-rounded, interesting, or even intelligent person. While you will frequently find all these qualities in a wealthy person, the only absolute rules for great wealth are A, make wealth your major goal in life, and B, persist undeviatingly until the goal is reached. As for poverty, there's not a family on earth whose ancestors did not at one time live in poverty. Poverty today does not necessarily indicate poverty tomorrow. 5. If you can't be generous when it's hard, you won't be able to be generous when it's easy. 6. The greatest builder of confidence is the ability to do something, almost anything, well. 7. When that confidence comes, strive for humility. 8. The way to become truly useful is to seek the best that other brains have to offer. What one person can think of, another person can build. Use the brains of others to supplement your own, or you're very probably not going to make it. And then be prepared to give credit when credit is due. As long as no one cares who gets the credit, opportunity is always present. And 9, the greatest tragedies in the world, and in personal events, stem from misunderstanding. The answer? Communicate. I play golf occasionally with a great person who controls a vast, worldwide industrial empire. He told me about a time when working for a large government contract, a government negotiator said something that indicated that my friend was a crook. He was so enraged by the comment that he turned white as a ghost and sat very quiet for a long time before he could get himself under control. Later that night in his hotel room, he received a telephone call from the man who had insulted him. The government man said, "I noticed you seem to get very angry at something I said today, and it's been bothering me ever since. What did I say that rubbed you the wrong way?" Well, when my friend told him, he was amazed. "I didn't mean that the way you took it," he said, and went on to explain. It was simply a matter of crossed communications. And this happens often with all of us, with our families and our business associates. If we'll just keep cool, swallow the angry words, and wait a while, the matter will usually clear up. Anyway, 9 rules for success. Never lose your enthusiasm. Never lose your capacity for indignation. Don't judge people or type them too quickly. Never be impressed by wealth alone or thrown by poverty. If you can't be generous when it's hard, you won't be when it's easy. The greatest builder of confidence is the ability to do something, anything, well. When confidence comes, strive for humility. Use the brains of others and give credit when you do, and communicate. How did you score? And incidentally, have you checked your AQ lately? I ran across a most interesting article in Pace magazine some time back devoted to the AQ, which stands for Aspiration Quotient. In short, how are your aspirations? You don't have to concern yourself with this if you're 1, dreaming the possible dream, 2, fighting the beatable foe, or 3, running for mayor of New York City. Your reach should always exceed your present grasp, or you've stopped growing. As Jacqueline Grennan put it, one has to have the kind of security to be insecure if one wants to gamble for the great end. And as John Ciardi once put it, an ulcered gentleman is an unkissed imagination taking its revenge for having been jilted. We find ourselves with a perfectly natural and wonderful daydream that keeps coming back to haunt our idle moments, and instead of going after that daydream, we keep pushing it back until it turns into an ulcer to punish us. Hell hath no fury like an aspiration scorned too long. The test of an aspiration is to ask yourself, is it a worthy thing I'm dreaming of doing or having? Is it good? Will I hurt anyone by bringing this beautiful idea from its dream state into a state of reality? If not, then charge. Fulfill that aspiration and let yourself relax for a while until a new aspiration begins to tug at the coattails of your mind. This is the way to keep things interesting, to make waves, to fight boredom and ennui. If you're without aspirations of any kind, you're probably one of the following. 1, a holy man. 2, enormously rich. 3, a well-adjusted person. Or 4, you're in a rut. Or perhaps you're one of those unfortunate persons who doesn't know that the ground that lies between you and your aspiration can usually be crossed. The trouble with most people when it comes to sprinting for an aspiration seems to lie in their reluctance to haul themselves up out of the old well-worn groove and take off across new exposed ground. But as the old saw has it, you can't very well get to second base and still keep one foot on first. You need the kind of security, inner security, to risk insecurity. If you lack that, well, then I guess you've got to settle for the status quo. But whatever your reactions happen to be, it's good to check one's aspirations from time to time, haul out the old want list, and see how many items you can check off since the last time you looked at it, or if you still want the same things. You've got to be careful. The years tend to do the same thing to our habits that they do to a piece of exposed machinery, which is to rust and fuse them until what were once moving parts don't move anymore. We tend to settle for minimums, except for occasional flashes of bigger and better aspirations, which don't last and which therefore go unrealized. We tend to play it ridiculously safe. Sometimes you get the feeling that people think they're going to live forever. So how's your AQ, your aspiration quotient? Remember what John Giardi said. An ulcer, gentlemen, is an unkissed imagination taking its revenge for having been jilted. We don't want that to happen, do we? It was reported in the magazine Office Administration that despite all the literature that's been written about motivating employees, there still remain only two basic things which you can do to spur better performance, to make a worker a willing worker. One, you can allow your people to tackle as much and more than they can handle. Most people don't really begin to click until they're under some pressure. Good ideas, a better way to do things, are not the result of a mind working at half speed. Further, people are happier with a full workload. They have more to be happy about, and the day flies by. Two, employees must be given the freedom to make mistakes. A subordinate can win some and lose some. If a wild idea hits the mark, alter the good. If it's a bomb, it's important for you to be solidly behind him. A good manager constantly asks himself this question about each employee. What can I do to make it easier for him to work harder? I agree that those 2 points are important, but I don't agree that they're the only factors involved in helping workers to be willing and conscientious workers. Incidentally, Jacob Jacoby reported in Personnel Journal that the old theory that work music improves employee morale and consequently productivity has little evidence to support it. Recent studies show employees most certainly do enjoy the music, but there is not much to indicate that this enjoyment results in greater productivity. Music, according to a survey of those who listen to it, is more likely to affect quality of work than quantity. Thus, like other morale factors, it may contribute indirectly to productivity by reducing absenteeism, for example. It might also result in less employee turnover. I think music is an excellent idea, if for no other reason that the employees like it. Music makes work more pleasant, and I think it tends to reduce tensions, which can result in poor customer relations and bickering among employees. I have no documentary evidence to support this theory, it's just a personal opinion. But getting back to the 2 main points made earlier, it's true that people don't really begin to click until they're under some pressure. That's the right kind of pressure, the kind that brings out the best in them, not the kind that causes worry or fear. Just come up with a big job to be done and watch how people pitch in and how they enjoy it. We all do. People love to work when the work is recognized, and they're recognized for doing it. And when an employee makes a mistake, and it's an honest mistake, he should get encouragement rather than criticism. People who don't make mistakes aren't trying enough. They're not innovating enough. There are some jobs where you don't want this, like packing parachutes or working on precision parts, but for most jobs, a mistake now and then is a healthy sign. 2 main points in helping people be happier on the job. 1, allow them to tackle as much as they can handle. People are happiest when they're busiest. And 2, give them freedom to make mistakes. You know, visionaries see a day in the future when man will no longer work at all. If that day ever comes, I believe we will have had it. As the Christophers pointed out in one of their excellent little news notes, man is meant to work. Because of his very nature, each person must find a creative, constructive outlet for his talents and energies. The great artist Leonardo da Vinci put it well when he said, "Iron rusts from disuse, stagnant water loses its purity, and in cold weather becomes frozen. Even so does inaction sap the vigors of the mind." We need work with a purpose. To dig holes just to fill them up again is frustrating, but to work toward a goal for others is meaningful. Nothing enriches a person as does work well done, yet people will go to any lengths to avoid the very work that would give meaning to their lives. When Queen Victoria complimented the celebrated pianist Paderewski, she said, "Mr. Paderewski, you are a genius," and he replied, "Perhaps, Your Majesty, but before I was a genius, I was a drudge." The same thought was echoed by Michelangelo when he said, "If people knew how hard I have had to work to gain my mastery, it wouldn't seem wonderful at all." The great inventions of Thomas Edison were the fruit of long, painstaking effort. He said genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. He also said, "I never did anything worth doing by accident, nor did any of my inventions come by accident. They came by work." Work is actually a remedy. A century ago, Thomas Carlyle said work is the grand cure for all the maladies that ever beset mankind. Honest work, which you intend getting done. A survey in London of typists who frequently changed jobs found that they became bored and dissatisfied because they did not have enough work to do. A woman will complain about how overworked she is and enjoy every minute of it. In fact, she'll quit if she doesn't have enough work to do. And the kindest thing parents can do for their children is to teach them to work while they're still young. It's been found that the kids who have definite chores to do around the house, no matter how loud they complain, grow up to be more successful, more productive people. They also make better wives, husbands, and parents. It's important for a youngster to know that work is a part of living, and to get the fun and joy that comes from doing a job well. Thomas Jefferson said, "Do all you can to help boys and girls discover the joy of work. It's while we're young that the habit of industry is formed. If not then, it never is afterwards." The fortune of our lives, therefore, depends on employing well the short period of our youth. You will hear adults say, "Let them play. There'll be plenty of work to do after they're grown." Well, it doesn't work that way. They can still have plenty of time for play and learn to help out a little around the house, too, or hold down a summer job. We don't always like the idea of going to work, but we'd be miserable without it. General Doolittle once said that the prime reason that nations and cultures have died is that the people have become soft and lazy. They've quit work when they've reached the top of the heap. They've endeavored to rest on their laurels. I heard something interesting the other day at lunch. It seems that a friend of mine has a very shrewish wife. For many years he had led a dog's life because of her constant badgering. He would no sooner get home in the evening, but she'd find work for him to do. On the occasion of a recent physical examination, his doctor told him he looked run down and appeared to be suffering from a mild case of exhaustion, depression, and so on. The man explained that his wife was running him ragged. The doctor thought a moment and then asked the man if he'd mind if he had a chat with his wife. The man said, "No, of course not." The doctor called the man's wife and told her that in his opinion her husband was headed straight for a heart attack, and that unless something changed radically, she was going to be a widow in the not-too-distant future. Well, the change at home was immediate and immensely gratifying. The woman obviously saw her husband in a completely new light. Here was the man she loved, or at the very least, here was the man who was bringing home a reliable, negotiable paycheck every week, which made the mortgage payment, bought all kinds of groceries, cars, clothes, and things, suddenly threatened with extinction. Now when he comes home at night, it's as though he's an honored guest. He's treated as though his pockets are stuffed with vials of nitroglycerin, and all is well again in his household. Well, one of the fellows at lunch commented that this was possibly the creative idea of the year. He was going to get his doctor to call his wife and tell her the same story. Someone else said that this is an excellent way to find out what your wife really thinks of you. If she jumps out from behind doors shouting boo, or gives you heavy loads to carry upstairs to the attic, you can come to one conclusion, whereas if she treats you with sudden loving kindness, you can come to another. So it started an interesting conversation, and finally the point was made that if any of us knew that the days of a loved one were numbered, we would treat that person with more love and consideration. The point was then made that we do know that the days of our loved ones are numbered. We just don't know what the number is. So it might be a good idea to think of this once in a while. So much for that. Here's something of interest I found. It's from a speech by James H. Binns, president of the Armstrong Cork Company. He said, if the United States were to equal the accomplishments of Russia, it would have to rip up 14 of every 15 miles of its paved highways, abandon 60% of its steel-making capacity, destroy 2 out of every 3 miles of its railroads, and 7 out of 10 of its homes, junk 19 out of every 20 cars and trucks, and slice away 3/4 of its average paychecks. Something to think about, isn't it? And if the same definition of poverty that some have adopted as a political philosophy were applied to the people of Great Britain, 75% of all the British people would be classified as poor. Herbert Hoover, former president of the United States, once said, "Recently, in my opinion, there's been too much talk about the common man. It's been dinned into us that this is the century of the common man. The idea seems to be that the common man has come into his own at last. Thus we're in danger of developing a cult of the common man, which means a cult of mediocrity. But there is at least one hopeful sign. I've never been able to find out who this common man is. In fact, most people, and especially women, will get mad and fight if you try calling them common. This is hopeful because it shows that most people are holding fast to an essential fact of life. We believe in equal opportunity for all, but we know that this includes the opportunity to rise to leadership. In other words, to be uncommon. Let us remember that the great human advances have not been brought about by mediocre men and women. They were brought about by distinctly uncommon people with vital sparks of leadership. Many of the great leaders were, it is true, of humble origin, but that alone was not their greatness. It's a curious fact that when you get sick, you want an uncommon doctor. If your car breaks down, you want an uncommonly good mechanic. When we get into war, we want very much an uncommon admiral and an uncommon general. I've never met a father and mother who did not want their children to grow up to be uncommon men and women. May it always be so. For the future of the country rests not in mediocrity, but in the constant renewal of leadership in every phase of our national life. It's good, isn't it? You know, the kind, gentle, thoughtful person is the uncommon person. The person who willingly does for others with no thought of what's in it for him is the uncommon person. The person who lets you get your car into a busy traffic lane with a friendly smile and a wave of his hand is the uncommon man. The uncommon person is the person who does not thoughtlessly go along with those by whom he's surrounded. Instead, he thinks, is this right for me? Is this what I really want to do? He never falls into the error of believing that just because his friends and neighbors think and act a certain way, that he must think and act the same way. He knows that, though he may love them, they can be dead wrong, as he knows he can. The uncommon person doesn't confuse differences of opinion with permanent breaks of love or friendship. He may disagree totally with something his son or daughter does. He may throw up his hands in despair from time to time, but he will not let it affect or diminish his love for his children over the long haul. He knows they'll make mistakes just as he has, and that until he's achieved perfection, he should not look for it in others. The uncommon person is a good person to know, and a good person to be. Sinclair Lewis wrote, "That nation is proudest and noblest and most exalted, which has the greatest number of really great human beings." We need more uncommon people. Every person, in establishing the important goals of his life, should ask himself, now, if I establish that as my goal, what will it cost me? Dr. Francis J. Braceland, psychiatrist-in-chief of the country's largest private mental health organization, the Institute of Living in Hartford, Connecticut, stresses that too often goals are established with no thought given to the cost. He says that a considerable proportion of man's illness is a function of his goals, his methods of attaining them, and the conflicts they engender. A man should realize what his actions and goals are costing him. Then, if he chooses, he may even pay for them in pain and disease. Often he'll decide that his values are poor, and that he's been confused, and thence change his direction and his pace. The so-called hard-bitten executive, who has no apparent weaknesses, may be paying for his bravado in some other way, probably physically, or even worse, his wife and children are paying for it. It's a sad thing to see a man make his way to the top and lose his family en route. He can explain to the family that he's really slaving because of them, but they'll often tell him they can do well with fewer material things if they can see more of him. This is particularly important when there are boys in the family. They need a masculine figure to emulate. How should one deal with his family as he climbs his way up the executive ladder? Well, don't put too much stock in trying to make them run like an efficient business organization. Tolstoy had one warning and suggestion. The trouble begins because men sometimes think that you can handle people without love, and you cannot. You can handle things without love. You can carve wood and hammer iron without it, but you cannot deal with people in this fashion. People are like bees. If you handle them roughly, either they will get hurt or you will get hurt. We can be sure that the greatest hope for maintaining equilibrium in the setting of worthwhile goals and in achieving them in the face of any situation rests within ourselves. Persons who are secure with a transcendental system of values and a deep sense of moral duties are possessors of values which no man and no catastrophe can take from them. Under all circumstances, these people will maintain their peace of mind, their position of human dignity, their self-respect, and their sense of duty. It would be worthwhile, the doctor goes on to say, for each of us to pause and take stock of himself. It would even make our jobs more meaningful. We might even find out, like Brutus, that the trouble is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Good advice. Nothing can be achieved without paying the price for it. Whatever you move over here will have a corresponding effect over there. People seem to often forget this. A man without a goal is like a ship without a rudder, but in choosing his goals, he needs to thoughtfully balance the cost. He must be true to himself, but he must also be true to those he has of his own free will involved in his life. The trouble begins because men sometimes think that you can handle people without love, and you cannot. You can handle things without love. You can carve wood and hammer iron without it, but you cannot deal with people in this fashion and succeed. Creative and productive people are not creative and productive for the benefit of others. It's because they're driven by the need to be creative and productive. They'd be creative and productive if they each lived on a deserted island and simply had to stack what he produced in a big pile with no one benefiting or even aware of what he was doing. You'll hear people say that we're happiest when we're serving others, and that's true, but it's not true because of any great altruism on our part. It's true because we experience the joy of producing something. That others benefit from it is fine, but only secondary. It's good to know that others benefit from and enjoy what we produce. There's satisfaction in that, ego satisfaction, and the desire to produce more. If everyone continually rejected our creative or productive efforts, we might become sullen and resentful. We might even stop all efforts for a while. But eventually, we'd begin to produce again in the hope that eventually someone would see the sense of what we're doing. This is the story of the painters who were before their time. Renoir, who was laughed at and rejected not only by the public, but by his own fellow artists. We look at a painting by Renoir today and marvel that anything so fine and beautiful could have ever been an object of scorn. And he painted thousands of paintings. He went right on producing them. When he brought one of his canvases to one of the most eminent Parisian teachers, the expert glanced at the work and said, "You are, I presume, dabbling in paint to amuse yourself." And Renoir replied, "Of course. When it ceases to amuse me, I'll stop painting." Everything he painted delighted him, and he painted everything. Even Manet said to Monet, "Renoir has no talent at all. You who are his friend should tell him kindly to give up painting." A group of artists who were rejected by the establishment of their time formed their own association in self-defense. Do you know who were in that group? They were Degas, Pissarro, Monet, Cézanne, and Renoir. 5 of the greatest artists of all time, all doing what they believed in the face of total rejection. Since we're on the subject of Renoir, in his later life he suffered terribly, from rheumatism, especially in his hands. He lived in constant pain. And when Matisse visited the aging painter, he saw that every stroke was causing renewed pain, and he asked, "Why do you still have to work? Why continue to torture yourself?" And Renoir answered, "The pain passes, but the pleasure, the creation of beauty remains." One day when he was 78 and quite famous and successful, finally he said, "I'm still making progress." And the next day he was dead. This is the mark of a creative, productive person. Still making progress, still learning, still producing as long as he lives, despite pain or problems of all kinds. Not producing for the joy or satisfaction of others, but because he must, because it gives him pleasure and satisfaction. Some time back, there was a very popular play running in New York and Hollywood in which some of the actors appeared in the nude. You probably remember the play. It was called Hair. Groucho Marx was asked if he wanted to see it, and he said he took off his clothes and stood in front of the mirror for 4 minutes and decided not to go. It's the strangest thing about a nude human being. If there were a nude person, adult, in a cage in Times Square, millions would flock to see him. There would be hundreds deep around his cage. Why is that? If it's a naked orangutan or a naked elephant or a naked dugong, people will find it of only passing interest. The zoo is filled with naked creatures and in need of more customers. But let a human being divest himself of his clothes, and the curious and the concupiscent will come from miles around to look. In our big cities, there are thousands with telescopes and binoculars scanning windows. You don't find them at the zoo, which is where they ought to be. And there's certainly no mystery to the human form. It's practically identical to that of the great apes. I remember reading a story many years ago about a society on some South Pacific island in which the women covered only their ears. Everyone went about completely naked except for the shells, which young women wore over their ears. And when a young couple married and were alone finally in their hut, It was the new husband's right to remove the shells covering his young wife's ears, which act, as you might imagine, he found tremendously stimulating. If a large black box were placed in public view with a sign on it reading, "Do not look inside," well, you'd soon have a problem with the crowd. The people aren't interested in the naked animals in the zoo simply because they're naked all the time. People want to see what is customarily covered, and that, along with our attitudes towards sex, is what produces voyeurism on the part of millions of otherwise relatively normal human beings. People who live in nudist camps are, in my opinion, out of their minds, but at least there's no longer any need for the binoculars or standing in line to see a stage play in which members of the cast appear in the nude. The reason I say people who dwell in nudist camps are out of their minds is simply because it's much more comfortable and physically safer to wear clothes. Clothes for a human being take the place of the animal's coat or thick protective hide. It's much more comfortable to sit on the ground or a chair or a rough board with clothes on than it is without them. Moreover, the human being appears ridiculous without clothing unless love is there. Except for children, who are beautiful in any state, a very small percentage of adult human beings look good in the nude. The rest are ludicrous, and the kindest thing they can do is remain as fully clothed as possible, on the stage or off. Clothing was one of the greatest inventions of all time, and we should take full advantage of it. The next time you're intrigued by a play or motion picture in which the big deal is nudity, do what Groucho Marx did. Stand in front of a mirror with nothing on, and you'll probably decide not to go. On the occasion of his 75th birthday, Mark Van Doren, the American writer, poet, critic, and educator, was interviewed by a reporter for Life magazine, and one of the things he said stuck in my mind. I've saved this. He said, "It takes courage to be happy." And in those 6 words, he said a great deal. Any person can wallow in misery and self-pity. It's easy to rail against the world and its injustices. Easier still to sit down and do nothing, like the famous hound dog with its tail in the crack. But it takes courage to be happy. When he said it takes courage to be happy, he didn't mean happiness today or tomorrow or a week from next Thursday. He meant to be happy as a general, relatively constant way of living. To be a happy person as opposed to a generally unhappy person. And it does take courage of a high order. The world is full, it seems, of the "it's too good to last" or "it's just my kind of luck" people who expect bad luck and rejection as confidently as they expect the sun to rise the next morning. They're people who were given bleak and disappointing starts in life. Tolstoy said man is meant for happiness, and this happiness is in him, in the satisfaction of the daily needs of his existence. And La Rochefoucauld said, happiness is in the taste, and not in the things themselves. We're happy from possessing what we like, not from possessing what others like. Rudolph Flesch quotes Jane Austen, a passage that I think is very revealing. She wrote, "No temper could be more cheerful than hers, or possess in a greater degree that sanguine expectation of happiness, which is happiness itself." That sanguine expectation of happiness, which is happiness itself. It is in the expectation of happiness that much of happiness itself is found, and it takes courage to expect happiness. Balzac wrote, "All happiness depends on courage and work." I've had many periods of wretchedness, but with energy and above all with illusions, I pulled through them all. My old favorite, George Santa Anna, said happiness is the only sanction of life. Where happiness fails, existence remains a mad and lamentable experiment. Bertrand Russell put it well when he said, "Contempt for happiness is usually contempt for other people's happiness, and is an elegant disguise for hatred of the human race." The Chinese philosopher Lin Yutang said, "I've always been impressed by the fact that the most studiously avoided subject in Western philosophy is that of happiness." A French philosopher said much the same as did Mark Van Doren. He said, "To live, we must conquer incessantly. We must have the courage to be happy." We've all seen people seriously handicapped in one way or another who are wonderfully cheerful and happy people, and we've wondered how they do it. We've said to ourselves, "I don't think I could be happy if I had his or her affliction." These people are happy because they're courageous, and because they don't like the alternative. Robert Louis Stevenson, a real expert in the happiness department, despite his affliction, said there's no duty we so much underrate as the duty of being happy. One of the enriching blessings of growing older all the time is that it has a way of improving one's sense of humor, or at least it should. The person without a good sense of humor is a person to avoid as though he were a known carrier of the bubonic plague. Horace Walpole once said, "I have never yet seen or heard anything serious that was not ridiculous." Now take your time on that one, but the longer you think about it, the truer and the funnier it becomes. It's worth repeating. I have never yet seen or heard anything serious that was not ridiculous. And Samuel Butler said, the one serious conviction that a man should have is that nothing is to be taken seriously. It's been said that seriousness is the only refuge of the shallow. Oscar Wilde said it's a curious fact that the worst work is always done with the best intentions, and that people are never so trivial as when they take themselves very seriously. I remember when I was in the service, the toughest job I had was to keep from laughing at the wrong times, during an admiral's inspection, for example. There's nothing funnier than the seriousness of the military, especially high-ranking military. The fancy costumes, the panoply, the shining sabers, the serious faces, it was all to me hilariously funny. As Oscar Wilde said, people are never so trivial as when they take themselves very seriously. We can be serious about situations. When a youngster is ill or hurt, or somebody says the wrong thing to your wife, you can get very serious about the situation in a hurry. But that's not taking ourselves seriously. That's different. The thing that bothered me about Hemingway, as much as I admired his work, and still do, was that I thought he tended to take himself too seriously. He didn't seem to be able to laugh at himself, and I think he suffered. I think his work suffered from this flaw in his character. I found it a good rule of thumb to be slightly suspicious of anyone who takes himself too seriously. There's usually something fishy there someplace. I think this is why we love children so much. Life is a game to them. They'll do their best at whatever work is given them, but they never seem to lose their ebullient sense of humor. There's always a sparkle of humor in their eyes. When a child lacks this, he's usually very sick or in need of help. Dictators are famous for their lack of humor. The mark of the cruel person is that he doesn't seem to be able to see anything funny in the world. And speaking of a sense of humor, this was what was so great about Mark Twain. No matter how serious the subject, he could find the humor in it and bring it out. Will Rogers, too. All the great comedians have this ability to see what's funny in the so-called serious situation. They can poke fun at themselves. And the study of humor is one of the most interesting. What makes people laugh? There are those who believe that a sense of humor is the only thing that has kept the human race from totally extinguishing itself. So keep your sense of humor at all costs. As the man says, you wouldn't be as concerned about what other people think of you if you realized how seldom they do. Lin Yutang, the famous Chinese philosopher, has written, "We don't know a nation until we know its pleasures of life, just as we do not know a man until we know how he spends his leisure. It is when a man ceases to do the things he has to do and does the things he likes to do that the character is revealed. It is when the repressions of society and business are gone, and when the goads of money and fame and ambition are lifted, and a man's spirit wanders where it listeth, that we see the inner man, his real self." Have you ever thought much about that? Your leisure gives you away. I used to know a man who was head of a very large commercial empire. Beginning with nothing but ambition, he became a multimillionaire and finally retired as head of this far-flung company. He bought a large and magnificent yacht with which to cruise the world. And do you know what he did with his free time? He read salacious paperbacks and got falling down drunk and had to be carried to bed unconscious every night. He's dead now. His leisure gave him away. There was nothing there, just nothing at all. He was a one-idea man. Once he was away from that idea, he was a lost child in the wilderness. He didn't enjoy his yacht or travel. Travel meant nothing to him. He was a pitiful, unhappy cipher. Not because he was rich. There are thousands, millions just like him in every walk of life. It was just that his millions, which gave him access to the whole world, were worthless to him and accentuated his nothingness. The thing that's always bothered me is how a human being can live for 30 or 40 or 50 years and find no interest, no charm and excitement in the world. Talk about wearing blinders. I guess it has to do with the way a person looks at life. If it's nothing more to him than getting through one day after another as best he can, well, that's one thing. But if he's searching for meaning, well, that's something else. It doesn't mean he'll find it, but the search, the journey itself can be filled with interest. When FDR first took office as President of the United States, one of his first acts was to visit the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Oliver Wendell Holmes. He was admitted to the old jurist's quarters and found him reading Plato. Justice Holmes was in his 90s. "Why are you reading Plato, Mr. Justice?" the President asked. "To improve my mind, Mr. President," the great judge replied. "To improve my mind." What do you do with your leisure time? It's a good idea to examine carefully this important segment of your life. It exposes the real person, but not the finished person. We can change. We can, like Justice Holmes, still be growing and improving our minds at 92. It doesn't mean we need to read Plato, although it's an excellent idea. But to find fulfillment, meaning, and interest, we need to grow towards something. When we stop growing, like my millionaire friend with a big yacht, we get sick and die. We may stick around a few more years and go through the motions, but for all practical purposes, we really cease to live. We don't know a man until we know how he spends his leisure. It's when a man ceases to do the things he has to do and does the things he likes to do that the character is revealed. It is then we see the inner man, his real self. There's a cute little gal in New York, a public relations executive in her 20s, who has said some interesting things about the so-called youth market. In an editorial in Pace magazine, she wrote, "To me, the youth market just doesn't exist. It's a myth, and I feel myths should be recognized as myths before they infiltrate our thinking. Today, forcefully or passively, we're acting to obliterate historical major myths nurtured here for too long about people, about success, about education, government, sex, lifestyle, personal relationships. Myths impose, they limit. Nothing should ever be imposed except those things that encourage an individual to find out what he or she wants to do and grow toward. A youth market concept limits. A youth market concept is really a nice, neat rationalization for change. It's a nice, neat rationalization for the need for new thinking at all levels. What does exist and is real is an entire population of all ages that's bored and a marketplace that's kind of boring to buy in. But if the pervading youth market concept isn't what necessitates good and imaginative thinking, then what is? Well, I call it, she writes, the avant-garde buyer. A contemporary buyer in a contemporary marketplace. There are no age limits, but a need for quality. An avant-garde buyer is anyone who would enjoy seeing good thinking applied to the marketplace, anyone who wants what's good and imaginative in design, manufacture, function, promotion. Manufacturers, management, advertisers, retailers miss this completely. Their youth-oriented products, promotion and advertising campaigns are usually out of date or not risky enough to appeal. They use methods the avant-garde buyer sees through. Right now there's a plethora of unexciting and look-alike alternatives to choose from, and a lack of exciting, fresh, and imaginative ones. It's not only products that are on the line, but entire company images and policies as well. Avant-garde buyers are literally front-running buyers. Watch them creating needs, obliterating facts, and enforcing obsoleteness for the sake of eventually getting what they want. They think things can be made beautifully and to last if they're designed and manufactured well in the first place. They expect those items to be promoted, advertised, and publicized beautifully, simply because the product is valid. If an avant-garde buyer doesn't see what he wants in the marketplace, he'll design and manufacture it himself, not for the sake of ego, but for the sake of getting what he's looking for. And then Patricia Cox writes, I'd rather sew my clothes than buy clothes in any store in Manhattan. They just don't sell what I want, and most of my friends feel this way too. What all this means is the necessity for deep changes in the heads of the people who want dollars and have products to sell to the general market. Forget the myth of the youth market. People who are lured by the so-called youth market run the risk of trying to turn on an entire market that has no artificial age dividers, a contemporary market composed of avant-garde buyers who relish quality. I took my small son and one of his young friends on a 4-day trip to northern Michigan to the cottage of my old friend Bud Irish of Saginaw. Just the two young boys and me to fish and boat on the lake, take long walks, and swim in the crystal clear, clean water on the sandy beach. I'd fix us a big breakfast every morning and provide the sandwiches at midday, and in the evening we'd drive to a nearby village for a big dinner. Most of the time I spent putting worms on tiny hooks and unhooking bluegills and perch and tossing them back into the lake.
The boys loved it and gave me time to get away from the city and think. I took along a couple of good books, one of which I'd like to mention now. Beyond the Observatory by the distinguished emeritus professor of astronomy at Harvard University, Harlow Shapley. Much more than a great scientist, he's a humanitarian and philosopher. In his book, he points out that galaxies, a few decades ago, were hazy patches of light concerning which we had only hazy notions or no thoughtful interpretation at all. Now they're recognized as stupendous accumulations of stars, one of which we conceitedly call our galaxy. Man, the so-called crowning glory of creations, is revealed to be peripheral, off-center, in one galaxy among uncounted millions. The whole world of galaxies, now called the meta-galaxy, is expanding in all directions, doubling in size every few hundred years. In the field of cosmography, there are the newly discovered quasars and other queer objects that seem to be millions of times bigger than the stars and a billion times brighter. There's something mysterious here that transcends the present theories about galaxies and their spaces. A fishing trip is a good time to think about such things. As Harlow Shapley put it, it is indeed a grand time to be alive and asking questions. Now that we're reaching toward the stars with manned flight, we're going to be making some very interesting discoveries. I've often thought at how amazed a visitor from outer space might be by the creatures of our Earth. Imagine trying to describe an elephant in a notebook. You'd take a picture of it and write its dimensions along with a comment that while this is the largest land animal, there are creatures swimming in the seas of Earth whose tongues weigh as much as the elephant, as does that of the great blue whale. The more you think of life from the smallest submicroscopic creatures, such as those that live in the intestines of termites, to the largest, to man himself and his frightening and wonderful brain, and see all life on Earth, and Earth itself in its place in one of billions of galaxies, as you think of this and watch two small boys playing in the water, you're filled with awe. You realize that the Pacific Ocean is not even a glistening drop of moisture in the greater creation, that our Earth is only a speck of dust in the whirling winds of time and space. There are, as Dr. Shapley says in his book, scientific discoveries just ahead that will help to revise our knowledge of space, time, and matter. The discoveries could be mind-reading, stunning. And taking a small boy fishing is a good way to put the world back into perspective. You don't understand any more than you did before, but at least whatever problems you might have had have a way of fading into insignificance.
I spoke before the Western Resources Corporation group in Grand Bahamas recently and met a most interesting gentleman. I met many interesting people there, and I found Buzz Arndt, the Vice President and Director of Marketing, particularly interesting. He recommended that I read a book with the ridiculous title, Cloud Hidden, Whereabouts Unknown by Alan Watts, which I promptly ordered and put in my briefcase for reading. It's a good book. I have since also obtained a copy of Alan Watts' autobiography, entitled In My Own Way. Alan Watts died in February '74 after having lived a most interesting life and having written some 20 books. His books are considered the most penetrating and above all readable interpretations of Eastern religions. Although he did not restrict himself to writing about Eastern religions, he created the Zen boom in America and has been popular on college campuses from one end of the country to the other. If you haven't become acquainted with Watts' writings, I think you'll find them interesting and beneficial. I found his discussion of the Chinese Taoism of particular interest. Now, that's spelled Taoism and often mispronounced Taoism. Taoism. The Tao signifies the energy of the universe as a way, a current, a course, or flow which is at once intelligent and spontaneous, but not personal like a Western god. It would be absurd to worship or pray to the Tao because it's your own true self, the very energy and patterning of your bones, muscles, and nerves. Lao Tzu's first statement about it is that it cannot be defined, for the simple reason that you cannot make what is basically you and basically real an object of knowledge. You can't stand aside from it and examine it as something out there. Although then we cannot define it, we must not assume that it is something bleary like the blind energy of 19th century scientists. From our own point of view, our heads themselves are blind spots. But were it otherwise, we should be looking only at neurons and dendrites and would never see mountains and trees. But of course, when neurons and dendrites are seen from the inside,
they become mountains and trees. Yet although Tao cannot be examined and pinned down, it has a characteristic atmosphere which may be sensed in the lifestyles of various Far Eastern poets, artists, and sages, and which is indicated by the term Feng Liu in Chinese and Furyu in Japanese, which means something like flowing with or following with the wind. It's also translated as elegance, which is not quite right because in English an elegant person is refined and fussy and perpetrates an atmosphere of haughty disdain. Whereas the Chinese poet is sometimes amiably drunken, wandering aimlessly in the mountains and laughing at falling leaves. One gathers that this sort of person is no longer allowed in China. But he's typified by Putai, the fat, laughing tramp Buddha who carries a gnarled staff and a huge bag of interesting rubbish which he gives away to children. Frederick Spiegelberg, the philosopher and Orientalist, visited a Taoist hermit like Putai on an island near Hong Kong. When he was introduced as an American university professor traveling under a Rockefeller grant to find out whether Asian spirituality was still vital, the hermit began to chuckle very gently, and this gradually developed into uproarious laughter, at which his whole glutinous mass shook like jelly, and that was the end of the interview. A more ancient Taoist sage, whose name I forget, was approached by a Chinese emperor one time to be an advisor to the government. He declined the offer with extreme courtesy, but when the emissary had departed, he washed out his ears, and also those of the donkey on which he customarily rode. Then there was the Chinese Zen priest, famed as a great painter, but who, unlike other priests, grew his hair long. After getting sufficiently drunk, he would dip his hair into a bowl of ink, and then slosh it over a scroll of paper. The next day, he'd give himself a Rorschach test on the splosh, and see in it images of mountains, rivers, and forests, which needed only a few touches of the brush to bring them out for all to see. When I was invited to the tea ceremony by the artist and printmaker Saburo Hasegawa, he pointed out the subtle beauty of cigarette ash on a tile made by J.B. Blunk, which we were using for an ashtray. Now, these are vignettes to give you some suggestion of the atmosphere of flowing with the Tao. The principle of the thing is also recognized by our own surf riders, some of whom know very well that their sport is a form of yoga, or Taoist meditation, in which the whole art is to generate immense energy from going with your environment, from the principle of wu-wai, or following the gravity of water, and so making yourself one with it. For as Lao Tzu himself said, gravity is the root of lightness. Now, using this ancient Chinese principle, we learn the senselessness of trying to force our way upstream against the current. Flow with the river. It's another way of saying achieve serenity, or as we say today, or did at least, cool it. Get rid of tension and rigidity. Bend with the wind, and you'll still be around after the hurricane is gone and the good weather returns. It's like the principle of judo, which uses the power and force of your aggressor to defeat him. He makes the move. You simply channel him, using his own force and momentum to easily cause him to sprawl in the dirt. The same thing with the feeling of Taoism. It can be done to trouble, worries, situations which at first seem threatening, but which can, if we flow with the river, be turned to our advantage. A person with such an attitude and philosophy cannot be defeated. He smiles with the wisdom of understanding. He knows that he himself is a part of everything else, the very energy of the universe, and that he can best live and achieve whatever ends he decides upon by going with the wind, with the current, with ease and serenity, never with tension, never with force or strain. In the Western world, we've become used to such terms as the rat race, fighting the competition, getting our share of the market. A world in which tension and strained, concerned expressions are everyday things. We consume tons of tranquilizers to attempt to achieve the very thing that Taoism teaches. In sailing a boat, the force of the wind is used to sail to all points of the compass. With the same wind, we can go north or south, east or west. It all depends upon our attitude, the way we set our sails and proceed. Now, we cannot sail directly into the wind, but we can tack and arrive in good time. Now, we know the maximum speed of a sailboat by a simple formula. It's the square root of the length of the waterline. There's little use in trying to go much faster. If you're cruising in a sailboat, you shouldn't be in a hurry anyway. Alan Watts speaks of the energy of the universe. We can think of the energy of the universe as we think of the wind when sailing. The energy flows. We don't know what it is or where it comes from. We don't need to define it or try to bottle it up. It's there. It's available to us if we're wise enough to use it.
We have only to set our course, stay at the helm of our lives, go with the wind and the current, and we'll arrive at our destination in good time, without tension, without worry or strain, or a coronary or an ulcer. What's more exhilarating, for example, than surf riding? Yet we're following the flow of the waves, going with the current, allowing ourselves to be swept along at great speed. Our job is one of skill and balance, learning to manipulate the surfboard. We can learn to sail a boat or ride a surfboard, and we can become expert at whatever we choose to do with our lives. Then we must learn to flow with the current, with the energy of the universe, and it'll bring us anything we seek. It's good to dwell on this ancient Chinese philosophy when driving in traffic, playing golf or tennis, sailing, skiing, selling, working, getting along with our families. It's a good way to go. Flow with the current, ride with the wind. Just keep the skills improving and a steady hand on the wheel and an eye on the sails. Don't push. Don't sweat and strain. Keep your blood pressure down. Move with the traffic. Relax. You'll get there just as fast and without the frayed nerves and dents. Remember, we're not here all that long. Let's enjoy the trip. On a speaking trip to Los Angeles recently, I ran into an old acquaintance, John Hartman, who reminded me of something we should all remain aware of, but which we tend to forget. He said, those of us who travel around the country a lot and get to see the United States from all different perspectives are aware of the tremendous value and potential we have here. We have a truly great product, and we tend to forget it. Well, he's most certainly right. Of all the Western countries, prosperous as they have become, and let's include Japan in the East, not one of them has the resources to be found in such abundant supply in the United States. Canada has the natural resources, but lacks the people. Japan has the people, but lacks the natural resources. And the countries of Europe, including the British Isles, are greatly dependent upon the rest of the world for their economic survival. We have the land mass, the size we need, a perfect climate for living and producing, enormous natural resources, and the people and the technological skills to do the rest. John was right. A trip around the country with one's eyes open is tremendously rewarding and impressive. It makes you realize that we're just getting started. After reading Cloud Hidden, Whereabouts Unknown by Alan Watts, I ordered some of his other books, and on my recent flying trip to the West Coast, I read his The Wisdom of Insecurity. I think it bogs down some toward the end of the book, but he makes a couple of points in the beginning which make the book an excellent investment. One of them is that security and safety do not exist during our life on Earth. Looking for security or safety is like trying to hold your breath for 10 minutes. It's an impossible quest. But that impossible quest is what keeps so many millions living in a state of strained tension and running as fast as they can from month to month trying to lay hold of a phantom. We are completely secure in the universe. We're as secure in our atomic structure as anything else, a rock or a gas. As the rocket scientist Werner von Braun has said, as far as living energy is concerned, there can be no death. But during our lives as we know them, the search for security and safety is patently ridiculous. And the best thing we can do in our quest for freedom is to get rid of these myths once and for all. In doing so, we'll know a wonderful new feeling of ease and freedom. It's like taking a deep breath and letting it out with a rush. The other day, a car came speeding through the busy intersection on one corner of which stands the building in which I have my office. He tried to beat the light, failed to do so, and was rammed in the middle of the intersection by a car proceeding on the green. He didn't have his seatbelt fastened, and the jolt of the other car hitting him amidships threw him across the seat to the other side of the car. Then, at high speed, with no one at the wheel, his car rammed into our building, knocking quite a hole in our decorative marble and doing extensive damage to the car. Well, it was fortunate that there were no pedestrians on the sidewalk at that time. Normally, there would have been at that time of day. 3 or 4 people could easily have been killed or seriously maimed. I could have been. There's not a moment of the day or night in which any one of us could not be brought to a sudden end as far as this life is concerned. Therefore, there is no safety. Howard Hughes, hiding in his penthouse, could die of a heart attack or stroke at any time. This fact rules out security and safety. They do not exist on Earth, and the best thing we can do is forget about them and revel in the new freedom, the new release from phony bondage that being concerned about these ancient bugaboos brings about. In our society, the chances are good that any one of us will live a long and normal lifespan. It's the mark of intelligence to plan for such a life and to make every reasonable effort to succeed in the 3 major departments of our lives.
in our family lives, in the way in which we spend our days, and to provide for sufficient income to meet our present and future needs. But other than that, we should eliminate all concerns about trying to play it too safely. Now, I like to sail, as I mentioned. When I'm sailing alone, I wear a safety harness at all times. As I move about the boat adjusting the sails, I have my harness snapped to something on the boat so that should I fall or be knocked over the side, I won't find myself treading water and watching my boat sail over the horizon. That's simply good judgment. Accidents and injuries are 60% more likely to the person who doesn't use his automobile seatbelt. Using one is a sign of intelligent judgment, as is locking the doors of our homes when we turn in for the night. The man who ran the red light and rammed our building was a fool, and he's paying for his immaturity. And we've all made silly, unnecessary blunders, and we should avoid them whenever possible. To forget about security and safety does not imply the rejection of good judgment. What it does imply is a mature and realistic rejection of factors which, as they are pursued by most of us, simply do not exist. And we move toward freedom when we put them where they belong. I was reminded in Manas that Gandhi proclaimed two values as ultimate, satya and ahimsa, which mean truth and nonviolence. And these could be invoked by every individual in every situation. Like the Stoics, he believed that the good man will not live in solitude as a hermit, for he's naturally sociable and active. Virtue is a disposition or capacity of the ruling principle of the soul, assured and unchanging, worthy of choice for its own intrinsic quality, virtue, and its exercise is a continuous activity, that is, never interrupted by lapses and omissions because it can never be lost. The appeal to intrinsic eternal values could be used to reject conservative as well as meliorist creeds that justify the present by appeal to the past or the future, and also the means employed by the distant ends they're supposed to serve. To Gandhi, it is necessary to do what seems to be right in scorn of consequences, and every single act must be justified in terms of the ultimate, unchanging values rather than the results that are expected to emerge. Now, this is excellent advice in the search for maturity and freedom. When problem situations arise, we know intuitively. Our bodies tell us what's right. But in a flash, expediency, or the supposed end toward which we're working, fills our minds, and selfishly we become cowards or willful children when we could have been great. If you'd like to know more about Mohandas Gandhi and his thought in relation to the central religious and philosophical ideas of both East and West, read the book, The Moral and Political Thought of Mahatma Gandhi, by Raghavan Iyer, Professor of Political Science at the University of California, Santa Barbara, California. It's published by the Oxford University Press in New York. It is perhaps particularly apropos that as many people as possible, particularly those who hold or seek political office, read the second chapter, which is titled The Purification of Politics. Gandhi, as Manas points out, is too casually called a politician. He was a most unusual politician in that he believed that the high standards of individual morality ought to have application in politics, and that reason of state could never justify compromise or neglect of moral principles. He saw no distinction, finally, between the good of the individual and the good of society, and while he was not unaware of the slow rate of development of man in the mass, he felt that progress toward a social ideal would be not merely slowed further, but actually prevented by failing to work toward wholly worthy goals. He thought of politics as a practical application of religion, and religion for him lay in religious values rather than in religious beliefs, with the fundamental ethics that he believed to be common with all religions, rather than the formal allegiance to received dogmas that become a barrier to religious experience. Daniel Long, author of the book Of Bombs and Men and Staying Alive, published some years back by McGraw-Hill, once went to Washington with his notebook in his hand to find out when enough is enough. As a model of frustration, his account is unequaled. His question was simplicity itself. Since we already have thousands of nuclear weapons, when will we have enough? Trudging through a maze of government, he asked that question of generals and scientists, diplomats and congressmen. The more people he talked to, the more apparent it became that within the government itself, tentativeness was everywhere. He discovered that nobody would tell him, not because they didn't want to, and not because it was a military secret, but simply because nobody knew. Wandering the capital in search of answers, he grew accustomed to hearing earnest answers that were charged with dilemma and paradox, with fact shaped by opinion, with logic rooted in prayer. To the self-contained world of official Washington, it seemed an unfair question. It was like asking how far is up, to which the only answer is, as far as you want to go. But since nobody was quite sure where we were going, nobody could tell Mr. Lang when we would get there, or indeed if we'd already arrived. Like Diogenes with a notebook, he persisted in his quest with the tenacity of a skilled reporter and the concern of a deeply troubled citizen. Although it produces no solutions, his inquiry into enoughness provides a vivid and troubling portrait of the nuclear confusion we live in. As Ronald Steele wrote in his review of Lang's book, it is one of the paradoxes of our times that the weapons on which our safety presumably depends are designed for the purpose of making their use unnecessary. They are not meant to fight a war which could only result in the destruction of much of Western civilization, if not all of it, but to prevent a war from occurring. The old concept of victory, like a good many other ideas inherited from pre-Hiroshima days, has given way to the concept of deterrence, and in defining what constitutes an adequate deterrent, all is truly dilemma and paradox. The then Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, said that enough equals the amount required to deter an enemy strike, plus the amount needed to minimize damage to this country in the event of a strike. But what will deter an enemy strike? He answered, unacceptable damage from our surviving forces. And what is unacceptable damage? 20 million dead? 50 million? 150 million? Well, here all rational speculation ceases. All we know, or at least all we think we know, is that deterrence means there shall be no aggression without retaliation. But what constitutes an adequate deterrent is anybody's guess. Deterrence is not a science, it's an exercise in political psychology. And the fact that millions of human beings must live this way is, as one official put it, a hell of a way to run a railroad. On her deathbed, Gertrude Stein is said to have asked the question, what is the answer? And a few moments later, she answered herself by asking, what is the question? If you've ever had the urge to write, a book that will get you started and perhaps even keep you going is, well, wait a minute. I'll give you the title of the book in a moment. But first, did you ever hear of a man named Frederick Faust? He was probably the most prolific writer who ever lived. During his career as an author, Faust turned out an estimated 30 million words from his typewriter. Now, that's the equivalent of more than 500 average-sized novels. If you've ever done much pecking on a typewriter, you have an idea of what 30 million words are. To give a personal comparison, I've been writing my daily radio program now for more than 14 years, 260 programs a year for more than 14 years. But even so, they total only about 2.25 million words, or the equivalent of about 22 full-size books. But for all his prodigious production, how many people know who Frederick Faust was? A handful. A fairer question would elicit a far greater response. Have you ever heard of Max Brand, one of Faust's many nom de plumes? Under the name of Max Brand, Faust created at least two lasting folk heroes, Destry, as in Destry Rides Again, and Dr. Kildare, plus thousands of other characters. His output was almost unbelievable. During one 13-day period in 1920, he wrote 190,000 words, 3 complete books in 13 days. Now that's a complete book every 4.5 days. He once produced an 8,000-word story in 6.5 hours. When he was working in Hollywood, he used to turn out finished screenplays in a week or two that took most screenwriters several months to complete. In the beginning, this great torrent of Faust prose was poured almost exclusively into the pulp magazines, so-called for their cheap paper and cheap fiction. Faust often had as many as 3 stories in a single issue of a magazine, each story appearing under a different name. Though he wrote mysteries, spy and adventure tales, and historical romances, Faust was primarily known for his westerns, and to one magazine alone, Western Story, which was a favorite of my father's, he contributed 307 stories, serials, and novelettes. Even though he loved to write of the West, he had little use for it as an experience. His publisher once sent him to El Paso, Texas to soak up some real Western environment, and he spent the whole time in his hotel room reading Greek tragedies, which he read, incidentally, in the original Greek. Even though he later moved up to the higher quality fiction market, the so-called slicks, such as Liberty, Collier's, and the Saturday Evening Post, and became as prodigious a supplier to them as he had been to the pulps, he was at heart an intellectual and a classicist. In the early days, while working as a subway laborer and living in a Bowery YMCA in New York, he read Nietzsche, Darwin, Spencer, Kant, Dante, Homer, and the rest in their original languages. His familiarity with the Greek myths was often betrayed by the mythological threads he wove into his Western stories and by the godlike qualities he gave his cowboys. Oddly enough, he failed in his greatest literary attempt. He labored for 6 years on the opus dearest to his heart, an epic poem, Dionysius in the Underworld, only to have it universally rejected by publishers. He finally had to pay for its publication himself. So if you need inspiration to write, get the book Max Brand, The Big Westerner, a biography of Faust by Robert Easton, who calls him an unknown giant and puts him in the company of Fitzgerald, Faulkner, and Hemingway. I read an article by J.B. Priestley in which he pointed out that so much of our lives these days are characterized by the pervasive feeling that there ought to be something else. At the cocktail party, and especially afterwards, on Sunday afternoons and at odd times during our days, we're aware of a small voice telling us that something is missing from our lives. It might be said to be akin to the feeling we sometimes have when something we've wanted to do or a trip we've wanted to take is over, and we're left in the vacuum between events. I think the lack of something else of which Priestley writes might be caused by the lack of an overall journey, which is more important to us than the short trips which go to make it up. If you've ever taken a long motor trip toward a final destination that you want very much to reach, a trip which took several days, you remember enjoying each day's drive. At the end of your driving day, you look forward to stopping for the night, a hot bath, a good dinner after a relaxing drink or two perhaps, then the comfort and satisfaction of a comfortable bed. At that time, all seems well with the world. It's been a good day's drive, but the final destination still lies ahead. There's another day's drive ahead tomorrow. It's the final destination which gives meaning to your days and your efforts, the long hours at the wheel in all sorts of weather and driving conditions. It wouldn't be at all the same if you just drove the same amount of time and distance aimlessly on highways around your home. It would be unbearably boring and frustrating, a terrible waste of time, effort, and fuel. I think the something else is the lack, in so many lives, of a major goal which gleams and beckons in the distance. People often say, young people especially, I want to do something for the world. I want to be of service during my lifetime. It's long been my opinion that the best thing you can do for the world is to do the best thing you can do for you. Make out your want list. It's by getting what you most want that you will usually make your greatest contribution to society. We do that which we are motivated to do. The greater the motivation, the more we do. We're motivated most not by what we think we should be doing for the world, but rather by what we most want from the world. You know, Edison didn't invent the electric light for the good of humanity. He invented it because he wanted to more than anything else. That it's been a great boon to man and created one of the world's greatest industries are besides the point. The best preachers are those who enjoy being preachers, and it's the same with teachers, generals, businessmen, and wives and mothers. Those who make the greatest contribution and by so doing reap the greatest rewards are those who thoroughly enjoy what they're doing. The sourest, most miserable and unhappy people on earth are those in fields of service in which they find no deep and abiding joy. They've been punishing themselves for some imagined sin, and they look the part. They often do more harm than good. How many times have you wanted to say to someone, look, friend, if you don't like your work, why don't you quit? But don't take it out on me. So if you have your heart set on doing good for the world and or humanity, get into work for which you're best fitted, work you can thoroughly enjoy and throw yourself into 100%. A happy plumber makes a greater contribution to the world than a miserable university professor or an unhappy lawyer. Some of the world's greatest artists, people who have made tremendous contributions, were neurotic, unhappy people such as Edgar Allan Poe, Vincent van Gogh, Nietzsche, Wagner, and many others. But they had found their outlets. They had found the fields in which they wanted to work, had to work. Surely they would have been even more miserable had they not found their life's work. They would have been insufferable in any other. For some people, there's only one thing for them to do. I can't imagine a Picasso doing anything but drawing and painting pictures. But for most of the rest of us, there are undoubtedly many fields in which we can find deep satisfaction and reward. A fine business executive can be happy in any number of kinds of businesses, and in many different positions. Another man might be just as happy as a carpenter as he would be as an electrician. But when it comes to serving mankind or feeling guilty because you don't think you're doing enough, it's good to remember that we can usually serve the world best by working toward and achieving the goals we want most to reach. Millions of young people in high schools and colleges throughout the world ask themselves, how can I spend my life doing the most good? The best way is to spend your life doing that which you most want to do. In that way, everybody wins. Some time back, I made a talk to about 1,000 university students on the campus of a large, well-known American university. They were wonderfully behaved, laughed in all the right places, and were very receptive to what I had to say, for which I was indeed grateful. I noticed hundreds of them even taking notes. I was worried about that speech. I had heard so much about the generation gap and reports from young people that anyone over 30 had nothing to say to them that I approached that speech with the trepidation of a man approaching a man-eating tiger with a willow wand. But as I say, it went off fine, and I was very much relieved. And I'm sure one of the things that averted disaster was a comment I used of Scott Buchanan. Scott Buchanan was a great educator who died in 1968. But he'd said, "The powers of the mind are the powers of the man." And building the power of the mind is largely an after-school job. It's a spare-time job. This is why developing the powers of the mind are not necessarily dependent on a formal education. A good liberal education is the best start if you're lucky enough to get one. A good base of English, world history, world literature, and math are fundamental to developing the real powers of the mind, the very subject so many young people dread and work so hard to avoid. If you're interested in this subject, and you'd like to know more about Scott Buchanan and his ideas on education, there's a paperback published by the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara, California, entitled Embers of the World. It's a series of conversations with Scott Buchanan after it became apparent that he did not have much longer to live. It's a published series of conversations between Scott Buchanan and Harris Wofford Jr., Stringfellow Barr, and others. The powers of the mind are the powers of the man. Once in a talk Buchanan delivered at St. John's College, he asked, "How are you doing? Do you believe in and trust your intellect, that innate power that never sleeps? You've lived a lot. You've fallen into the hands of scholars and into the grooves of practice. You've suffered the winds of doctrine and have gotten lost in the jungle of ideologies. Latterly, you've been stormed by scientific miracle. In all these learnings and practices, have you listened to the small, spontaneous voice within that asks continually, if these things are true? Have you allowed this voice to speak louder and remind you that you do not know, that you know you do not know, that you know what you do not know? Do you believe that knowledge is possible, that truth is attainable, and that it's always your business to seek it, although evidence is overwhelmingly against it? Have you in the course of your life become your own teacher? Have you yet recognized that you are and always have been your own teacher? Liberal education has as its end the free mind, and the free mind must be its own teacher. Intellectual freedom begins when one says with Socrates that he knows nothing, and then goes on to add, I know what it is that I don't know. The powers of the mind are the powers of the man. Recent studies seem to indicate that the powers of the mind are infinite, rich, fertile land awaiting development. If you can think of something you want that is within the realm of human accomplishment, I can tell you how to get it. To do so, let me tell you a short story about what happened to a friend of mine. My friend is a multimillionaire, tears around the world in his private jet, and in general is keeping busy and having himself a pretty good time. Some years back, he was flat broke and a total failure. He was a failure as a husband, a father, a provider, and had the personality of a polecat. No friends, a complete and thoroughgoing bust. And one day he fell to wondering how people succeed in the world. Well, he had enough nerve to make an appointment with one of his city's most successful men, and during the interview asked him, how can I succeed? So the great man asked him what he wanted, and he rattled off a pretty good list of things he wanted, including a nice home, a lot more money than he was making, and so on. Well, many of them were the wrong things, you might say, but at that time of his life he still wasn't very smart. So the great and successful man gave him the secret key to all the abundance he could possibly want. And it was in this short sentence. He said, people have everything we want. People have everything we want.
If all the people in this country gave you a nickel, you'd have $10 million. The people have everything you want. Your part of the bargain is to provide something for the people that they will buy in sufficient numbers to permit you to have what you want. Your part of the bargain is to be worthy of the price you set as your goal. Your job is to grow as a person to fill the shoes of the person you've decided to become. When you set a goal for yourself, you've established a self-fulfilling prophecy. A self-fulfilling prophecy, as S.I. Hayakawa has pointed out, is a statement that is neither true nor false, but is capable of becoming true if it is believed. Reaching your material goals will not mean that you're a nice guy, or that your wife and kids will like you, or that you'll be popular or intelligent or interesting. But you'll have that house and that money and anything else you want that money can buy. And if you're really smart, you'll develop at the same time the things that money cannot buy. Things like humility, love of your fellow man, and that includes the wife and kids and the neighbors and so on. But as I said in the beginning, if you can think of something you want that is within the realm of human accomplishment, I can tell you how to get it. First, decide definitely upon what it is you want. With that fixed in your mind, you must then come up with a plan for providing something from within yourself, your mind and body, that will be valuable enough to people so that they'll give you what you want in return for it. They'll pay you any price. But the requirement remains the same. Your part of the bargain is to fulfill the other part. It's not particularly easy, nor is it particularly difficult. It simply must be done. How are you doing in the idea department? Do you have an idea file, a place to keep your ideas? When's the last time you wrote down a good idea? It doesn't have to be a new idea, you know. Just a little better. Back in the 15th century, there lived a great scholar of the Italian Renaissance. His name was Count Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, and he was brilliant in virtually all fields: logic, ethics, theology, mathematics, Kabbalistic lore, physics. He'd studied Hebrew and Arabic. Like many of the noblemen of his day, he died from poison. It was handed to him by his secretary. There has to be a moral there someplace. But it was about something he wrote that I mention him. He wrote in an essay called The Dignity of Man that a man can choose to be anything. He can partake in, become a part of, anything he wants to. He can become a beast. He can become a god. He can do anything. Now here's writing from the Renaissance, from the 15th century, that could have been written by Sartre, Camus, or yesterday by a modern existentialist. This thought keeps reappearing throughout all of the writings of man. It's a perennial philosophy that runs through most religious thought as well. It states that we become what we choose to become, whether we realize it or not. My son used to love to watch a television program in which contestants would win a prize and then be given the choice of keeping the prize they had won or taking a chance by trading it for a prize that was hidden behind a curtain. The prize behind the curtain might be many times as valuable as the one they had, but then again it might be worthless. Man can choose to be anything, as Pico della Mirandola wrote so long ago, and as the modern existentialists point out, but man all too often doesn't know what he wants to be, or, fearful that the prize behind the curtain might turn out to be a 50-pound bag of garden fertilizer, he holds on to what he has, rather than risk losing it for something of less value to him. Often fearful and not aware of his real powers, living far below his true capacities, he plays for small stakes, not realizing that he holds all the cards. Or as Huxley once put it, it's like that chess game in which our opponent is perfectly fair and would rather we win, but does insist upon our learning at least the rules of the game. For if we make mistakes, we are checkmated, without haste, but without remorse. When you come to understand something like this, it makes you sit down thoughtfully and ask yourself, what is it I want to become? Or what is it that I want to become next? We can always change course down the road. We're never irrevocably committed. It adds a zest to living, a bit of excitement to getting up in the morning when you know you can pretty well do whatever you want to do. It's sobering, too, when we reflect that if we've been adults for any appreciable length of time, we've made our lives what they are today. And if we're dissatisfied with them, at least it's probably our fault, unless we've been victims of situations over which we could exercise no control. But it's something to think about. A man can choose to be anything, or a woman. He can partake in, become a part of anything he wants to. He can become a beast. He can become a god. He can do anything. Written in the 15th century. There's a famous Italian restaurant in Evanston, Illinois called Fanny's. It's famous because of its amazing owner, Fanny Lazar, who, in addition to overseeing one of the finest eating places in the country and makes great spaghetti, writes a newspaper column.
In one of these columns, she gave some recipes for perpetual youth. Be sure to share this with your wife. She writes, "History does not record how many men have searched for the fountain of youth, but centuries before Ponce de Leon there lived in ancient Alexandria a man named Theon, a noted astronomer and mathematician, who with study and research discovered the recipe for perpetual youth. Here it is. A good appetite and a good night's sleep, said Theon, for which nature demands the payment of vigorous physical and deep breathing exercises, plus bathing in icy cold water every day of one's life." Theon raised his beautiful daughter, Hypatia, with this recipe, and she excelled every woman in Alexandria for sheer physical beauty of body and mind. She was the foremost thinker of her time, a famous Greek philosopher, one of the few female philosophers of all time. She lived from about 370 to 415. Two other great women who learned of Theon's recipe for perpetual youth were Ninon d'Anclos and Catherine, Queen of Russia. They kept their youth until advanced age. Each of them had youthful boyfriends up to and past the age of 80. They indulged in vigorous daily exercise, horseback riding and walking long distances every day of their long lives, and by bathing in icy cold water. How else could they have survived the cold and drafty palaces they lived in? Lina Cavallari, who in her youth was considered the most beautiful woman in the world, believed in daily physical exercise and deep breathing. Every morning she drank 1 tablespoon of pure olive oil to keep her skin from becoming wrinkled. She drank 1 or 2 small glasses of wine with each meal. Then there was Professor Olga B. Lepenshinskaya, who recently died at the age of 92. A biologist who was the Soviet Union's outstanding authority on how to live longer while keeping perpetual youth to old age. She participated in sports, took plenty of long walks, very hot soda baths, 1 cup of soda to a tub, once a week, and drank 1 or 2 vodkas every day. Swedish Sigrid Sampson of Chicago, 77 years young, sparkling-eyed, mentally alert. She looks young because she is young, full of enthusiasm, vim, vigor, and vitality. No stiff joints. She bends, twists, stretches 15 minutes, morning and night. Henry Blackman Sell, prominent in New York society, is an incredible octogenarian who does his own variation of yoga exercises and skips rope every day. He walks 40 blocks to his office daily, and for 25 years his pedometer has registered 40 miles a week. Mrs. Lillian R. Spencer, also of New York City, another octogenarian, is a remarkable youthful elder who attributes her health and vigor to a wholesome diet and sound sleep. Again, she exercises daily, bending and touching the floor 30 times, 3 times a day. She also takes walks and works regular hours in a department store every day. So if you want a good appetite, sound sleep, and beauty for the rest of your life, get plenty of exercise. Get out and walk if you can every day. Keep active. And as for beauty, it seems an ice-cold bath every day does it. That was old Theon's recipe. I'm a hot shower man myself. In his excellent book, Letters for Philip, Dr. Charlie Shedd writes, "Dear Phil, there are 3 things I aim to do every day as a husband. 1, tell her I love her. 2, do something nice for her. And 3, pay her a compliment." The truth is that this only sounds simple, but you try these as a regular discipline and you'll see that they say easier than they do, and the toughest of those to remember may be number 3, pay her a compliment. Psychologists tell us that there are several reasons why we restrain ourselves at this point. In some cases, they say the hesitancy comes from a basic hostility syndrome, which means that we're mad at the whole world. People are no darn good, so down with everybody. Or somehow we got the message that since we ought to affect a little embarrassment when we receive compliments, why should we embarrass others by praising them? But I think there may be a more basic reason why many of us husbands are stingy with kind words, and this is because we're people, and the average specimen of the human species is naturally inclined to be selfish. We spend most of our time thinking about number 1. We're too preoccupied with our own emotional feelings. We don't have the time, take the time, or make the time to consider what it would mean to the other person if we opened our faces to say a good word. You can believe me, every woman worth the name is an addict for masculine approval, and the best way to let her know you approve of her is to tell her. There are all kinds of other ways to get the job done, but from the feminine point of view, voicing your likes is one of the nicest. You see, she has many needs, but one of her greatest is to please you. If things are normal at your house, chances are good that she's thinking of you more than you're thinking of her. This is why, if you give her some pleasant things to think about, you're doing a good thing for you and for your future together. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Well, this also goes for a woman. If you give her a lovely idea of herself, that's what she'll try to become. This is why it makes so much difference what you're telling her. The time finally arrives when she accepts your estimate of her as an estimate of herself. I've seen many an ordinary-looking woman grow into a lovely thing because her husband told her she was lovely. I regret to report that I've also seen some truly gorgeous women gradually fade away because they were no longer inspired from the one source that mattered most to them. All of which leads up to 6 very important words. If you like it, say so. Find something about her to compliment every day. Her voice, her face, her figure, her legs, the slope of her shoulders, the way she walks, her cooking, and the best compliment of all is to tell her, you just go on getting better all the time. A wife will come across town, across the house, across your point of view, and across almost anything, to give you her love if you offer her yours with some honest approval. If you know some young man who's planning to get married, or someone who's already married but hasn't mastered the art, get him the book Letters to Philip by Dr. Charlie Shedd. It's published by Doubleday. The distinguished Harvard professor, author, and researcher into achievement motivation, Dr. David C. McClellan, has posed the question, what accounts for the rise in civilization? Not external resources, that is, markets, minerals, trade routes, or factories, but the entrepreneurial spirit which exploits those resources, a spirit found most often among businessmen. Who is ultimately responsible for the pace of economic growth in poor countries today? Not the economic planners or the politicians, but the executives whose drive or lack of it will determine whether the goals of the planners are fulfilled. Incidentally, if you don't have it, you should get David McClellan's book, The Achieving Society. He says, since I'm an egghead from way back, nothing surprises me more than finding myself rescuing the businessman from the academic trash heap, dusting him off, and trying to give him the intellectual respectability that he's had a hard time maintaining for the last 50 years or so. For the fact is that the businessman has taken a beating, not just from the Marxists, who pictured him as a greedy capitalist, and the social critics who held him responsible for the Great Depression of the 30s, but even from himself, deep in his heart. One of the queerest ironies of history, as John Kenneth Galbraith points out in The Affluent Society, is that in a sense Marx won his case with his sworn enemies, the capitalists. Marx loudly asserted that they were selfish and interested only in profits. In the end, many agreed. They accepted the Marxist materialistic view of history. The modern businessman, says Galbraith, suspects that the moral crusade of reformers, do-gooders, liberal politicians, and public servants, all their noble protestations notwithstanding, are based ultimately on self-interest. What, he inquires, is their gimmick? Well, if not only the Marxists, but Western economists and even businessmen themselves end up assuming that their main motive is self-interest and a quest for profit, it is small wonder that they've had a hard time holding their heads high in recent years. But now the research Dr. McClellan has done has come to the businessman's rescue by showing that everyone has been wrong, that it is not profit per se that makes the businessman tick. Instead, it's a strong desire for achievement, for doing a good job. Profit is simply one measure among several of how well a job's been done, but it's not necessarily the goal itself. The same kind of person who matriculates to leadership in business may be found leading in other fields, too. He's the kind of person who spends his time thinking about doing things better. He has a basic concern for achievement. The secret lies in what a person spends his time thinking and daydreaming about when he is not under pressure to think about anything in particular. What do his thoughts turn to when he's not under pressure? It is not the drive for more and more profits that drives the businessman and is responsible for the rise of civilization. It's the achievement goal, the desire for achievement. Let me draw you a little picture. A housewife sits at her kitchen table. The kids are in school. The husband's at work. Outside it's raining. She sips her tepid coffee and turns the pages of a magazine. In the magazine is a picture of a striking woman sitting by the pool of her palatial home. The sun is shining, there are flowers and carefully trimmed hedges, and a child is swimming in the pool. Suddenly the housewife stares at her rain-spattered kitchen window and thinks, if I had what she's got, I'd be happy. Happiness. The state of being happy is one of the world's most interesting subjects. It's so interesting because the state of happiness has nothing whatever to do with environment. A world-famous entertainer steps out of his private jet at the Los Angeles airport and is, at that moment, less happy than the man who will now refuel the airplane. Another time, the entertainer will be happier. But the rich woman in the magazine sitting by her pool in the lovely setting is not by any means happier than the woman in the kitchen with the rain coming down outside. Happiness is never a respecter of persons, high or low, queen or charwoman, rich or poor, white, black, or anywhere in between. A friend of mine who's worth several $1 million and who was one of the happiest people I ever knew has changed completely and is now one of the world's unhappiest people. Not because he's a millionaire, but because all the fun's gone out of his life. Happiness is a byproduct of direction. That is, happiness is a condition that depends upon the direction in which we're moving. My friend had been a happy man most of the time for many years because he had been actively working toward a goal he wanted very much to achieve. Well, he's achieved his goal now, with nowhere else to go, which is his own fault, and he's miserable. The world-famous entertainer leaving his private jet is bored and unhappy. He's heading home to a lonely house. The young man servicing the jet plane has a date that night with a girl he's in love with. He's in a state of euphoria. The woman sitting by the pool with the beautiful home may well be quite happy at the time the picture's taken. She's delighted that she and her friends will soon see her and her home in a national publication. While our housewife, her family scattered to work and school, faces the prospect of a lonely day of laundry, cleaning, and cooking, and besides, it's raining outside. If her husband calls and tells her they're going out to dinner with friends that night, she'll be transformed. Or if she learns that good friends or her family are coming to visit that evening or weekend, the work will fly by as she thinks about and plans for the visit. We're happy when we're moving towards something we want to happen, and that's all there is to it. Nothing else makes much difference. The person or family that's working toward goals, priorities that are not too distant to be exciting, will tend to be happier than the person or family without them. Happiness, it's a very interesting thing. Thank you. It was a Saturday afternoon in the summer of 1927. The place was Shibe Park, Philadelphia. There were 35,000 excited baseball fans in the stands, all booing one man. Bob Grove, who was probably one of the greatest left-handed pitchers of all time, had just struck Babe Ruth out on 3 pitched balls for the second consecutive time, and 2 runners were left stranded on base. As the great slugger returned to the bench amidst the wild and abusive jeering, he looked up into the stands with an unruffled smile, just as he had the first time he struck out, gave his cap a polite little tip, stepped down into the dugout, and calmly took his drink of water. In the 8th inning, his turn came up again. This time the situation was critical. The Athletics were leading the Yankees 3-1. The bases were loaded, and there were 2 out. It was up to the great Babe Ruth to win the game or lose it. As he selected his favorite bat and started toward the plate, the crowd rose in a body as if by signal. The excitement was tremendous. The crowd wanted Babe Ruth to strike out again. Lefty Grove rifled the first blazing fastball over the plate. Ruth swung and missed. The next pitch was good, and Ruth swung so hard and missed that he staggered and went down. There was a cloud of dust as the big guy sprawled on the ground. The crowd was going mad. The Babe got to his feet, brushed the dust off his trousers, and got set for the next pitch. Grove delivered the fastball. So fast, few of the fans even saw it. Babe swung again, but this time there was a crack like a rifle shot. The ball soared high and far. It cleared the scoreboard and the houses across the street, one of the longest hits ever made in baseball history. As Babe Ruth trotted around the bases and across the plate behind the other runners with what proved to be the winning run, he received a wild ovation from the crowd, the same crowd that had been booing him all afternoon. Babe looked up into the stands, doffed his cap with that same little smile and the same expression on his face, exactly like the one he wore on his first 2 trips when he had taken the razzing. Now, later in the season, after the Yankees clinched the pennant, Grantland Rice interviewed Ruth. Babe, he asked, "What do you do when you get in a batting slump?" And Babe answered, "I just keep going up there and keep swinging at him. I know the old law of averages will hold good for me, the same as it does for anybody else, if I keep having my healthy swings. If I strike out 2 or 3 times in a game or fail to get a hit for a week, why should I worry? Let the pitchers worry. They're the guys who are going to suffer later on." Babe Ruth's unshakable faith in making the law of averages work for him enabled him to accept his bad breaks and failures with a smile. Now, this simple, common-sense philosophy had much to do with making him baseball's greatest showman, biggest box office attraction, and the highest-paid ball player of all time. He had his faults, like the rest of us, but his faith in the law of averages made him great. Now, there's a lesson there for all of us. Babe Ruth hit 851 home runs, as we all know. He struck out 1,330 times. But we don't think about his failures, and neither did he. He kept swinging and knew that the law of averages would take care of the rest. Well, how about you? I think that's another important principle that we might keep in mind. How the law of averages will work for us if we'll stay in there and if we'll keep swinging. We know that one of the most valuable attributes an adult can have is persistence. And a DePaul University psychologist, Dr. Glenn D. Jensen, has found that the best way to develop persistence in a child is to permit him to fail regularly. When we see a young child trying to do something and finding it difficult, and realizing how simply we can help him finish what he's trying to do, we have an almost overwhelming impulse to give him a hand. If we do this too often, it can be a mistake. In the tests conducted by Dr. Jensen, youngsters aged 3 to 9 years were tested in a room equipped with levers and knobs. They learn after a few minutes that twisting one of them will produce marbles, which will be exchanged for pennies. Now, some of the children are purposely spoiled, get marbles every time they twist the knobs. Others get marbles only after a number of knob twists. Then Jensen cuts off the marbles entirely and begins measuring the children's persistence. Now, white rats also are used in the experiments. The psychologist divides the white rats into 2 groups, those to be spoiled with kindness and those to be disappointed. Now, those to be spoiled are placed in a small cell with a single bar, which, when pressed, produces a tiny pellet of food. The second group finds it harder to come by. The first time they press the bar, it produces, but the next pellet comes only after 5 presses. Then this is raised by geometric progression to 10, 20, 40, 80, and 160. The graphs show that the spoiled rats lose heart quickly when they discover that they will not get food each time. But the frequently disappointed rats keep at it. It seems that the reaction of the children is just about the same as that of the rats, which all goes to prove what you probably knew already, that a life full of rewards is less a spur to sticking with the job than if it's interlaced with disappointment. When asked if young humans act like laboratory animals in these tests, the university said the answer seems to be yes. So it would appear then that the wise mother or father is not the one who says, "Here, let me help you with that," but instead understands the importance of failure. Failure keeps us trying. Easy success tends to cause us to give up the first time that we're faced with a job that takes persistence. Now, this is probably why the most popular sports and games are those most difficult to master. This must be why millions of men go back to golf each year, knowing that it's one of the most difficult games to get good at. The same would apply to the universal popularity of tennis, bridge, marriage, politics, and statesmanship. But the purpose in my mentioning these tests with youngsters and white rats, if you can forget the invidious comparison, is that we need to fail if we're to develop persistence. And maybe we shouldn't be so quick to give the kids a hand when they find themselves stumped on a problem. A bright, personable young man had been offered the opportunity to work for a highly successful, well-established manufacturing company. He saw the personnel director, talked with other officers of the company, and finally requested an interview with the company's president and chairman of the board. And this is how the president himself tells the story of what happened. The young man said he was considering an offer to join our company. He wanted to be certain he was making the right lifetime choice, and he felt he had a right to research this question right up to the chairman of the board. He was intelligent, ambitious, and appeared to have good potential for growth. In fact, the company president went on to say, "I caught myself speculating as to whether or not he might run the company in 20 years. However, his line of questioning was disappointing. It suggested that his goal was personal security and not opportunity. He was interested not in our problems and probable growth, but in our rate of employee turnover, in our fringe benefits, and in our pension plan, to a point where it became apparent to me that he wanted to spend his working days in an atmosphere of maximum personal security, and not in a dynamic environment of exploiting our opportunities. I felt I had an obligation to place this matter in focus, and he appeared shocked when I told him that I was sure he could not find security in our company, because I'd been looking for it for some time and couldn't find it myself. I told him that it was frequently necessary for us to make major strategic decisions with respect to product, key personnel, pricing, expansion, and the like. and that despite our excellent staff, our sound product position, and our financial strength, a major error could relegate all of our personal security programs to the ash can. I reminded him, for example, that products can be obsoleted by research and invention, conducted in some remote basement in the world, which would have the effect of rendering unnecessary our plants, facilities, personnel, even management. I also reminded him that this not only could happen, but has happened many times. I told him that there was no absolute security in our company or any other company, except that which our personnel collectively earned from day to day and from year to year, and that furthermore, there was no absolute security for him in our company unless he remained competitive in his work until the day of his retirement. And finally, I suggested that in planning his life work, that he place major emphasis on exploiting opportunities for growth with their attendant successes and failures, rather than on personal security in and of itself. Well, unfortunately, he behaved like the young man reported in the Gospel who asked the Lord what he might do to gain eternal life. When he heard the answer, and considering it too hard, he silently went away. Morbid emphasis on personal security generates a certain myopia, a dedication to the status quo, resistance to change, and the rejection of opportunities for personal growth with their associated risks and rewards because there might be a finite chance to fail. And he closed with this thought: I've learned over the years that preoccupation with security breeds insecurity, and that security, like happiness, most often eludes those who pursue it the most. Paradoxically, security most often comes to him who in life assumes the risks of insecurity. The other day in a taxi, I felt amusing about the story A Connecticut Yankee. Maybe you're old enough to remember the movie with Will Rogers. In the story, he's struck by lightning or some such thing and finds himself magically transported back in time to the days of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. And I began trying to think of something I could teach the people if the same thing happened to me. And it poses an interesting question. If you were suddenly transported back in time, say 1,000 years, what could you teach the thinking people of that time? You would know so much that they still hadn't dreamed of: the airplane, an automobile, electricity, and a telephone, printing, gunpowder, atomic energy, the steam engine, the propeller. If you were taken back to the year 1000 A.D., what could you teach them? For one thing, it'll make you realize how little you really know. However, if you could manage to keep from being burned as a sorcerer, the wise men of the time would make pilgrimages to see you and ask thousands of questions. You would be the most famous person on earth and the most celebrated. You'd be 400 years ahead of Gutenberg in his discovery of movable type and printing, 600 years ahead of Galileo, 500 years ahead of Columbus. But with all of your knowledge of our modern world and its thousands of wonders, what could you show them how to do? The aspirin tablet, the first real wonder drug and painkiller, would have been an unbelievable boon to them in their suffering. Could you show them how to make it? How to mix saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur to produce gunpowder? How about the steam engine? Could you show them how to make one? Or a simple electrical generator? Or how to make wire? Could you make a clock? Or a still to refine kerosene and gasoline from crude oil? We know so much about so many thousands of things, but with the exception of our specialty, we'd be hard-pressed to teach them how to really make much of anything. Some of our scientists could, but it is said that there's not a man alive in the world today who could single-handedly put together an operating automobile starting from scratch. Now, this makes for a fascinating conversation. You can try it with your family at dinner. The kids will love it. It makes them realize how interdependent we are, that we couldn't do a thing without the help of thousands, millions of other people. Everything we have comes from other people. We didn't have to build our own home or make the family car or cut wood for the fire or haul water from the well or grow our own vegetables, raise our own chickens or livestock, or make our own clothes or furniture and cooking utensils, write and print our own books and newspapers, or even provide for our own entertainment. And the most interesting discussion can center around what we know enough about to teach to others if we should suddenly find ourselves without the help of our modern society, without modern medicine and dentistry, communication and transportation, educational facilities and modern utilities. I was reading that great little book, The Ever-Present Past, by the late Edith Hamilton, certainly one of the greatest ladies who ever lived, and I came across something I thought you'd like. When I read educational articles, she wrote, it often seems to me that the purely personal side of education is not emphasized enough. The fact that it's so much more agreeable and interesting to be an educated person than not. The sheer pleasure of being educated does not seem to be stressed anymore. Once long ago, I was talking with Professor Basil L. Gildersleeve of Johns Hopkins University, the greatest Greek scholar our country has produced. He was an old man, and he'd been honored everywhere, in Europe as well as in America. He was just back from a celebration held for him in Oxford, and I asked him what compliment received in his long life had pleased him most. The question amused him, and he laughed over it, and he thought too, and finally he said, well, I believe it was when one of my students said, Professor, you have so much fun with your own mind. Robert Louis Stevenson said that a man ought to be able to spend 2 or 3 hours waiting for a train at a little country station when he was all alone and had nothing to read, and not be bored for a moment. What is the education which can do this? What is the furniture which makes the only place belonging absolutely to each one of us, the world within, a place where we like to go? I wish I could answer that question. I wish I could produce a perfect decorator's design warranted to make any interior lovely and interesting and stimulating, but even if I could, sooner or later we would certainly try different designs. My point is only that while we must and should change the furniture, we ought to throw away old furniture very cautiously. It may turn out to be irreplaceable. The world within, a place where we like to go. How about that? That's the aim of education, and it should be the aim of every person, to make his world within a place where he likes to go. And what about Robert Louis Stevenson's comment that a person ought to be able to spend 2 or 3 hours waiting for a train at a little country station when he's all alone and had nothing to read, and not be bored for a moment? Stand some evening in a big city at 5 o'clock and watch the faces of the scrambling, frenetic crowd, people hurrying home, trying to shorten the time they're left to their own devices and their own thoughts. But they are not our problem. We are our problem. Our own inner worlds are our problems. How's yours? Edith Hamilton was right. The purely personal side of a good education, an education available to every one of us, is not emphasized enough. Not enough of us understand the fact that it's so much more agreeable and interesting to be an educated person than not. We should all be concerned every day with the furnishings we're selecting for our inner worlds. A poet hundreds of years before Plato said, before the gates of excellence, the high gods have placed sweat. Long is the road thereto, and steep and rough at the first, but when the height is won, then there is ease. My old friend Dr. L.D. Pankey of Coral Gables, Florida, recently returned from a trip through the Orient. All the time he and Betty were abroad, they kept me up to date on their travels with the unique and interesting newsletter they send back to their stay-at-home friends whenever they're traveling, which is, well, for a couple of months every year. I received a letter from him the other day asking me when I was going to come down to Florida and join him in some bone fishing in the Keys. In answering his letter, I remembered something that had happened in his office many years ago that had made a deep impression on me. I was looking at a picture of one of the classes that he conducts each year for men of his profession from all over the world. And in studying the photograph, I realized that I was seeing some of the same faces I'd seen in other photographs of earlier classes he'd held. So I said, I noticed many of the same people took your course this year who took it a year ago. What did you teach this year that you didn't teach last year? And his reply surprised me. He said, nothing. I teach the same thing every year, not only in this country, but abroad as well. Oh, I add to it each year as I learn new things, but basically it's the same course every year. Well, I was amazed. Do you mean you teach the same things to the same people all over again? That's right, he answered. And seeing my surprise, he laughed and asked me a question that stopped me completely. He said, when you find your golf game isn't as good as you'd like it to be, or suddenly find the ball isn't going where you want it to go, and you can't put your finger on what's wrong, what do? I told him, well, I go back to the pro for some lessons. He said, that's right. And what does he teach you? Does he teach you something new about the game, something you didn't know at some time before? Or does he merely remind you once again of the basic fundamentals, which, if you'll but be guided by them, will result in your getting the kind of score you'll be happy with? Well, he had me, and it made me remember the old saying that we need reminding as much as we need educating. That's why these principles are so important. It applies to becoming good at anything. It's as important to living successfully as it is to playing a satisfactory game of golf or practicing medicine or dentistry. We need to be reminded from time to time, and the more regularly the better, of the basics, the fundamentals upon which everything else is built. The good home may look different from all the other homes on the street, but its foundation followed the rules for any good foundation, and so did its construction. Do it right the first time, and it'll stand for as long as we need it. If we build our lives and what we do during our days on truth and justice, we'll build the kind of lives we can be proud of, that will take us to the goals we seek in good time without worry or frustration. But we do need reminding. You might remember that bit about the golf pro. He doesn't teach you anything new, but he reminds you of some of the basics you've forgotten and helps you rid yourself of some bad habits. No matter what it is a person does, if he does it too long without a break of some kind, he's apt to get off the track. He loses his objectivity. Experts in various fields have been in them so long they forget what they're trying to do. This is why the book written by the learned professor is often written to win the approval of other learned professors. As a result, it doesn't amount to much because nobody reads it but learned professors who already know everything that's in it. Nobody who needs it and could learn from it can get interested in it, even if he can understand it. Take the field of advertising. It all started as a means of getting people to buy products. It's a form of salesmanship. But so many advertising people have been in advertising for so long, it sometimes seems they've forgotten the real purpose, and they've lost touch with the people they're supposed to motivate. Whit Hobbs, Senior Vice President in charge of creative services at Benton and Bowles, made a speech some time back, in which he urged a return to honest fundamentals, and he asked his audience if, when they sit down to write or judge an ad, they set their standards as high as they could and should be. He said, you say to yourself, if this doesn't sell me, excite me, arouse or amuse or interest or challenge or help or befriend me, how the heck is it going to sell other people? He said that other people aren't different. He said they're smart like you, and savvy and hurried and harried and concerned and confused, just like you. Too many kids, not enough money, worried about crabgrass and Congress and college and communists and constipation. Their upper sinuses are clogged and so are their septic tanks, just like yours. He said they're great people, just like you. Get to know them better. You can't help liking them. Stop feeding them pap. They've outgrown it years ago. Start talking up to them. That's the way they want to be talked to. Stop beating them over the head. Stop boring them. He said, give them bright, bold, friendly, helpful, challenging, entertaining advertising that customers like. From you and me, he went on to say, with regard to advertising, they want friendship and understanding and sympathy and help. They want quality, quality, quality. Why don't we give it to them? In speaking of the run-of-the-mill, ridiculous, insulting advertising, Hobbes said, why do we have the same dull housewife in the same dull kitchen with the same totally inept husband and the same know-it-all mother in every commercial, and those same unattractive people sitting around the table grinning all through breakfast every morning? Where do we find people like this? People so stupid they can sit there and eat a whole meal and not even know there's an announcer standing right there in the room with them. Where do we find those models in car ads, those tall, gawky, empty-headed, flat-chested girls standing there with silly, gaudy clothes on and plumes in their hair and feet spread way apart like they had an itch, staring adoring at the new car? Why don't we try to win customers instead of prizes? It's true. Spend too much time doing the same job, and if you don't get off once in a while and take a good, long, objective look at what you're doing, you can lose touch completely, get completely off on the wrong track. The last couple of days I've been reading a book that's been in my library for many years. It was written, I believe, in 1935 and is possibly now out of print. It's Man the Unknown by Dr. Alexis Carrel, the great Nobel Prize-winning physician who died in 1944. He writes that the happiest and most useful men consist of a well-integrated whole. This would also apply to women, of course. Consist of a well-integrated whole of intellectual, moral, and organic activities. The quality of these activities and their equilibrium gives to such a type its superiority over the others. The development of complete human beings must be the aim of our efforts. It is only with such thoroughly developed individuals that a real civilization can be constructed. And then he says, there's also a class of people who, although as disharmonious as the criminal and the insane, are indispensable to modern society. They are the people of genius. They are characterized by a monstrous growth of some of their psychological activities. A great artist, a great scientist, a great philosopher is rarely a great man. He is generally a man of common type, with one side overdeveloped. Genius can be compared to a tumor growing upon a normal organism. And these ill-balanced beings are often unhappy, but they give to the entire community the benefit of their mighty impulses. Their disharmony results in the progress of civilization. Humanity has never gained anything from the efforts of the crowd. It is driven onward by the passion of a few abnormal individuals, by the flame of their intelligence, by their ideal of science, of charity, and of beauty. Interesting thought, isn't it? The happiest and most useful people consist of a well-integrated whole. These are those beautifully balanced people with good or even fine minds, great interests in a wide variety of pursuits, who are, as a result, seldom bored, seldom depressed. They look out toward the world and its infinite variety of interesting and exciting ideas and events. They seldom look inward upon themselves, but when they do, they're quite happy with what they find. Now, this is not to say that the well-balanced person cannot be a genius. Many are. Dr. Carell's men of genius, characterized by a monstrous growth of some overpowering and consuming and, as a result, overbalancing talent, are more than just geniuses. He's writing about the great artists, the great scientists, and the great philosophers who appear on the world stage so rarely. In these people, it seems that all the strength-giving alloys have been withheld, leaving only the rare and pure single metal of their makeup. And while they shine like the rare stars they are because of their purity, they suffer terribly from their lack of wholeness. Whenever they step off the one substance that gives meaning to their lives, they must fall into the chasm caused by their lack of footing in every other direction. But while I'm sure they suffer, they must also know a corresponding joy and elation at times, far above anything enjoyed by their well-balanced and generally happier brothers. And they do drive humanity onward. The development of complete human beings must be the aim of our efforts, and a good place to begin is with ourselves. And it's good to go back sometimes to the old books in our old libraries. Mr. Frederick C. Decker, publisher of Printers, Inc., gave some wonderful advice in his fine magazine some time back to all of us who are engaged in business, to all humans, in fact, who work. It appeared in his editorial called A Publisher's View and was titled, Why Are You in Business? And it goes like this. If someone abruptly asks you, why is your company in business, what would you say, and how long would it take you to say it? Unless you're different from many people I know, your first reaction to such a question is apt to be a near total loss of words, and your second one is just as apt to be a series of attempted answers that you will reject one by one as either wholly inadequate or so involved that you'll want to withdraw them until you can sharpen them up. If you don't believe this, assume I'm asking you right now why your company is in business, and then sit back and see how fast you can produce an answer with which you're thoroughly satisfied. A marketing manager and his agency account executive got together just the other day to see if they could agree on some basic approaches to their next year's advertising campaigns. After several hours of putting a lot of divergent ideas on the table, they suddenly realized they had no simple, common base from which to start. Then the marketing manager said, "What is my company really trying to do in this world?" A good many hours later, they had an answer they were both sure was right, and they had boiled it down into easily understandable words. And now, they tell me, they're off and running with more ideas for next year than they know what to do with. For the first time, they both have a clear idea of what they basically have to sell. The bigger and more diverse your company becomes, the tougher it is to remember that once upon a time it had a very simple reason for going into business. Yet that simple reason is the cornerstone of its growth and success, and the bigger your company is today, the sounder that reason undoubtedly was. Thus, there really isn't any substitute for making sure you know why your company is in business. And once you do know and have clarified your thinking so you can tell anybody why, you'll be pleasantly surprised how much easier it is to advertise your company's products, convincingly and well. Why is your company in business? If you're sure you know and can say why clearly and memorably, sit right down and write an advertisement for any product your company makes. I almost guarantee you'll be very pleased with the results. Thank you, Mr. Decker. Well said as usual. You know, this is really all we need from time to time. A reminder to turn to basic fundamentals, to our beginnings. Think how clean and stripped of absurdity and circumlocution this kind of thinking could make the ads we see and hear. Think how honestly this sort of thinking could cause the ad to strike the eye and the ear. I think Mr. Decker's editorial should be tacked to the wall over the desk of every copywriter and probably every company president. You know, Emerson said one time, they use the superlative of grammar, most perfect, most exquisite, most horrible, not perceiving that superlatives are diminutives and weaken, that the positive is the sinew of speech, the superlative, the fat. This morning in a taxi on my way to the office, I experienced a curious sensation. For no particular reason, I saw myself in the great city in which I live in relation to future time. As the skyscraper in which I have my offices came into view, I pictured its location 5,000 years from now, after the entire city will have been torn down and rebuilt, perhaps 50 times or more. I saw myself and the teeming thousands on the street as ancients living in a distant and barbaric past, as we will appear in the ancient history books, if they still use books 5,000 years from now. I saw us as we are today, as the ancient Greeks and Romans and Egyptians must have seen themselves just a short 2,000 or so years ago. Surely the Egyptians of 5,000 years ago felt that their society had reached its virtual peak. The Great Pyramid of Cheops was built more than 2,500 years before the birth of Christ. The speeding automobiles, trains, and airplanes in which we ride today will be as rude and ludicrous to our progeny 5,000 years from now as the chariots of the ancients appear to us today. World War II will be as primitive and distant, and to them as ridiculous, as the conquering invaders from Anatolia and the rise of Mycenae, as the legends of Homer are to us today. As we study the Bronze Age, their children and historians will study us, the Atomic Age. They'll shake their heads and smile and look with horror and unbelief upon our antics, our inhumanity, and they'll marvel at our ingenuity, too. Einstein will be as famous then as Archimedes, Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton are to us. They'll still read about Thomas Edison and Benjamin Franklin and Abraham Lincoln as we read about Plato and Julius Caesar and Alexander. But try to project yourself forward in time 5,000 years, and from that lofty vantage point look back at us here today. With the miracle of your mind, get in your own time machine and move ahead 50 centuries, and try to visualize our world as it will be then. Lean back in your easy chair of the year, let's round it out, the year 7000, and from that place in time view your present problems. Look at the way you're doing things, the way you're raising the kids and doing your job. Look at the petty problems that beset you now, the things you're worrying about today. They'll have a tendency to fade right out. And while you're at it, try to imagine what the schools will be like, the homes and clothes. Will men still work, or will machines do all the work while men amuse themselves? Who will win the pennant in the American League in the year 7000? Or will baseball be extinct along with the hydrogen bomb, a means of warfare inconceivable to men and women 5,000 years from now, as ridiculous and primitive as throwing rocks, as cruel and inhuman a death as by burning at the stake, or being drawn and quartered, or broken on the rack or impaled? Take a ride to 5,000 years from now and think about it. It's free. By getting 5,000 years ahead of your present problems, they have a way of shrinking in size, don't they? You might also get some good money-making ideas. Thank you.
For several years, I've kept a file entitled simply The Book. It's filled with a collection of thoughts and ideas, clippings, and thousands of pages of disconnected things I've written on one subject or another. I was poking through it this morning and came across this thought from Plato. Man is declared to be that creature who is constantly in search of himself, a creature who at every moment of his existence must examine and scrutinize the conditions of his existence. He is a being in search of meaning. He's a being in search of meaning. Now that describes us pretty well, doesn't it? The word search is always used in the description of Homo sapiens, the single surviving species of our branch of living things. Search, journey, the moving from one place to another, growth, a rising up, a moving forward. In the description of what a good education will do for us, one of the items on the list goes, a good education will teach us to love life for its own sake. But because as long as we have life as we know it, the search can go on, the search for meaning. Some questions, some problems can be solved, others are never solved in the sense that they are completed, finished, tied up with a neat bow. And we'll avoid a good deal of frustration, even possible demoralization, if we'll recognize problems for what they are, as the kind that can be solved, and the kind that, by their very nature, are incapable of being solved. A man named Tyrrell calls them divergent and convergent problems. The various parts of a convergent problem can be brought together sooner or later and made to fit and thus form the solution to the problem. A simple example would be represented by the problem of moving some heavy stones. To move them, they can be placed in a strong box. It serves as a container. But the stones are too heavy to lift in the box, so we add wheels to the box, making it into a wagon. The convergent parts were the box and the wheels. Once they're successfully put together, we can move the heavy stones, thereby solving the problem. The solution to convergent problems can be written down so that others, faced with similar problems, have only to read the instructions. They don't have to do the original thinking all over again. Problems we cannot solve in such a fashion are divergent problems. Their various parts defy successful and final amalgamation. At best, they can only be lived with in as successful a manner as we can achieve, and they still remain ongoing and divergent when we're finally through trying to solve problems of any kind. Life is kept going by divergent problems. They're the problems of opposites, of trying to reconcile the irreconcilable. For example, we want order, but we also want freedom. Too much order, and all freedom is suppressed. Too much freedom, and order dissolves into chaos. E.F. Schumacher, in his book Small is Beautiful, which I recommend, uses the example of freedom and discipline in education. How can children keep sufficient freedom to properly develop their inherent creativity and still knuckle under to sufficient discipline to learn what must be learned or should be learned? Schumacher says thousands of mothers and teachers successfully reconcile these opposites by bringing a third force, a higher power, to bear, the power of love. But even with the power of love and the percentage of it that comes into play during childhood, freedom has a way of giving way to so-called order. Wordsworth tells what happens as only he could do it in his Ode on Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood. He wrote, "There was a time when meadow, grove, and stream, the earth, and every common sight to me did seem apparelled in celestial light, the glory and the freshness of a dream." And then those familiar lines, "Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Shades of the prison house begin to close upon the growing boy." Coming to grips with growing up in the world we've created tends to take most of the wonder, the joy, and easy laughter out of life. Shades of the prison house begin to close upon the growing boy and upon the growing girl. We've created a world based on science and technology and tend to forget that freedom and creativity represent the hope of the future. Yet, how do you develop the vital ingredients of creativity in any organization and still maintain order? Order being the glue that holds the whole thing together. Politics, economics, human relations of all kinds, including marriage, fall into the realm of divergent problems. Nothing is ever solved as the making of the wagon is solved. Instead, these conditions of humankind represent changing, volatile rivers of being flowing endlessly into the future. Our civilization is built on the banks of these rivers, and for the past 10,000 years we've lived with floods and droughts and periods of bountiful prosperity, doing our level best to achieve some kind of reasonable accommodation with these great rivers and the various tribes which live up and down their banks. All solutions have been temporary, makeshift. They've been jumping off places, as good books should be, for better attempts in the future. A man and his wife, or a woman and her husband, do not solve living together successfully. If their marriage can be called successful, it means they are successfully coming to grips with it and have managed thus far to overcome or withstand its problems and tragedies and remain married to each other. Each day they have another day's problems to meet. If they prevail, keep their senses of humor, and continue to like each other, they can congratulate themselves on having successfully come to grips with one of humankind's supreme divergent problems. Everyone who plays golf has, at one time or another, felt that at last he's got the game under control. He's figured it out. He's got the swing he wants, and all is well with the world, until the next time he plays. Each time he must live with the course and the game anew. Practice and good instruction will improve his game, lower his average score. But golfers know that you don't solve the game of golf. At best, you just keep playing and living with it. Golf is another divergent problem, another coming together of opposites. Finding a successful orientation in the world is a divergent problem. This is not to say there are not those who have found a congenial place along the riverbank. Obviously there are. There are many thousands, perhaps millions, who have found lives as perfectly suited to them as was Picasso's or Shakespeare's or Thomas Edison's or Willie Mays. But living itself is a divergent problem, and remains so until the end of our days. Ernest Hemingway found his place in the world. He struggled to perfect his art. His stories and novels brought him worldwide fame and riches and earned him the Nobel Prize for Literature. But other problems remained. Writing good novels isn't something you solve either, and he finally took his own life. Perhaps if Hemingway had known that there are problems you don't solve once and for all, that there are divergent problems which by their very nature defy permanent solutions, he could have borne his difficulties. But then I don't know what his difficulties were. They may have had nothing at all to do with his writing, but they were divergent. You can bet on that. If we recognize that human problems can only be lived with on a day-to-day basis, perhaps we can keep our sense of humor intact. Perhaps we can keep our creativity and wonder alive. Perhaps we can hold back the shades of the prison house. And perhaps we can keep the lines of despair from etching themselves on our faces. Today, as a species, we face problems of a magnitude unprecedented in human history, and practically all of them are divergent problems. Even the survival of our species, and certainly we're worth saving, along with the brown pelican and the whale, is a divergent problem. Speaking of the problems that face us, James Dyson, the physicist, recently said, "If we're wise, we shall preserve intact these qualities of the human species: toughness, courage, unselfishness, foresight, common sense, and good humor, through the centuries to come, and they will see us safely through the many crises of destiny that surely await us." He might have added, "And we will keep our sense of wonder alive, our creativity, our capacity to think in new directions." The next time you find yourself in an argument with your spouse, you can mention that living together represents a divergent problem. No one has ever solved it yet, and because of the very nature of the problem, no one ever will. Like life itself, it's something you live with and work at, not something you solve. A convergent problem that seems to be solved, or at least nearly so, is the problem of the fuel of the future. We've talked about this before in Direct Line, and it looks as though the fuel of the future has been decided upon. It has all the answers. Do you know what it is? When you look at the parts of the problem, it practically answers itself. The present problem has 6 parts. 1, oil, gas, and coal are too precious as raw materials for uses that they alone can serve to waste as fuel a day longer than we have to. I had a most interesting discussion on this subject recently in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Burning up the last reserves of our fossil energy would be a crime. Second, we already have more poisonous wastes from nuclear plants than we'll be able to be rid of for thousands of years to come, and we don't want any more. Third, worldwide energy demand is growing at a pace where we must have an energy source unlimited in supply. Fourth, we need a source more powerful than current fuels. Fifth, we want one closer to consumption or easily stored and transported. And finally, we want a source that will ultimately bring costs down for all users. Well, do you know the single energy source that answers all 6 problems? It's hydrogen. We're heading into the hydrogen age and a total world hydrogen economy, and we'll produce hydrogen with solar energy. The general scientific consensus seems to be that solar-produced hydrogen energy from great man-made islands along the coastlines, when technically possible on the desired vast scale necessary for world energy needs, will be the ultimate, possibly the permanent answer to the energy shortages on Earth. It's going to be a slow transition, and petroleum resources will remain as valuable or more valuable than they are today, and there'll be other sources of energy too. But hydrogen seems to have all the answers, and in unlimited abundance. Being the smallest element, hydrogen is lightweight, diffuses rapidly in the atmosphere. Since it's without polluting effects, it can be burned safely indoors, even in a closed room or a mine. It can be stored in any of its 3 forms, gas, liquid, and solid. It can be transported. It's flexible, combines well with other elements. It's a powerful energy. Hydrogen took us to the moon and will fuel the space shuttle. Since hydrogen is such a wonder fuel, why hasn't it been adopted before? Simply because fossil fuels have been cheap and plentiful, while hydrogen, produced by fossil fuels and nuclear energy up to now, has been expensive, thereby limiting it to certain uses in industry and the space program. Now, however, with the growing conviction that it can be produced by using the heat of the sun, the picture changes materially. For in this case, there'll be no pollution in connection with its production. Extensive experimentation has shown hydrogen more powerful than gasoline. Present engines can be adapted to its use, and engines built for it save hundreds of pounds in unnecessary parts. Okay, when will solar-produced hydrogen energy be available? Well, estimates vary from the year 1980 to the year 2020. One group predicts a changeover of 51% by 1981, and by 1990, 65%. I saw on the news on television recently where a Frenchman had developed an engine operating on water, the same principle, getting hydrogen and oxygen from water. By using solar heat to decompose water and separate out of it hydrogen and oxygen, also highly important, we can acquire a pollution-free energy. Harnessing the sun's heat should be no more difficult than going to the moon once we've decided that a hydrogen economy is what we want, and soon. The country most likely to develop a workable system, to my mind, is Japan. Not only does Japan have the brains and the technology, Japan must import 98% of its present energy. With great floating platforms ringing the islands of Japan, and with most of our industry close to the seacoast, Japan could produce hydrogen and oxygen from seawater, with the hydrogen stored at depth under the sea. The byproduct, incidentally, is fresh drinking water. In short, Japan could become self-sufficient for all her energy needs, rid herself of her present choking and unhealthy pollution, and have an unlimited supply of oxygen and fresh water to boot. And so could we, and so ultimately could the world. The world reserves of fossil fuels would be as valuable in a hydrogen economy as they are now, but they would be conserved and put to proper use. The supply of hydrogen from seawater is, for all practical purposes, limitless, good for millions of years. The answer lies in the sea, not drilling under it for crude oil, but in releasing the energy stored in seawater, abundant, non-polluting energy. Every country with a seacoast would be self-sufficient, and maybe they could all buy their hydrogen-producing equipment from us. Another happy byproduct of the coming hydrogen age. We've got plenty of sunshine, abundant fresh and salt water, and hydrogen in unlimited supply. For my money, that's where our developmental dollars should be spent. If a man from a previous civilization, an ancient Greek, let us say, or a Roman, suddenly appeared among present-day humanity, his first impressions would probably lead him to regard it as a race of magicians and demigods. But were he a Plato or a Marcus Aurelius and refused to be dazzled by the material wonders created by advanced technology, and were he to examine the human condition more carefully, his first impressions would give place to great dismay. He would soon notice that, though man has acquired an impressive degree of power over nature, his knowledge of and control over his inner being is very limited. He would perceive that this modern magician, capable of descending to the bottom of the sea and projecting himself to the moon, is largely ignorant of what's going on in the depths of his unconscious, and is unable to reach up to the luminous superconscious levels and to become aware of his true self. This supposed demigod, controlling great electrical forces with the movement of the finger and flooding the air with sound and pictures for the entertainment of millions, would be seen to be incapable of dealing with his own emotions, impulses, and desires. So writes Dr. Roberto Assagioli in his excellent book, The Act of Will, a book I suggest you obtain and read and reread. He goes on to say, as several writers, Toynbee among them, have pointed out, this wide gulf between man's external and inner powers is one of the most important and profound causes of the individual and collective evils which afflict our civilization and gravely menace its future. Man has had to pay dearly for his material achievements. His life has become richer, broader, and more stimulating, but at the same time more complicated and exhausting. Its rapidly increasing tempo, the opportunities it offers for gratifying his desires, and the intricate economic and social machinery in which it has enmeshed him, make ever more insistent demands on his mental functions, his energy, his emotions, and his will. For convincing evidence of this, it would suffice to observe the day of the average businessman or politician or career woman or housewife. The individual often lacks the resources to cope with the difficulties and pitfalls of this kind of existence. His resistance may crumble in the face of the demands, the confusions, and the enticements it imposes. The ensuing disturbance leads to increasing discouragement and frustration, even to desperation. The remedy for these evils, the narrowing and eventual closing of the fatal gap between man's external and his inner powers, has been and should be sought in two directions: the simplification of his outer life and the development of his inner powers. As for the trend toward the simplification of the external life, the trend toward simplicity began even before the rise and expansion of modern technology as a reaction against the increasing complications and artificialities of civilized life. Its greatest exponents have been Jean-Jacques Rousseau, with his appeal for a return to nature, and our own Thoreau, who renounced the benefits of civilization and withdrew to lead the solitary, simple life which he described so ably in Walden, which we recommended in Direct Line 7. Recently, disillusionment with the so-called blessings of technological achievement has exploded into extreme and increasingly bitter indictments of the whole structure of modern civilization, into a wholesale rejection of our present way of life. Up to a certain point, the simplification of life is feasible and desirable. To some extent, everyone is able to resist the attractions of the world and the pace of modern life, eliminate many unnecessary complications, re-establish closer contact with nature, and practice the art of relaxing and resting in intervals. But past a certain point, one encounters great difficulties. Duties of every kind, family ties, professional obligations, keep us bound to the wheel of modern life and often compel us to conform to its hurried pace. But even if circumstances permitted a very high degree of simplification, and if it were put into practice, the problem would be only partially solved. Modern man certainly could not, nor indeed has he reason to, abdicate from the predominant position and the consequent responsibility he's acquired on this planet. The evil does not lie in the technological powers themselves, but in the uses to which man puts them, and in the fact that he has allowed them to overwhelm and enslave him. Resistance to the prevailing negative trends of modern life calls for much determination, much firmness and persistence, much clear-sightedness and wisdom. But these are precisely the inner qualities and powers in which modern man is sorely lacking. So we're led to the necessity of recourse to the second procedure, the development of man's inner powers. Only the development of his inner powers can offset the dangers inherent in man's losing control of the tremendous natural forces at his disposal and becoming the victim of his own achievements. A vivid realization that this is indispensable for maintaining the sanity and indeed the very survival of humanity, that only thus can man fulfill his true nature, should spur him on to tackle this task with an intensity of desire and determination equal to that which he has previously devoted to his external attainments. Fundamental among these inner powers, and the one to which priority should be given, is the tremendous, unrealized potency of man's own will. Its training and use constitute the foundation of all endeavors. There are two reasons for this. The first is the will's central position in man's personality and its intimate connection with the core of his being, his very self. The second lies in the will's function in deciding what is to be done, in applying all the necessary means for its realization, and in persisting in the task in the face of all obstacles and difficulties. But when one decides to start this task, one is apt to be confused and baffled. A historical survey of the problems relating to the will shows that attempts to solve this problem on theoretical, intellectualistic lines lead not only to no solution, but to contradiction, confusion, and bewilderment. Therefore, I believe, Dr. Saggioli writes, that the right procedure is to postpone all intellectual discussions and theories on the subject and begin by discovering the reality and the nature of the will through its direct existential experience. And that's what this book is about. How to experience the power, the joy, the satisfaction that come from the proper use of the will. It comes about in three phases. The first is the recognition that the will exists. The second concerns the realization of having a will. The third phase of the discovery, which renders it complete and effective, is that of being a will. Now, this is different from having a will. The doctor goes on to point out that this discovery of the will is hard to describe. As is true of any experience, it cannot be fully communicated by words, but the paths leading to it and the conditions favoring it can be indicated. An analogy to the discovery of beauty, to the arousal of the aesthetic sense, may be illuminating. A revelation occurs, an awakening which may come when one looks at the delicate hue of the sky at sunset, at a majestic range of snow-capped mountains, or into the clear eyes of a child. It may come while contemplating the cryptic smile of Leonardo's Gioconda. It may come while listening to the music of Bach, of Beethoven, or while reading the inspired verses of great poets. This awakening sense of the beautiful, though often faint and confused at first, becomes clearer and develops through repeated experiences of an aesthetic nature, and can also be cultivated and refined through the study of aesthetics and the history of art. But no amount of intellectual consideration and study can of itself take the place of the initial revelation. The awakening can be facilitated and often brought about by creating favorable circumstances for this purpose. For instance, by the quiet and repeated contemplation of natural scenery and works of art, or by opening oneself to the charm of music. Well, the same is true of the will. At a given moment, perhaps during a crisis, one has a vivid and unmistakable inner experience of its reality and nature. When danger threatens to paralyze us, suddenly, from the mysterious depths of our being, surges an unsuspected strength, which enables us to place a firm foot on the edge of the precipice or confront an aggressor calmly and resolutely. Before the threatening attitude of an unfair superior, or when facing an excited mob, when personal reasons would induce us to yield, the will gives us the power to say resolutely, no. At all costs, I stand by my convictions. I will perform what I take to be right. Similarly, when assailed by some insinuating and seducing temptation, the will raises us, shaking us out of our acquiescence and freeing us from the snare. The experience of willing may come also in other, more quiet and subtle ways, during periods of silence and meditation, in the careful examination of our motives, in moments of thoughtful deliberation and decision. A voice, small but distinct, will sometimes make itself heard, urging us to a specific course of action, a prompting which is different from that of our ordinary motives and impulses. We feel that it comes from the central core of our being. Emerson called it that iron string that vibrates within us. Or else an inner illumination makes us aware of the reality of the will with an overwhelming conviction that asserts itself irresistibly. However, the simplest and most frequent way in which we discover our will is through determined action and struggle. When we make a physical or mental effort, when we are actively wrestling with some obstacle or coping with opposing forces, we feel a specific power rising up within us, and this inner energy gives us the experience of willing. The discovery of the will in oneself, and even more the realization that the self and the will are intimately connected, may come as a real revelation which can change, often radically, a person's self-awareness and his whole attitude toward himself, other people, and the world. He perceives that he is a living subject endowed with the power to choose, to relate, to bring about changes in his own personality, in others, in circumstances. This enhanced awareness, this awakening and vision of new unlimited potentialities for inner expansion and outer action gives a new feeling of confidence, security, joy, a sense of wholeness. I hope you're beginning to get excited about the act of will. I recommended it to my radio listeners also. It helps us discover who we are by becoming conscious of more of our true powers. It helps us grow toward transcendence, of connecting up with that power, that ultimate mystery that flows through everything. When you read this book, get off by yourself someplace to do it. Don't read it where you're likely to be bothered and distracted. Roberto Assagioli, M.D., is one of the masters of modern psychology, in the line that runs from Freud through Jung and Maslow. Himself a colleague of all these men, Assagioli pioneered in bringing psychoanalysis to Italy in 1910. He began simultaneously developing a critique of the Freudian contribution, pointing out that Freud had largely neglected the higher reaches of human nature, as did Maslow. Over the years, Dr. Assagioli developed a comprehensive psychology, psychosynthesis. In psychosynthesis, vision is carefully integrated with nearly all available psychological techniques into an approach which is unique for each individual. The vision of psychosynthesis sees man as naturally tending toward power and harmony within himself and with the world around him. Roberto Assagioli's new understanding of will is central to that vision and to making it real in the world. The Act of Will was first published in 1973. I particularly enjoyed his comments in Chapter 17 on the joyous will. He says the association of will with joy may seem surprising because the will has generally been considered something stern, exacting, forbidding, denying, particularly since the Victorian period. Yet the act of willing can be and often is intrinsically joyous. In order to realize this, it's necessary to have a clear conception of the nature and the various aspects and manifestations of joy. But there is not yet a coherent psychology of joy, because the scientific psychology of what Maslow aptly calls the farther reaches of human nature, of being values, or even of true health, is only now in the process of emerging. The pursuit of happiness is considered and is proclaimed in the American Constitution as a right, but rarely is a clear definition given as to what happiness means. It's understood in various and divergent ways by different individuals and groups. While it's not possible on this occasion to give the psychology of joy its due, a preliminary clarification can be offered for the better understanding of the joy of willing. One can say that enjoyment is the concomitant and the result of the satisfaction of a need, of any need. Thus, for each of the levels of needs described by Maslow, there is a corresponding kind of enjoyment. The result of the satisfaction of the basic needs can be called pleasure. The general subjective state of a person whose normal needs and desires are at least temporarily satisfied can be called happiness. The result of the fulfillment of the higher needs is joy. The goodwill is joyous. It creates a harmonious, joyful atmosphere, and acts of goodwill have rich and sometimes amazing results. Altruistic, humanitarian activities give deep satisfaction and a sense of fulfilling one's true purpose in life. As an Eastern sage has said, world tasks are like fires of joy. Finally, the full transpersonal self-realization, and even more, the communion or identification with universal transcendent reality has been called bliss. At this point, it's important to recognize that there is no fundamental incompatibility between the satisfaction of all these needs and the consequent enjoyment. Enjoyment of the higher needs does not exclude enjoyment at all other levels. So there you have definitions of enjoyment, pleasure, happiness, joy, and finally, bliss. Something you don't run across every day of the week, right? I made a speech for the IBM people in Florida the other day at their beautiful, big, and impressive headquarters in Boca Raton, and at a luncheon before the general meeting, I had a chance to chat with some of their personnel, engineering, and training people. We talked about many things, but one I remember is one of them saying, you know, we don't call ourselves teachers anymore. We use the word facilitator. I thought that was terrific. The definition of the word facilitate, according to my handy Random House dictionary, is 1, to make easier or less difficult, help forward, an action, a process, and so forth, and 2, to assist the progress of a person. And isn't that what we're trying to do when we teach? The late Rachel Carson, one of the finest literary naturalists of her time, as the New York Times reported, left a fragment of work. It had been a magazine article, and she was planning to expand it, the completion of which was thwarted by her death of cancer in 1964. It's called The Sense of Wonder, and is addressed particularly to parents, but it can speak to all. There are only 96 pages in the slender book, which I took home to share with my young son the other evening, and not more than 2,000 or 3,000 words. The rest is pictures of nature in black and white and in color. Miss Carson sings her small hymn to wonder, using as its organizing principle the initiation into the experiences of nature of her nephew, Roger, between his infancy and age 4. She did not instruct him in facts per se, but exposed him to experiences and shared them with him. It was a preparation of soil. She wrote, "It is more important to pave the way for the child to want to know than to put him on a diet of facts he's not ready to assimilate. If a child asked me a question that suggested even a faint awareness of the mystery behind the arrival of a migrant sandpiper on the beach of an August morning, I would be far more pleased than by the mere fact that he knew it was a sandpiper and not a plover." Exploring nature with your child is largely a matter of becoming receptive to what lies all around you. I think what Rachel Carson was talking about was facilitating the learning process of the child, making it easy as well as interesting to learn. Here's a question for you. What happens when the population outstrips productivity? When there isn't enough food to go around? Well, we know what happens because it's happened before in various parts of the world. Paul Ehrlich, in his book The Population Bomb, wrote, "The battle to feed all of humanity is over. In the 1970s, the world will undergo famines. Hundreds of millions of people are going to starve to death in spite of any crash programs embarked upon now." And a newsletter I received from the Environmental Fund quotes William Malloy, professor of anthropology at the University of Wyoming, who says the specter of overpopulation is once again threatening the people of the remote Pacific island, Easter Island. Back in the late 17th century, when the island's population outstripped its productivity, the devastation of war interrupted food production. The established religious aristocracy lost its essentially magical control, and the people degenerated into mutually hostile bands controlled by war leaders. The hitherto efficient economic equilibrium disintegrated. Crops were burned and farmers prevented from cultivating in safety. Cannibalism now became a practical activity, and people were hunted for food. Professor Malloy says what happens on Easter Island in the 17th century may be about to happen again. Since 1877, the island's population has been increasing at the annual rate of 5%. History will likely repeat itself. An anthropologist concludes the only difference being that this time, in line with Ehrlich's prediction, the fate of the Easter Islanders may be indistinguishably merged in a worldwide population explosion. Now, I don't go around the country preaching the possibility of disastrous effects of overpopulation. That's not my subject. But in talking to a group not long ago, I got on the subject and hit on what I thought was a pretty good illustration of what overpopulation can mean. I said the 200 of us in this room tonight are quite comfortable and at ease with one another. We've just enjoyed a good meal, now we're relaxed and comfortable. But let's say we started adding new people to the room. For a while, everything would be all right. But soon, it would begin to get crowded and less comfortable. Finally, if new people kept being added, the crowding would become intense and uncomfortable in the extreme. It would become intolerable, and you wouldn't be doing any kind of a favor for a person by forcing him into this room. When living becomes intolerable, it is perhaps better not to begin. I think we all have a graphic mental picture of what overcrowding, overpopulation can mean. I don't agree with Professor Malloy that the conditions on Easter Island will repeat what occurred back in the 17th century. I think the Chilean government, Easter Island belongs to Chile, will come to its rescue before that and augment the food supply, which brings about the ratchet effect. When populations are not controlled by their own natural supply and demand, that is, when the population does not slow down when food is scarce, which it would normally do because of artificial or outside injections of food and supplies, the population growth does not slow down. Like the pawl on the ratchet, it holds so that there is no reversal, and then once again moves up from that point. The last time I was in Puerto Rico, a truly beautiful place, I was aware of the pressure of the population. There are people everywhere, and every one of them seems to have a car traveling at top speed. Well, according to this same newsletter, the birth rate in Puerto Rico is higher than that of the United States, but its death rate is lower, believe it or not. In fact, we're in 40th place in the death rate. In 1973, the birth rate in Puerto Rico was 24.1 per 1,000, and the death rate was just 6.7 per 1,000, compared with the U.S. average of 15.6 and 9.4, respectively. By next year, it's estimated that approximately 60% of Puerto Rico's population will be under age 25, of which one-third will be less than 13. So conditions in Puerto Rico, which is already more crowded than India or Japan, would not seem to be getting any better. Speaking of the death rate, I don't think you'd ever guess the countries with the lowest death rates. I wouldn't have come close. They're Taiwan and Singapore, with only 5 deaths per 1,000 of population. The United States death rate is 9.4 per 1,000 of population, and here's another surprise for you. Both Canada and Mexico beat the United States in the death rate, which is another way of saying their people are healthier than ours. Canada's is only 7.4, 2 full points better than the U.S. Mexico's is 9, and Mexico is one of the world's population problem countries. We were also beat out by such places as Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong, Fiji, Kuwait, Israel. Lebanon's is only 5, one of the best on earth. Angola in Central Africa is worse, a death rate of 30 per 1,000 of population. You might be faintly surprised to learn that places like the Bahamas also beat the United States, as does Guadeloupe, Jamaica, Martinique, Trinidad, and Tobago. The Netherlands Antilles is just 6, well below ours, and Cuba also reports a figure of 6 per 1,000. Almost makes you want to go live in the Caribbean, doesn't it? Beautiful climate, easygoing lifestyle, and very low death rate. Makes you think that maybe the death rate is affected by such things as climate and lifestyle, which it undoubtedly is. Cyprus beats us too, as do Russia, Yugoslavia, Spain, Greece, and Albania. New Zealand and Australia beat us too. But we beat Denmark, Ireland, Norway, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. England has a death rate of 12, quite high. My old friend Gary Wyron could tell us all about our poor showing in the death rate statistics. My guess would be that our relatively high death rate, 9.4, isn't high. It's just higher than 40-some other countries. And I don't know why we can't lead in that important department, too. My guess would be that there are two culprits at work here. One is easy living, not enough exercise, and the other would be poor diet and overeating. Millions upon millions of young Americans have been raised on a diet of soft drinks and French fries, and they're certainly not going to help us improve in the death rate statistics. In fact, our rate will probably worsen. When you have young mothers who as teenagers lived on French fries and soft drinks, you can't expect them to educate their own children on good nutritional habits. Add to that the fact that we don't walk anymore, that we tend to soften to death, and develop physiques like polyethylene bags filled with chicken fat, and you can begin to understand why the richest country on earth is more than 40 places down the line when it comes to our mortality rate. I remember reading somewhere that Americans eat 97% more food than they require for good nutrition. It would appear that that sort of condition, while much to be desired, has much the same effect on mortality rates that a significant shortfall of food would have. William C. Paddock, a consultant in tropical agriculture, in a letter to the editor of the Washington Post in May of '74, wrote, "Sooner or later, we must realize that we have already lost the race to balance food production and population growth. We thought we could win it during the last decade. From 1962 to 1972, the United States shipped $14 billion in food aid to Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This goodness on our part, justified by bureaucratic assurances that our government would somehow or other pressure these areas to produce more food and fewer children, has in no way minimized the threat of famine at the present time. In other words, the world is less able to cope with a food crisis today than it was before the massive outpouring of food aid. That's because of the ratchet effect I mentioned earlier." In a recent issue of Manus, October 16, 1974, Norman Podritz, the editor of Commentary, is quoted. He wrote, "I believe that issues exist. It is an issue that our society still lives by success conceived in terms of status or money, and that the pursuit of success encourages the development of the worst human qualities and strangles the best. It is an issue that the curiosity of our children wastes away daily in the schools. It is an issue that work provides no satisfaction for the great majority of Americans, whether they sit at machines or behind desks. It is an issue that the air is filled with lies, that public speech has lost all connection with reality. It is an issue that everything we get costs too much money, too much energy, too much spirit. These are not issues that will be raised in any presidential election, but then so much the worse for presidential elections. Intellectuals do raise them from time to time, but in a mechanical way, as though they had trouble remembering what once burned fiercely in their souls, a vision of what a decent human life on this earth might look like, and could only remember their bitterness at the refusal of others to share in the vision. Do intellectuals wish to change the world? Then let them work on the consciousness of the age and forget about parties and movements. Let them attend to their dreams of the good life and the good society, he writes, while others fret about pushing bills through Congress or winning votes in elections. Well, the editors of Manus say that this is an order of conviction which is immediately acceptable at one level of understanding, yet fades and is forgotten when we turn to so-called practical matters. How, after all, does one work on the consciousness of the age? How are changes in goals and objectives induced in human beings? The two ways we have of thinking about a decent human life on this earth are really poles apart, since the inner sense of enjoying meaning and having human fulfillment is not the direct result of effort toward some concrete achievement. It comes rather from a feeling nourished by undefinable existential currents. A change in consciousness is more a change in stance, in elevation and perspective than in activity, although a change in activity often follows naturally from a change in stance. The effects of a change in consciousness are hardly predictable. The man who climbs to a high peak will see the entire landscape quite different in shape from what was visible at some lower altitude. All proportions and relationships alter. Things themselves do not change, but the new perception changes the observer's relation to them, and therefore the value he puts upon them. Explaining this to others who still look at the world in the old way may seem practically impossible. Sometimes we can be impressed by the penetration of those who see the world from another's elevation yet remain unable to have the same perception. Freud once warned his followers that one poet's or philosopher's insight was worth more than a carload of sociologists and their camp followers. But neither he nor anyone else has explained how such insights can be translated into common understanding. Yet this was what Norman Podritz was in effect demanding. Not much else matters, he said, if there is no fundamental change in the way people view themselves and their life goals and undertakings. In what mysterious motivation do such changes originate? Why will one man in the midst of a struggle suddenly pause, shrug his shoulders, and say, "It doesn't matter," and withdraw? And why will another, drifting through the motions of a mediocre career, one day seize the reins of decision and set out in an entirely different direction? We know little about such behavior, save that it happens, and that sometimes it has far-reaching results. Does the individual feel some sweeping reason to redefine success, removing it from the category of things externally measured to make it into an inward or private vision? Why should the ordinary pursuit of success encourage the worst and strangle the best in human beings? Not merely because success, as we commonly think of it, involves material rewards. It happens because we have a rigid standard for identifying successful achievement. Good human lives are filled with diversity. The decisions which shape them cannot be anticipated, except perhaps in their moral tone. A uniform definition of success rules out the differences among human beings. The abolition of difference puts an end to individuality, or more simply, to freedom. The matter has complexity, since people sometimes assert that freedom means the right to be the same as everyone else, to have what others have and do what they do. I guess one could say that most of what we've just said is brought about by that rigid standard for identifying successful achievement. When we think of success in this country, we think of the country club or the yacht club, of fine homes on shaded, well-cared-for avenues, of quiet, luxurious automobiles, foreign travel, leisure, fine clothes. It's this uniform definition of success that causes much of the problem. 90%, perhaps 99% of the people aren't going to live in that kind of setting. If they think that that represents success, then they're not going to be successful during their lives, nor are their kids. And that's a tough condition to contemplate when a person comes face to face with it. But with no attempt to sidestep the issue or candy coat an unpleasant pill, the conditions we've just described represent only one kind of success: financial success. Now, since financial success, the ability to buy things we want and hire people to work for us and live in fine homes and not have to work for a living, are all intimately connected with the ancient rights of kings and lords of various kinds and aristocrats who, even though they might be simpering morons, often held the power of life or death in their soft, delicate, and bejeweled hands. There's still attached to wealth a myth of omnipotence, a sense of wonder and envy that persists even into this day of leveling taxation and the emergence of an affluent middle class. Perhaps 95% of the human beings on Earth are poor, most of them desperately poor. This year, millions of human beings, just like you and me, will die of starvation. They're not concerned with making ends meet or paying their bills or managing to scrape enough money together to send a youngster to college. They're unable to obtain sufficient food to remain alive or keep their children alive. To such people, an American unemployed migrant worker is rich. One of the major concerns of our time, ranking with such problems as the survival of the human species, is how to provide a decent life for such people, regardless of where they're born or happen to live. A person shouldn't be condemned to die and watch his family die around him because of an accident of birth, because he happens to live in Chad or India or on an American Indian reservation or any place. A child is just as precious to such a mother or father. Life itself is just as dear. What is success to such a family? To any member of such a family? It's to have some productive land to till or a job and to earn enough to support the family and see the children grow in good health to adulthood. That's it. Just one sentence. And beginning there, any definition of success simply climbs Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It begins with the physical needs: air, water, food, shelter, and sleep, moves up to the propagational needs: sex, children, parental love, then to economy of effort, then to security, and then into the so-called meta-needs: self-esteem, social acceptance, love, belongingness, then to freedom, justice, order, purpose, achievement, then to such higher human needs as faith, beauty, goodness, truth, into the spiritual and aesthetic needs, and finally to happiness, and finally to self-actualization. Financial success doesn't mean that we will climb that ladder all the way to the top or even get close to the top. It might, but generally no. A person with a lot of money might seek any level on that chart, which we've printed for you in the text accompanying this tape cassette, but the fact that he has achieved financial success or inherited or whatever, while a nice condition to have achieved or be in possession of, does not indicate necessarily that he's also achieved any of the meta-needs. It doesn't guarantee freedom or justice or order, nor, as the old cliche has it, happiness. A definition of success I've long felt comes very close to the mark is the one I used in my Strangest Secret recording. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. It means that we are successful, and incidentally happiest, when we're moving towards something we want to bring about, especially when that something is worthy of us as persons, as members of the human race. I can conceive of a person working toward a worthy ideal and still being unhappy because of incidents or conditions in his life, the death of a loved one, the breaking up of his or her marriage, physical conditions, but it still holds together, I think, as a definition of success. It will apply to the starving as well as the most affluent. It will apply to people in every walk of life, to the young and the old. It has nothing to do with IQ or degree of education or place of birth. It simply means that the successful person is that person who has an ideal in his mind toward which he's moving. It doesn't mean he'll ever reach it. We are seldom completely satisfied with our work, whether it's a novel, a piece of music, or an end table. But in moving toward that ideal, whatever it is, we achieve a great deal. We achieve a sizable measure of our goal. Quite often we do reach it, as the child moves toward completing his education, or we marry the person we want to marry, or manage to reach the income we've set for ourselves. People with goals tend to achieve them. It's self-fulfilling prophecy, something we see about us every day of our lives. But the higher we reach on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the more difficult the achievement becomes. These achievements move into the realm of divergent problems, problems we simply live with and never truly solve in the sense that we can solve simpler problems. But that's good. We don't want to completely solve all of our problems, achieve completely all of our aspirations, then we'd have nothing more toward which to move and grow. As Candide tells us, we need to cultivate our garden. The need to work in a garden never ends. It is never complete, never finished. David McCord, the poet and essayist, in a commencement address at Colby College, Waterville, Maine, had something to say on how to make a good book really your own. He said, "I've never forgotten the excitement of that moment when I learned how to make a book utterly my own, not yours or the next fellow's, but mine. Wherefore today, some thousands of volumes and many years later, I say to you, begin to build your personal library now. Not the family library, not a library of sets unopened, uncut, and unread, but an intimate library, a library as close to you as your clothes, your watch, or your car. In a few years' time, this alter ego collection will number 50 or 100 or several hundred volumes, totally a part of you. Great books," said E.M. Forster, "make you feel small in the right way. And if each book is truly a great or influential book, tested by years or generations or centuries of other readers, a great or influential book germane to you and to your need because you read it with delight, like Moby Dick or My Antonia or The Outermost House, A Passage to India, Walden, Arabia Deserta, The Tempest, Hamlet, Peer Gynt, Samson, Agonistes, The Heart of Emerson's Journals, Pickwick, Alice, The Sea and the Jungle, Father and Son, The Oregon Trail, Kim, Far Away and Long Ago, Equanimitas, Life on the Mississippi, Of Human Bondage, Tarka the Otter, The Small Years, The Mirror of the Sea, War and Peace, Religio Medici, The Practical Cogitator, The Crock of Gold, The Country of the Pointed Firs, Cobbers, Come Hither, The Dyer's Hand, The Castle, or The Road to Xanadu. Well, then I say, your correspondence, your papers, reports, articles, recommendations, everything you write will reflect possession of this body of knowledge, pursuit of style, and effortless reference. The book of quotations has not been made that will hold a candle to what you carry in your head as far as you're concerned. For what you will carry in your head will be the flavor of good writing. Your everyday speech will have taken on a hue and a quality above that of your friends and colleagues. Now, I'm not talking miracles, I'm talking facts. For example, as your daily intake of mail increases over a decade, and you will wish it would not, you will find, as I have found, that it is a lucky morning when one unfolded letter rests on the top of the pile because it is flawless in composition, correct in punctuation, original in voice, engaging in tone, compelling by enthusiasm, yet dismaying in the thought that you have not the wit to answer it in kind. But when you have answered it, have cheerfully sweated over every paragraph, You'll be cheerfully surprised to discover that reading with a pencil has taught you the truth of what Mark Twain observed somewhat ahead of us. The difference between the right word and the nearly right word is the difference between lightning and lightning bug. Dr. Robert B. Greenough, the cancer surgeon, once received the perfect bread-and-butter letter after a house party he'd given on Cape Cod. "Dear Bob," wrote Mr. C.F. Weed, a graduate of Trinity College, "some parties deserve a letter, some don't. Yours does. Here's mine." Well, these are the right words. They're not rude words, and not one of them can be deleted. Right words also are these from another source. "If ever I can do anything to help you, hesitate to ask me." One thing more. I advocate what Professor Reuben Brower of Harvard proposes in a book called In Defense of Reading. Slow down the process of reading to observe what's happening to the words, their uses, and their meanings. Speed reading, useful to an editor or scholar in search of something in particular, has no more place in your cultural growth than a book club. Slow down. Read the way a poet does, to taste, to reflect, and to savor. Hunt the second-hand bookstores and zero in on the right books for you the way we used to line a bee tree out in Oregon by triangulation. When several critics or friends with a trusted background of learning say at different times, "You've never read Erskine Childers' The Riddle of the Sands?" Well, go out and find it. I'm no sailor of small boats, but that's precisely how I came upon The Riddle of the Sands, as you may also, a breathtaking adventure with this classic in its field. Be not otitious, living on one book. Be alert in your diversity. At the beginning of his essay, David McCord writes, "Many of you have surely noticed in your reading in the past few months an increasing use of the word autodidact. Without going to the dictionary, where you may not find it anyway, you can guess that it means a person self-teaching or self-taught. Now Lincoln, Darwin, Edison, Bell, Burbank, Franklin, Whitman, Edward Lear, Winslow Homer, Mark Twain, Henry Ford, and Ernest Hemingway were autodidacts. Not one of them went to college. Of course, it's the function of our schools, our colleges, and universities to teach us to be autodidacts. But the tragedy is that most of the learning process, as we learned it, dies with a diploma. You may pursue this dismal thought somewhere in Jowett, introducing Plato. He wrote, "The want of energy is one of the main reasons why so few persons continue to improve in later years. They have not this will and do not know the way. They never try an experiment or look up a point of interest for themselves. They make no sacrifices for the sake of knowledge. Hardly anyone keeps up his interest in knowledge throughout a whole life." The most appalling phase of this indictment is, of course, the crass indifference of the average U.S. citizen toward the English language, the speaking, reading, and writing of the richest, most sonorous, poetic, searching, and rewarding of all tongues west of Babel. Shakespeare's universal language, the one language which circles the globe, the one language which people born in France, Germany, Holland, Denmark, China, Japan, Brazil, and India, as I have heard them, often handled with a grace, command, and reverence enough to shame us. My friend Zhang Yi, the self-styled silent traveler, for example, or Vladimir Nabokov, or Professor Kozo Tada of the University of Tokyo, of the late Isaac Dinesen of Denmark, one of the great stylists of our time, whose voice I've heard on records. I do not ask why this is so, but I do ask why the self-teaching instinct in us, so strong when we're learning to play baseball, collect stamps, skin dive, ski, or reassemble a gasoline engine, fails to focus in our riper years on what can give delight and distinction and explicit power to our speech, our writing, our reading, and so infinitely more important, to the art and spiritual enjoyment of living, which means you and me. Or wanting for this, just why the autodidact in us fails to focus on our language as a simple tool, the mastery of which has proved itself for centuries an asset beyond price in business, industry, the professions, in marriage, parenthood, and in the daily commerce and noble merchantry, as John Buchan said, of our so-called civilization. The autodidact in the poet does not fail him. Great poetry, good poetry, is free of jargon. Poets know, as Emerson said, that every word was once a poem. They read aloud to themselves. They hear as well as see. They have an ear for tone and overtone, else they are not poets. They flush the cuckoo adjective out of the nest of nouns and verbs. They seek exactness out of inexactness. They hear their own echoes, all words disastrously repeated, and eliminate them. They loathe and avoid the cliché. No problem. That's the way the ball bounces. Let's face it. Get with it. That's what you think. You can say that again. As a matter of fact, no kidding. Let me put it this way. They choose the muscular metaphor above the weaker simile. Something is, not something is like. Up from India glances the silver sail of dawn, which is Houseman. The smell of liver and bacon sidled into the street with onions on its breath, which is Dylan Thomas. Poets are masters of precision, the précis. Every poet worth his salt gets the essential shiver down the backbone at sight or sound of the inevitable distilled in the alembic. I have seen old ships sail like swans asleep beyond the village which men still call Tyre. When I was an undergraduate, uneasy in determination to become a physicist, I took very lightly the solemn counsel of Professor Charles T. Copeland, Copey of Calais, Maine, that reading poetry and trying one's hand with poetry was the best and for many people the only way to learn to write responsible, respectable, persuasive prose. By the time I reached the graduate school and was listening to Professor John Livingston Lowes at the peak of his power in that vast and thrilling study of Coleridge, which he subsequently called The Road to Xanadu, I knew that Copey was right. But if poetry was important, so was poetic prose itself. Professor Lowes was a stylist with a powerful sense of drama and detection. It was this 5-foot giant with a booming voice and occasional outbursts of choleric temper who urged upon us the art of reading with a pencil, not to disfigure a book with schoolboy underscoring, a book, of course, for which we had paid good money, but to put a small vertical line in the margin opposite the significant sentence, word, or paragraph, and to write on a blank page at the back, the folio, or whatever, quote the word, phrase, or sentence in question, make a note of our dissent if we differed, or a comparison with, or a parallel to something else if we had a comparison or a parallel available, or an extension of an idea if we could extend it. A page or two of such notes, and the heart of the volume is yours forever. And that's how David McCord suggests you learn to make a book completely your own. Write a page or two of notes on the book, and you have the heart of it. And I think we should remember his admonition, if we're not already well on our way, to start that personal library now. Not the family library, not a library of sets unopened, uncut, and unread, but an intimate library, a library as close to you as your clothes. Thank you.
I came across a line the other day that stopped me cold. Let me read it to you. Nothing fails like success. While you're turning that around in the back of your mind, let me remind you of something else that made me stop and think for a while. I think it was from the distinguished professor, now retired from Columbia University, Dr. Sidney Hook. He said, to the best of my memory, in effect, there's nothing wrong with a little anticipation. The real tragedies in life occur when we get what we want. So let's take these two thoughts as our subjects for the moment. Nothing fails like success, and while there's certainly nothing wrong with anticipation, the real tragedies in life come about when we get what we want. These two statements would seem to run counter to everything we tend to believe, especially in the United States. Let's take them one at a time, if that can be done. Nothing fails like success. The quotation is attributed to Gerald Hurd, author of such outstanding books as The 5 Ages of Man, The Psychology of Human History, Gabriel and the Creatures, Pain, Sex, and Time, New Outlook on Evolution and the Future of Man, and others. We're recommending that you read The 5 Ages of Man, and we're listing his other books in case you'd want to collect all of his works. He's an original and distinguished investigator into the beginnings of our species and why we're the way we are, and incidentally, how we could be a lot better. I found the quotation in another book I'm going to recommend that you read. It's a small paperback written by an educator, Warren Stetzel. The title of the book is School for the Young. Warren Stetzel writes, one of the dangers of evolutionary success is that no matter how well it may have served a creature, any device, if it can be called that, may simply run away, go to extremes, and become the eventual Achilles heel for the species. Such has been the case with fangs and claws, with saber-toothed tigers and mastodons sporting their great, giant curling tusks, such is the case now with the trigger-happy response mechanism of the killer whale. Claws and teeth may have their uses, but only up to a certain size. They can, and they do, become unwieldy. A quick response may have its uses too, but when it must be so quick that the creature has no choices whatsoever, then, as with the killer whale, a creature has been lured down the narrowing passage of too limited response. It's built within itself its own destruction.
It is not defense at any cost that has worked. The fossil record is full of those who went that way. Not even success has a very good record as the earth keeps records. Survival in the long, long run has favored the timid, the unfinished, the flexible, the vulnerable. If Darwin was right that the fittest survive, we must add to that statement a more accurate definition of what it is to be fit. To be fit for survival is to be unspecialized. And to remain unspecialized is to refuse the lure of too complete success, the bait of absolute security, the temptation of unbending toughness, the rush to maturity. When I read that part about survival in the long, long run favoring the timid, the unfinished, the flexible, the vulnerable, I couldn't help thinking of the line from Matthew, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." Then if survival favors the unfinished, the flexible, the vulnerable, then surely man must be safe. Well, Warren Stetzel goes on to say that he's the youngest of all the creatures, born younger than the chimpanzee or any of the apes. He's their child form. He's wonderfully unspecialized. He has no fangs, no claws, no unfailing built-in reflexes of savage attack or devastating defense. No organ, no power has run away, grown out of size, out of balance. So it would seem. But it may not be so. Voices of serious doubt have been raised. They're not the prophets of doom, but they're sounding a serious warning. Man is out of balance. Man is in danger of specializing. Man is emulating the creatures who failed. And he's doing it with his now most potent organ, his brain. Dr. A.T.W. Simmons calls it man's presumptuous brain. Dr. Simmons is a specialist in psychosomatic disease at the Salvator Mundi International Hospital in Rome. His book received international acclaim when it appeared in 1961, presenting a theory which explains psychosomatic diseases in terms of evolutionary stresses. It's no doubt common knowledge today that psychosomatic factors are more common than any other in our illnesses and in our deaths, yet they trouble no other species. Even contagious diseases, Dr. Simmons found, may depend upon psychosomatic factors for their spread. Cholera serves as an example. The microbe which causes cholera is killed almost instantly by acid as strong as normal stomach acid. Cholera, which thrives in the alkaline condition of the small intestine and accomplishes its killing business there, should not be able to pass through the acid stomach. But it does. And the reasons are psychosomatic. Fear and panic shut off the flow of acid in the stomach. Those most fearful of the cholera, most fearful of the death it may deal, become its victims. In an Asian epidemic, those too young to understand or too old or wise to panic have the best chance for survival. Millions of years ago, first around the olfactory sense and then later serving the other senses, two new lobes of brain tissue began to develop. Unlike the early reptilian brain to which they were added, they did not control the basic functions of the creature, such things as breathing, digestion, instincts. They had quite another function, and it can be summed up in one word: censorship. They would intercept irrelevant sensory messages. To varying degrees, this new brain development is present in every mammal. It's what we call the cerebral cortex, and in man has grown to be the overwhelmingly predominant part of his brain. To serve well, the new censoring center had to have a memory, and with memory, a system for handling associative processes. The creature had to be able to remember, now that it had moved into the trees, that, yes, that critter used to be a threat, but not now. Of course, it was not really like that, but leave out the language and the sensory message. After it had run through the new censoring center, came out with the same directive. The tree creature could go back to sleep. Eventually, he might not even wake in the first place. The capacity for combining experiences developed. With effective censorship came what we recognize today as the ability to learn. It resulted in conscious perception as against unconscious response. It gave to us, man, the possessors of the supreme censoring center, our memory, power of association, a kind of learning and reasoning. Now, still intact beneath this giant cortex, a cortex with enough brain tissue in its folds and creases that, if stretched out, it would enclose a barrel. Still intact beneath it is the primitive brain stem. And Simmons points out that you could remove the massive cortex, and if the surgery were skillful enough, and if shock were not fatal, The human being would remain alive. Breathing would continue, as would digestion and elimination. The eyes would blink if an object passed too close, but the person would not see what passed before his eyes, and he would not be conscious of his functions. His skeletal muscles would move in response to heat or touch, but the person could not move them. If, however, you were to remove the much smaller brain stem, then of course death would be instantaneous. The most important of the divisions of the so-called primitive brain is the diencephalon. Now, how important it was for physical functions we may have had some notion in the past, but the real inquiry into the diencephalon is just now blooming. Dr. Gene Pfeiffer of the University of Kansas predicts that research concerning the diencephalon is likely to become the major brain research over the next 10 years. Why? It's because the diencephalon is the center for all regulatory adjustments. It is in the diencephalon that fear, rage, hunger, sex, and all the other so-called instincts are translated into activity. But one must be asking, haven't we really taken care of these? Certainly all good and responsible people have. Franklin Delano Roosevelt advised us how many years ago that we had nothing to fear but fear itself, and of course he was right. Who goes around being afraid? Rage? Why, only the lunatic rages. Hunger? We have plenty to eat, and anyone can control his appetite. Well, almost anyone. As for sex, it used to be a problem, of course, or it has just become one, depending on your age and point of view. So why raise all these old matters? Well, the doctor has his reasons. They're making us sick and killing us, that's all. One must wonder why, if the other mammals made the same turn, they are not with us in the psychosomatic bind. Simeons gives his guess at the reason. The other mammals didn't go as far with the cortical excursion as we did. They may have made their mistakes, they may have engaged in their own evolutionary excesses, but they left the cortical one to us. When a smooth working balance was achieved between sensory input, diencephalonic impulse, and censorship's revised interpretation of things, well, further growth of the censoring capacity ceased for the other mammals. They stopped with coordinated cooperation of the system. Again, let's step back a few 100 million years. Back to the reptile in the trees. Simeon sees this tree phase in much the same light as Lauren Isley saw the island, a place of respite, a chance for the most unlikely of creatures to take on the shape with the future. Simmons describes tree life as the life of animated leisure. Making one's living was easy. Dinner or supper was never far away, never took long to gain. The old enemies could not reach one. It was an island time, a growth time. And what did the tree creatures do with it? They played. They frolicked, experimented. They developed keener and broader sensory acuity. They practiced and thus developed better nervous control. They improved their coordination. Man's capacity for play was born then and given deep root, and it served him well. The tree creatures, Simeon guesses, played not just when they were young, but throughout a lifetime. The brain grew, and it was a good servant. It was no problem. Not till, using all this play-one capacity, man created culture. Not till culture began its rocketing rise in our relatively recent history, that's when the trouble started. That's when the diencephalon and the life-saving cortical sensor began to conflict. Culture demanded new rules, new restrictions, new behavior. Now, that was nothing new, of course, but what was new was that culture came on so fast. This man-made artificial world changed at a rate that the natural world did not, and it asked changes at a rate far beyond what evolutionary processes could achieve. So man launched upon a new use of the sensor, and this is critical. To measure up to his own man-made demands, man turned to a second level of censorship. Now, in the first level, a sensory message was processed and judged in the light of current experience. Its message was recognized. If it warranted action, action ensued, but if it did not, action was denied. The important factor in this process is the impulse. Whether acted upon or denied action, the impulse was recognized. With the second level of censorship, the censor simply erased consciousness of the message. This became censorship of awareness. The former regulation of impulse becomes now unawareness that the impulse even exists. With this kind of censorship, man becomes able to convince himself that he's quite another being. He's able to separate himself from the animal world and at the same time attempts a lofty existence above his own body. He would, at times and places in his history, deny his bond with either, or live as far beyond that bond as possible. Part of his revisionism was his assumption of the stance of the toughest little creature on Earth. We know from the evolutionary studies that his distant origins are in some of the most timid of all creatures. The psychophysical makeup he bears today is, at its deepest levels, the one he inherited from them. So contrary to his evolutionary past was man's new claim to ferocity, that he had to devise tools to accomplish his new tasks of murder and mayhem. He had no adequate weaponry as part of his physical makeup. His body, like his diencephalon, was that of a defenseless creature who survived by sensory acuity, by quickness of wit, and by coordination of muscle and mind in escape. No tusks or claws or even trigger reactions were his. He was an expert at flight. And that is what his diencephalon went right on telling him to do as he brazenly toughed his way into belligerence. Flee, the diencephalon shouted, and still shouts, as it gears the whole body mechanism for flight. The diencephalon still faithfully does the job it learned to do. It gears the body for the getaway. But we stand our ground. And the strongest among us, with the gears stripping away inside, never know the diencephalon is there. They just suffer the psychosomatic ailments, or the ennui of this life. They name their machines and their battles after the creatures they emulate most, the killers and the carnivores, the very creatures that we know are among the latecomers to this earth and will be among the first to leave. With the second level of censorship by the cortex, we've succeeded in forgetting who we are, and in creating a behavior which is contrary to the great sweep and direction of our past. Late into the competition, without flesh-formed weaponry, we have put on what Hans Haas in the book The Human Animal convincingly describes as artificial limbs and organs. All our tools and weapons, all the devices by which we extend our power and activity. Late into the competition, without the split-second offensive or defensive reaction, we've built mind machines to program our violent response. Our modern defense systems are the very epitome of killer whale mentality, and they have the same prospects for long-range viability for survival. Like the killer whale, the military machine today strikes where the electronic sensor reveals a twitch of life. It strikes with a vengeance it does not see, and the men who run it do not feel. It is all automated, just like the killer whale. It's all so cool and right. But the diencephalon does not see it that way. The diencephalon cannot see it that way. The diencephalon never will be able to see it that way. And the diencephalon's revolt is underway. Because of the extreme success of our second level of censorship, which obliterates consciousness of inner needs and objections, the single greatest mystery to modern man is himself. So effective is his censorship that even when he wants to know and feel his own body, he cannot. The voice of his spirit fares no better than his silenced body. It can rarely get past the censor. But, Warren Stetzel writes, this is changing. We are beginning to understand that however one may dominate his total self with his own little dictatorship, his interior ego, cortical complex, this dictatorship is like all the rest. It sits upon a mounting and inevitable and irrepressible revolt. The cortical censoring capacity and tendency seems now to have reached a peak of development, a development that is so out of balance, so unmatched by other powers in us, that we find ourselves in as bad a crisis as man has ever faced. We live today in the time when the censor analyst in us takes everything apart. When left to its own devices, it opens and finds meaningless every bond, every decency, every value, every restraint. It exploits childhood and resents youth and dreads old age, and drives the final wedge between mind and body. Well, that was a long quote, but I couldn't find any way of shortening it and still maintain its meaning. I suggest you order a copy of the book School for the Young. It's a paperback from Mr. Stetzel. You'll find it listed in our recommended reading list, and that you let it stretch your mind the way it has mine. If we've become our own worst enemies, censoring out the best part of life, we want to know about it and to try to do something about it. We can perhaps find our island time again. Nothing fails like success carried too far into too narrow a specialization. It can make us grotesque, and it can kill us off. Now back to Professor Sidney Hook's comment that while a little anticipation is a good thing, the real tragedies in life come about when we get what we want. Like our first quotation, it's a generalization. Certainly achieving some of the things we've set our hearts upon brings us great happiness and fulfillment. Getting married to the person we love, watching a youngster graduate from school, buying the home we've dreamed of for so long, a raise in pay, these personal things like Christmas morning are wonderful. But what he had reference to, I believe, ties in with what Mr. Stetzel has to say in his book, School for the Young. We thought an advanced technology would provide the answers to our dreams. It hasn't. We thought it would bring about more leisure and a kind of beautiful civilization. It hasn't. We've kept thinking over the centuries that as each new and more terrible weapon was invented, that it would at last put an end to war, which was another way of saying, since we've got the weapon, we can rule the world, or at least hold it in a kind of subjection. But each new weapon has quickly proliferated around the world and made each succeeding war more devastating, more cruel and costly. And finally, when we at last harnessed the energy of the sun itself, we felt that in this bright new atomic age, ushered in by the incineration and maiming of hundreds of thousands of helpless and innocent victims, we would at last find a millennium of peace and prosperity and abundance, especially following so auspicious and well-produced mass human sacrifice, only to find ourselves cowering in backyard bomb shelters and involved in a frenetic worldwide race to produce more and even more deadly weapons of destruction. Today, as I speak these words, the world stands in perhaps worse shape than it has ever been in before. We're daily and systematically killing the great breeding oceans of the world now that we've finished off most of the lakes and rivers. Everywhere on Earth, men and women are at odds with each other, and millions live in a perpetual state of poverty and starvation. Most of the people on Earth live in ugly, teeming cities, breathing toxic, polluted air. We've achieved everything we've set our hearts upon. And as Professor Hook commented, while there's nothing wrong with a little anticipation, the real tragedies occur when we get what we want. It's obvious, isn't it, that we've wanted the wrong things? We've meant well, as a rule, but as Warren Stetzel put it, we've been overriding our natural instincts and tendencies, telling ourselves we're something we're not. Anticipation we need, it's what keeps us going. It gives interest and challenge and excitement to our lives. Life wouldn't be much without anticipation, without goals toward which to struggle, but what shall our goals be? Someplace in the book School for the Young appears a line I made a note of. It goes, "The graceful living of a life from birth through death in a world we love and preserve." Isn't that what we want for our children? A graceful life from birth through death in a world we love and preserve. Isn't that about it? Getting back to Warren Stetzel's book again for a moment, let me repeat just that one part that goes, "No tusks or claws or even trigger reactions are his. He was an expert at flight." And that's what his diencephalon went right on telling him to do as he brazenly toughed his way into belligerence. "Flee," the diencephalon shouted, and still shouts as it gears the whole body mechanism for flight. The diencephalon still faithfully does the job it learned to do. It gears the body for the getaway. But we stand our ground, and the strongest among us, with the gears stripping away inside, never know the diencephalon is there. They just suffer the psychosomatic ailments, or the ennui of this life. They name their machines and their battles after the creatures they emulate most, the killers and the carnivores, the very creatures that we know are among the latecomers to this earth and will be among the first to leave. A child stands terror-stricken at the prospect of a fight. Everything natural within him is screaming for him to get out of there, to run, to get back in a tree where he'll be safe. But his father, his society, his recently invented culture tells him to stand there. Fight, be a man, don't be a coward. You don't have the fighting equipment of a shrew, but fight anyway. Fight and lose, or fight and win, but fight. How did we get on the wrong track? To that second level of censorship. The censorship of awareness. Well, as Warren Stetzel writes, because of the extreme success of our second level of censorship, which obliterates consciousness of inner needs and objections, the single greatest mystery to man is himself. And so effective is his censorship, that even when he wants to know and feel his own body, he cannot. The voice of his spirit fares no better than his silenced body. It can rarely get past the censor. I think this is important information, don't you? I think just knowing that second level of censorship is there can help us know ourselves better and have more confidence in the inner impulses that try to get through. There's nothing shameful or cowardly about not wanting to fight. It's as natural to us as breathing. War is an unnatural invention of man, a concomitant of culture, of living in an unnatural way and developing unnatural appetites. I read recently this rather interesting statement. So-called sexual problems are often caused by power conflicts between two persons and can only be solved by unraveling the complex interactions between them. There is no sex per se. Sex is connected with every other function. There is no sex per se. There is nothing about us that can be isolated from the entire organism. If we're healthy animals in touch with ourselves, all of our functions will be healthy. But how do you get beyond that second censor? I suppose that's the function of psychoanalysis, of psychiatric and psychological treatment, to peel away the phony layers like the dirty and discolored outer skin of an onion to reveal what is clean and pristine, what is basic and good underneath. So it would seem that culture carries with it pollutants of an unexpected kind. Pollutants of the psyche, which stem from the overdevelopment of our cerebral cortex, like the great self-destructive fangs of the saber-toothed tiger or the painfully involuted tusks of the warthog. Our most successful evolutionary achievement is turning on us. Nothing fails like success. I have a 10-year-old son. Many times I've thought of taking him out of school and simply educating him at home. I can afford the best tutors. I have a fine home library. I believe I could so arrange things that he could get a much better education and far less time at home than he could by going to school, even though he attends what's considered to be an excellent private school. But I've realized that to take a child out of the educational establishment in the United States is to immediately rouse a dragon. The educational establishment zealously protects its mandate and monopoly. Indications that you might be able to do a better job simply because you could bring more concentration and more personalized teaching to bear fall on deaf ears. The system wants its children. Billions upon billions of dollars depend upon it. Millions of jobs, in fact, the largest industry in the country. Well, there's a book on radical views of compulsory schooling edited by William F. Rickenbacker entitled The 12-Year Sentence. It's a major attack upon compulsion in education by a group of discerning scholars and attorneys. Compulsory schooling is a relatively recent idea, but it is now embedded in the laws of all the states where it causes endless mischief. It's a boon to educationists, but grief to dissenters and taxpayers, and it poses some interesting questions. For example, what do you do if you're an Amishman and believe that most education offends God? What do you do if you're a Christian Scientist and the public schools require your child to be vaccinated before he can attend classes? What do you do if you believe in the biblical version of the creation and your children are taught Darwinian ideas? What do you do if you're a modern secularist and your school insists on teaching the biblical version of the creation? What do you do if your school is mediocre and you wish to teach your gifted child at home? What do you do if your school is infested with dope addicts, hoodlums, and depraved youngsters, but you can't afford to send your child to a good private school? What do you do if your educational bureaucracy forces ever-increasing taxes and ever-inferior schooling on you? What do you do if you desire to withdraw your child from public school one day a week for religious instruction? Well, this book, The 12-Year Sentence, is about just such problems, and it tells what the courts and educationists did to just such dissenting people who were caught in the coils of truancy law. I know I've thought a great deal about compulsory education. I don't like that word, compulsory, do you? When someone tells me I have to send my child to school, and by so doing indicating that he can do a better job of educating my child than I can, my hackles rise, and I think many people feel that way. Murray N. Rothbard, one of the writers in the book, points out that compulsory schooling began in the modern world with the Protestant Reformation. Before the Reformation, instruction had been carried out privately in church schools and universities, in private schools, and in private guild schools for occupational training. But Martin Luther, in his famous letter to the German rulers in 1524, urged the establishment of public schools and compulsory attendance, and did so on the basis of a military analogy. He wrote, "Dear rulers, I maintain that the civil authorities are under obligation to compel the people to send their children to school. If the government can compel such citizens as are fit for military service to bear spear and rifle, to mount ramparts and perform other material duties in time of war, how much more it has a right to compel the people to send their children to school, because in this case we're warring with the devil, whose object it is secretly to exhaust our cities and principalities of their strong men. Well, influenced by Luther, the German state of Gotha founded the first modern public schools in 1524. Thuringia followed suit in 1527. Luther himself devised the Saxony school plan, which was established in Saxony in 1628. The first compulsory attendance system was established again under Lutheran influence by the Duke of Württemberg in 1559. Attendance was compulsory, detailed records were kept, and fines were levied on truants. The major purpose of the school system was theocratic, to use the power of the government to compel adherence to Lutheranism and to aid in the suppression of dissent from the established church. The other leading influence on the establishment of compulsory schooling in the modern world, and one even more relevant to the United States, was that other great reformer, John Calvin. Once again, the major object for public schools was to inculcate obedience to a Calvinist-run government and thereby to aid in the suppression of dissent. Control their little minds, and you can control them when they grow up. And that's my comment, not Murray Rothbard's. People think of compulsory education as something which will guarantee the best possible education because it's in the hands of the school authorities. But a good friend of mine told me that he's attended educational conventions and conferences which covered a multitude of subjects, virtually all of them related to the people in the educational establishment. But he never once heard anyone at any of these meetings or conferences ask the question, how can we do a better job of educating the children? The purpose of my comments here is not to criticize the quality of American education. That's been done by people much better qualified than I, many of them in the educational establishment. But to pose the question, is compulsory education, is the taking of our children away from us for the purpose of learning in their and our best interest? Perhaps in most cases it is. In fact, were it not compulsory, I'd say that in the vast majority of cases our system of education is excellent. But I don't think it applies to all, for many of the reasons I outlined earlier. Anyway, I'm putting the 12-year sentence on the recommended reading list. I'm sure educators will find it as interesting as we more passive parents. Another book I'm recommending is Why Marriage by Edward E. Ford, with Robert L. Zorn, with a foreword by my friend Dr. William Glasser. We asked why education must be compulsory, so why marriage? As Edward E. Ford writes in the preface, down through the ages when men of great creativity have written new and exciting ideas, many who have known them and who have liked what these men had to say then attempted to popularize what was said. This is what I've attempted to do, he writes, with the creative thoughts of Dr. William Glasser, author of Reality Therapy, Schools Without Failure, and the Identity Society. The impact of Dr. Glasser's ideas has yet to be fully realized, but the simplicity and profoundness of his words are having wide acceptance. Those who hear and read what he has to say have said these ideas make sense, and they work. And I see this book as one of many which will attempt to popularize reality therapy for the general public. But what about marriage? Is it here to stay, or is it not such a good idea after all? Well, the author writes, I believe marriages of the future will continue to be what they are today. One man and one woman in a close personal relationship. There are a great many reasons why this type of relationship will continue. One reason is simply the joy of love two people find together as husband and wife. Another reason is that the marriage-family concept as it is known today is the best way to bring up children. It's also the best way to teach children the meaning of love and concern. You know, the family is the only place, the only agency in our system in which love is taught. Basically, all children learn about love relationships by observing and imitating others. If all they experience in a home is fighting, children learn little about love. What they do learn is how to fight. To a large extent, children are a reflection of the home in which they're raised. If their home is full of laughter and love, the children will live and spread what they've learned. Anyway, I think you and your spouse will enjoy reading Why Marriage. It so happened that my time for writing this issue of Direct Line fell in December 1974. In fact, as I wrote the words I'm sharing with you now, the date was December 31st, 1974, the last day of a busy and crisis-filled year. As I sat down to my typewriter, newspaper headlines across the country, and the Western world for that matter, carried stories of deepening recession and increased unemployment. Once again, our most amazing invention was in a state of nerves and near panic. That invention, of course, is culture. Sociologically speaking, Culture, according to my excellent Random House Dictionary, is the sum total of ways of living built up by a group of human beings and transmitted from one generation to another. The sum total of ways of living, but the human way of living, an invented, a contrived, a different way of living from that with which we were originally endowed. That's what makes it shaky at times. Culture is an invention. It's something we consider to be an improvement over the so-called natural way in which we found ourselves, living in the forests and savannas, living off the bounty of nature, as do all other so-called wild creatures on Earth. Much of human culture rests upon economics. Staying with my Random House Dictionary, economics is the science dealing with the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services, or the material welfare of mankind. Without material welfare, everything else tends to break down. As a species, it's too late to return to the forests, savannas, and beaches, to that island time of which Mr. Stetzel writes in his book School for the Young. We've been too long gone from that kind of existence. It's as Thomas Wolfe once put it, you can't go home again. Evolutionally, we've burned our bridges behind us, and we stand today on the continent we've chosen. There's no going back, even if we wanted to, and you'd be hard-pressed, I think, to find many who'd even want to go back. We invented culture, we invented economics, and even called it a science, believe it or not. E.F. Schumacher, in his book Small is Beautiful, states that economics is not a science at all, but rather an imperfect art form with which we continue to struggle as we search for stability. But what does all of this mean to you and me? Well, certainly we as persons can't do much about global economics and stability of human culture. Well, to an extent, we can do something about it. We can make certain that the organization of which we are the head, our family, and in many cases our business firms, are in good economic order. If the economic order is good, that which is built upon it, culture, this business of living as intelligent and civilized human beings and doing some of the things we like to do, is possible. If the economic base is bad, the entire hierarchy of things which make culture culture tends to collapse, and everything becomes very primary again, very primitive. It becomes a matter of food and shelter. And when staying alive and out of the elements become the primary considerations of the human creature, much of what makes him human tends to fade. The first thing to disappear when you're hungry is your sense of humor, and when you're struggling for survival, the good of the species becomes academic. But let's keep economics in its place. Things seem to be in a state of turmoil, and whenever this happens, I dig down for basics. Now, we have them with the facts of culture and economics, with those very human inventions which we shall consider to be basically good as starting points. Where do we go from there? For answers of this kind, you simply cannot do better than to go back to that ugly philosopher, Socrates, son of a stonecutter and a midwife, enormously strong, very brave, charming, and brilliant. He believed that success could never be more than a short-term affair unless it was founded on logical truth and moral right. He told us what the most prized possession is, the one good and the one evil. Do you remember what they were? In times like these, it's easy to forget. Once, when looking at a variety of merchandise exposed for sale, Socrates was heard to observe, "How many things I can do without." He said he was nearest to the gods because he had the least number of wants. About that most prized possession, Socrates said that it's leisure. And he recognized only one good, knowledge, and only one evil, ignorance. He married twice, the second time to Xantippe, a shrew who screamed at him whenever he was within earshot and often hit him, sometimes even in public. When asked why he put up with such behavior, he said in effect that it was good training because if you could stand her, you could stand anything else that might happen to you. And when someone asked him whether to marry or not, Socrates replied, "Either way, you will repent it." In his excellent book, Understanding Philosophy, A Popular History of Ideas, Professor Feebleman writes that lurking behind the conversations of Socrates, there can be detected the ultimate question of human behavior. What is the final end of man? To enrich himself while he's alive? To cultivate a strong character and the many personal virtues? Or to be so productive that he leaves the world a better place for his having lived in it? Most men would choose the first. Socrates liked the second, and I myself, Professor Feebleman writes, prefer the third. I'll go over them again. The first is to enrich himself while he's alive. The second is to cultivate a strong character and the many personal virtues. And the third, the one that Professor Feebleman prefers, is to be so productive that he leaves the world a better place for his having lived in it. Now, Socrates was thought to be the wisest man of his times. The oracle at Delphi said he was the wisest man. When he learned of that, the only answer that Socrates could give was that if he were indeed the wisest man alive, it was because he knew what he did not know. He placed so little value on what he thought and said that he never wrote down a word for posterity, nor would he accept money for his teachings. He remains to this day one of the wisest human beings the world ever produced, and his teachings represent a rock-solid foundation on which to build a life or a business. He said success can never be more than a short-term affair unless it's founded on logical truth and moral right. Leisure is the most prized of possessions. The only good is knowledge. The only evil, ignorance. Doesn't take long to learn his philosophy, does it? And what is the final end of a person? To enrich himself while he's alive? To cultivate a strong character and the many personal virtues? Or to be so productive that he leaves the world a better place for his having lived in it? Well, as to choosing a way to live, a nice balance of those three choices can be achieved. Chances are that a person would lean a bit toward one or the other, but he could do all three. He could cultivate a strong character and many personal virtues, be so productive that he could leave the world a better place for his having lived in it, and at the same time enrich himself to a sufficient extent that he could live what we might call the good life. And that's what a person might be thinking about these days, the basics. They tend to clear the mind and get things on a solid footing once again. The other morning, driving to my office, I heard one of my own radio programs in which I recommended writing our problems down on paper. I still think it's an excellent idea. It's been said that a problem defined is half solved, and if we find ourselves enmeshed in the coils of the times, we can write our problems down and then, reminding ourselves of Socrates' excellent advice, begin from there. I imagine most people are rather surprised to find that Socrates declared leisure to be the most prized of possessions. If they do, it's because they've confused leisure with doing nothing. We would not have culture, or economics, or books telling us about Socrates if we had not had leisure. Remember that Newton was sitting under the apple tree when that apple dropped on his head. Our best ideas invariably come to us in periods of leisure. Leisure not only helps us find the ideas we're looking for, it rests us for the labor of putting those ideas into action. Millions spend their days at work they dislike or at best tolerate so that they may enjoy their leisure. Leisure is what it's all about, and Socrates knew that. His great dialogues, recorded so faithfully by Plato, were conducted at leisure. Plato, a wealthy aristocrat, had the leisure to write and to think and to imagine what the ideal city-state might be like. And his student, Aristotle, had the leisure to think and write. In our society, most of us can provide our children with the leisure to go to school for as long as they deem necessary. Although few of them would consider school leisure, it would be impossible or very difficult without it. Socrates had a fixed goal in life, to lead men to the truth. The truth, he thought, could not fail to win out in the end, regardless of its temporary consequences, and the truth, he also believed, would make virtue unassailable. Unfortunately, Socrates got mixed up with a losing side in a political struggle. His enemies, led by Miletus, accused him of corrupting the youth by making the worse cause appear the better, and they condemned him to death. He was, in a way, almost a religious figure of reason incarnate and the world's first martyr to the truth. Actually, as Professor Feebleman reminds us, those who had convicted him did not want to see him a martyr, and his friends were allowed to conspire with the jailer to help him escape, but he refused. And in the Phaedo, in one of the most moving accounts in all literature, Plato describes his last day in his cell with his friends and the manner of his execution. He was condemned to drink hemlock, a deadly poison, and did so, discoursing all the while on philosophy while his friends stood around him and wept. After his death, the Athenians felt such remorse that they closed the schools, put Miletus to death, and banished the other accusers. Then they honored Socrates with a bronze statue, which did not, of course, bring him back, although it did much to spread his teaching, which was left chiefly to his pupils. It's believed that Socrates lived to be 70, which was a pretty good old age for the time, 399 BC. In the centuries between the time of Socrates and our own time, we've had as many ups and downs as there have been seasons of the years. But we've never had a clearer thinker than Socrates. We can put his wisdom to work in our lives today, and we will achieve without fail the results we seek. I mentioned E.F. Schumacher in his book Small is Beautiful. In a paper on meta-economics contributed to the volume Beyond Keynes, edited by Joan Robinson, Dr. Schumacher shows at the conclusion of his paper, as reported in Manus, that the attempt to describe and eventually to control the economic activities of human beings by means of economic models necessarily requires a ruthless and extreme simplification of the picture of man. Man is seen either as a mechanical robot whose reactions are ascertainable and predictable like those of mindless matter, or as a rational homo economicus solely concerned with material self-enrichment. Neither of these two pictures bears the mark of humanity. An economic teaching built on such a basis cannot possibly be helpful in solving the economic problems now oppressing us, and I'd go so far as to say, he writes, that the intensive study of such a teaching, although it may in some respects be useful, does considerably more harm than good. For every man in the course of his life becomes what he thinks, is formed by his thoughts. If what he thinks is narrow and unreal, he himself becomes narrow and unreal. Now, as Manus points out, this gets to the point. If we approach our problems as something economic science can solve, then we shall be behaving in exactly the way we've behaved in the past. Economic man is helpless to change as economic man. Even prudential considerations applied toward conservation do not work, as Aldo Leopold shows in the concluding chapter of the Sand County Almanac. After describing the failures of conservation based upon economic calculations, he says, "It is inconceivable to me that an ethical relation to land can exist without love, respect, and admiration for the land and a high regard for its value. And by value, I of course mean something far broader than mere economic value. I mean value in the philosophical sense." Well, now the question arises, how do people achieve a sense of value in the philosophical sense? Well, Schumacher says that people are formed by their thoughts, that they become what they think. Now, if this is the case, and I certainly believe it is, then the content of our minds, what we occupy our thoughts with as real, as enduring, as having value, is crucial to the problems which lie before us. While our problems seem to hurt us at the economic level, they did not originate at the economic level. They began with what we've thought about ourselves. And later on in the article, it's pointed out that our difficulty is mainly that we hope for the same sort of certainty in an alternative kind of thinking that we've enjoyed in scientific calculations and their technological applications. This is the exactitude of standardization, of uniformity, of predictability, and of single-valued thinking. The thinking we need to adopt, little by little, is the independent thinking of individuals, without certification from any authority, guided only by those inner disciplines which, for the artist, who may here serve as a model, become his sense of limit, his recognition of fitness, his insistence upon a fineness of form. In short, by what is for us an educated voice of conscience. A company of conscientious men makes an illuminated community, and such communities are the seedbed of civilized society. We're speaking, we suppose, of what might be called a consensus of human enlightenment. How else should we speak of it? The outlook has some uniformity, but agreement is reached spontaneously, never by plan, so the advocate of philosophic reform, the man who speaks in the language of Blake, of Tolstoy, of Buddha, or Socrates, is at a serious disadvantage when invited to explain what will take the place of scientific certainty. He has no similar certainty to offer, and perhaps no ordinary certainty at all. This advocate speaks to us in the idiom of self-discovered truth. Should he try to imitate the precise language of science, he soon becomes a dogmatist, which makes him guilty of the greatest possible offense against the spirit of religion, worse by far than mere materialism, which is only honest skepticism or unbelief. Dogma is an attempt to standardize what is by nature unique, without duplicate, and unrepeatable, save at a distance in the moral ephemera of the arts. The arts do not pretend to reveal religious truth, although they may supply its most representative symbols. In the discipline of the arts, we may find suggestive analogies of what is involved in the independent pursuit of religious and philosophic truth. Little wonder, then, that the greatest of religious teachers, Buddha and Christ, refused to write anything down. They left such tasks to their less illustrious followers as a way of guarding against slavish belief. Unfortunately, such measures do not always work in the way that's desired. In his essay, Civilization and the Arts, W. McNeill Dixon gives the arts a high meaning that is seldom encountered these days, yet one with immeasurable restorative value for our impoverished civilization. He writes, "There is, as everyone knows, a province of human life, and only upon reflection do we perceive how vast, how boundless is that province, to whose interests and problems the most extensive knowledge or control of nature's machinery affords no entrance, a country upon which the bright sun of science sheds not a ray of light. It is the country of the soul. We have our affections and sympathies, we have loves and friendships, we have hopes and fears and admirations, inmates of a province of real things as broad and deep as the telescopic heavens above our heads. And of these things science never speaks. She sits above the battle and has no share in our joys and sorrows. Of good and evil, freedom and justice, science has nothing to say. The scientific vocabulary does not include such words as beauty or heroism, nobility or charm, resignation or despair, kindness or generosity, character or conduct. Not until you ponder such words do you perceive how narrow and inhuman is the view that omits them, the internal experiences with which our minds are so continuously occupied from the cradle to the grave." And Dixon used the arts to suggest our need for becoming, as Nietzsche put it, entangled in the infinities. The arts are purposefully vague, as well as naturally so, and Dixon's justification makes the conclusion of the Manus article. When you enter the temple of the arts, you enter a building dedicated to the muses, and the soul is there disturbed by a sense of how great and terrible, how strange and beautiful is this universe of ours. Make human life as trivial as you please. There remains the simple, positive, undeniable fact among other facts, the eating, drinking, walking, and talking, that we are taking part in cosmic affairs of a magnitude beyond all imagination to compass or language to express. All finite things have their roots in the infinite, and if you wish to understand life at all, you cannot tear it out of its context. All finite things have their roots in the infinite, and if you wish to understand life at all, you cannot tear it out of its context. For every man in the course of his life becomes what he thinks, is formed by his thoughts. If what he thinks is narrow and unreal, he himself becomes narrow and unreal. I think that most of the problems facing us as a species and as individuals come from too narrow a view of just what we are in the context of what the universe is. We tend to lose sight of the mystery, the awesome, unbelievable, mind-boggling mystery of it all, and become as menial clerks in a Dickens novel with eye shades sitting at high desks, totally immersed in columns of figures. We might as well be immersed in chicken tracks or mumbledy-peg. Make human life as trivial as you please. There remains the simple, positive, undeniable fact, among other facts, that we're taking part in cosmic affairs of a magnitude beyond all imagination to compass or language to express. All finite things have their roots in the infinite, and if you wish to understand life at all, you cannot tear it out of its context. I think when we think in these terms, we put culture and economics in their proper perspective. Important? Yes, certainly. But very small parts of a very large and completely incomprehensible whole. In looking at a tree, we shouldn't lose sight of the sky. In looking at a grain of sand, which is our world, we shouldn't lose sight of the endless desert about us. When we see creation in this sense, our problems, real as they are to us, shrink to their proper size, and our opportunities take on their true magnitude. Yes, we become what we think. We're formed by our thoughts. If what we think is narrow and unreal, which has to be the way most people think, we ourselves become narrow and unreal, pinched and ridiculous, insignificant and ineffectual. What are you thinking about? As human beings, it's difficult, since we tend to take ourselves for granted, to realize that we are greater than our creations, economics and all other so-called civilized artifacts. We have powers which transcend the things we've created. As I quoted from Manus, if we approach our problems as something economic science can solve, then we shall be behaving exactly the way we've behaved in the past. Economic man is helpless to change as economic man. It takes something more, and that something more can be found in the statement that people are formed by their thoughts, that they become what they think. If this is the case, and it most assuredly is, then the content of our minds, what we occupy our thoughts with as real, as enduring, as having value, is crucial to the problems which lie before us. Now, while our problems seem to hurt us at the economic level, they did not originate at the economic level. They began with what we have thought about ourselves. If we think of our problems and goals in strictly economic terms, if we permit that kind of thinking to dominate our minds, if we believe that kind of thinking is real and of enduring value, we're limiting ourselves to the level of our own inventions. We're forcing ourselves to become mechanical robots, no better than our machines. We've all known people whose lives were strictly limited to economic considerations, and we've been appalled and dismayed by how small they seem to be, how limited their horizons, how curtailed their education. They seem truncated, less than what we expect a human being to become. The secret is to be found in that statement that people are formed by their thoughts. With their habitual thoughts, they shape and form themselves as creatures, as do you and I. And in times such as those we're experiencing, as I write and speak these words, it's good to remember that our eyes, our minds should be fixed on goals worthy of us as emerging, maturing, growing human beings. We can remember the words of Socrates that success can never be more than a short-term affair unless it's founded on logical truth and moral right. There's so much to be done within the framework of truth and right. Millions are successful today within that framework, and yet they have never thought about or analyzed the real basis of their success. People who live by the numbers become numbers. People who are unaware of the mysterious nature of things, who do not seem to have what we might call a religious or philosophical nature or insight or awareness, probably seldom know the joy of creation. And by that I mean the joy that comes from creating with our minds. We can forget the times, the problems, the difficulties that appear to be everywhere, and by setting our minds on worthwhile goals, transcend the numbers and the mundane we find everywhere about us. The fact is that we don't need to know where what we seek will come from. That's economic thinking. We're above, we're bigger than that. We can pull our goals right out of the mysterium tremendum. The fact that we don't know how the mind works to translate systematically held thoughts into reality shouldn't bother us any more than any of the other mysteries by which we're perpetually surrounded. It's simply the perennial philosophy. It works. I set my mind on something I want very much to bring about. I hold that thought until it permeates my habitual thinking. Somehow that idea becomes a germinating seed, and eventually, sooner or later, and quite often much sooner than we might have believed possible, that thought becomes a reality in my life. I have become what I've thought about. I've achieved that upon which I seriously set my mind. I have extracted something from where before there was nothing but an invisible idea. We can call it magic. We can festoon it with all manner of fancy trappings. We can build temples to the mystery behind it. We can do anything we like except explain it, and if it could be explained, if it could be reduced to dogma, it would become standardized. It would no longer be unique and without duplication. And as we mentioned, little wonder then that the greatest of religious teachers, Buddha and Christ, refused to write anything down. They left such tasks to their less illustrious followers. You know, Buddha is credited with having said, "All that we are is the result of what we have thought. All that we are is founded on our thoughts and formed of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, pain pursues him as the wheel of the wagon follows the hoof of the ox that draws it. If a man speaks or acts with a pure thought, happiness pursues him, like his own shadow that never leaves him." What are we trying to build, you and I? We're involved as human creatures in organizations. The family is an organization. The company or agency or church or fraternity or profession in which we earn our way in the world is an organization. Our country is an organization. The world is an organization. What is the purpose of an organization? The primary function of any organization is to help men and women enjoy a more meaningful existence. That's all there is to it. That's the purpose of our families, our company or other organization, our country, the entire human enterprise. The primary function of any organization is to help men and women enjoy a more meaningful existence. Is your family conducted toward that end? Is your company? Is our nation? Now Dixon's great quotation takes on new meaning, doesn't it? When you enter the temple of the arts, you enter a building dedicated to the muses, and the soul is there disturbed by a sense of how great and terrible, how strange and beautiful is this universe of ours. Make human life as trivial as you please. There remains the simple, positive, undeniable fact, among other facts, the eating, drinking, walking, and talking, that we're taking part in cosmic affairs of a magnitude beyond all imagination to compass or language to express. All finite things have their roots in the infinite, and if you wish to understand life at all, you cannot tear it out of its context. If you wish to understand life at all. This is Earl Nightingale, and thank you.